Oh, yeah. I got you. Good morning, Philadelphia. We are here for day 2, the playoffs of the Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026. We have all 6 branches of the military here competing for one lovely prize here, which is that amazing trophy. Second and third place, they still get their consolations, but that is what everyone is competing for today. Came down to the wire yesterday between first and second place, a reverse sweep where we saw Air Force Gaming take the win and the #1 seed. Now we'll see today if U.S. Army Esports can get their revenge, make it all the way to defend their title in the grand finals, or if one of our other competitors are going to be the one to take the crown. It all comes down to this here and now. This is the time to rise to the challenge. We'll see who's going to take the prize. Colin and also Tony, take this away.
Thank you, Volleyball. Day 2, we get to crown a champion today, and yesterday was a blast to get through, especially towards the end, Tony. I mean, you and Vaughn got to see that Game 5 reverse sweep from the Air Force. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, we really did save the best for last, and it feels like day 1 is just the appetizer, and today is going to be a main course. I can't wait to see the action for today.
Neither can I, and we have our first match getting ready. It's going to be the Space Force taking on the Marines. What a big matchup between both of these two teams, because yesterday, I'd say for the Space Force, they really surprised us at times with Dog Scout, the way that he was playing. I mean, just absolutely insane. As their duelist for the Marines, I mean, they come up against the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard gives them a really good run for their money and domination. However, after that, the Marines locked in, they figured it out, they got through it, and they've been grinding their way through this tournament.
Yeah, they really have. I was definitely impressed with them. I'm definitely impressed, obviously, with Army as well and Air Force. But I will say, Space Force and Coast Guard, those are the ones I really want to look out for. And I guess we'll be seeing them pretty soon.
Yeah. Sorry, I had the Marines in my brain, but it was the Coast Guard. I've been kind of all over this one, but no, it's the Coast Guard, who honestly, they need a pick-me-up going into today. And I think versus the Space Force, that's kind of what we're looking at, because in our standings, I mean, you can see they finish off with a win over the U.S. Navy, but 1-4, you see Space Force just above them. A big matchup for the Coast Guard to kind of take on. And if you could take on the Space Force, I think for the Coast Guard, they were surprising us yesterday, and they have some good foundation to build off of.
Yeah, it's a really big opportunity for both of these squads. You know, Space Force, a win here puts you in the same conversation as Marines, and ultimately trying to contend with our top 2 rosters, which you see have buys in Air Force and U.S. Army. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Coast Guard looking for a win to try to put them in the same conversation as the Marines. So depending on how this matchup ends up going is how we're going to have the shape the narrative for both of these rosters.
You can see in the current bracket, we're going to be looking towards the top left side here. Space Force taking on the Coast Guard. Then we can see the U.S. Marines versus the U.S. Navy. Goats and Glory there playing into our two teams that are sitting in their buys, the Air Force and the Army, respectively. Here's our elimination bracket schedule for today. So we got a lot of matches to get through. Another 5 on our docket. See who's going to be our grand finalist to be crowned the Armed Forces Esports champion for this year. Marvel Rivals has been so fun to watch after yesterday. I think today is going to be quite the treat.
It really is, and mind you, we definitely got to show some love to Air Force and U.S. Army, obviously earning those buys. We talked about the matchup that they went at against each other, but they were incredible. But why don't we talk about this Space Force roster? And from top to bottom, there is talent there. You know, we're talking about Lucid, we're talking about Dog Scout, Heffery, Root, Fizz, and DH2. Space Force, absolutely incredible, and love what they bring to the table.
And we see Heffery up here. I think the one player that we don't get to talk about is going to be Ape, who most of the time was rounding out this roster of 6, and he was fantastic, whether it was playing as a duelist or flexing over towards a strategist with the H2, who surprisingly yesterday was showing a quite deep pool of heroes in terms of the duelist. Whenever we saw him swap over to that Winter Soldier, some great Kraken impacts. I think Dog Scout, definitely the MVP for this team that we always look at, but it's almost that kind of partner that you're looking for on that duelist role, and I think the H2 was starting to fill that gap yesterday towards the end of it. But let's talk about the Coast Guard on the other side, taking them on, because we look at Unstapled, Swag Daddy, Maleb, Lavender, Kid Down South, and Xavier. And although yesterday wasn't the best showing from them, 1-4 to finish off that standing going into game number 2, or day number 2, even still, this team has a great foundation. I like what they were bringing.
Yeah, there's a winning formula here with Coast Guard, and it starts with Kid Down South being on Magic. They are very comfortable on the Magic, where also on your back line, Swag Daddy 69 might be one of my favorite White Fox players. The combination of heals, the combination of damage and final hits, they were absolutely incredible. And the key is getting Lavender on the Invis. If you're able to protect Invis, Lavender absolutely goes off with consistent heals and consistently topping the lobby.
Yeah, Swag Daddy, favorite name too, out of the whole tournament. I gotta say, it's absolutely.
He literally got some swag to him too. He got the swag to him.
No, and I agree. I think that the Coast Guard yesterday were losing a lot of their battles, not really in the game itself, but in the drafting when it came down to what the picks and bans were looking like. I think that, a lot of teams were starting to figure it out, do their homework. A lot of bans onto the Hulk, some early bans towards the Thing. We saw, that Magic really excel alongside extra dives from the Vanguard. So when you take that key aspect away from the Coast Guard, they were struggling a little bit. So going towards today, I hope that the Coast Guard had some time to talk about this drafting, talk about their hero pools, what kind of strategies they want to bring into day 2 to see if they can excel.
Yeah, and that's really the key. I think you bring up a great point. Is I feel like where they struggled a little bit was the fact when Invis would get banned, and then Lavender would have to play on the Rocket, and just looked a little bit uncomfortable on the Rocket. To be honest with you, Rocket really trying to struggle to find their place in the meta, not as strong as they used to be. And also when you found an answer from combining, that Magic. And then also a big, beefy dive tank, like you said, like Hulk, they worked well together. But when you found a way to counter that, it seemed like that's when Coast Guard started to slow down a little bit.
They had a couple of fixes, and I think Kid Down South showed a good Star-Lord yesterday, especially when we saw him on the Heart of Heaven. You saw times even where you had the Rocket working out with that amplifier really affecting in towards those attacks. It comes down to the defenses, and when you're giving up Invis to the enemy team in like a protect or not even banning it out, and you yourself are stuck not having a sustainable ultimate like that, working alongside this White Fox, you just saw those long drawn-out battles really fall to your enemy team more often than not. And I think in today, it's going to be a big focus for them. It's going to be something to prioritize maybe in this drafting for your protecting phase. But I think most importantly for the Coast Guard, it's just going to be a new look for them, I think, in day number 2. I don't expect them to have that same identity, the same kind of strategy going into this one. for a team that, has a struggle in day one, you usually expect them to improve that going into day two.
And meanwhile, on the other side of things, I feel like Space Force, have an opportunity to really try to figure out what their true identity is. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of versatility, a lot of adaptability, but there's times where it seems like Ape is on the heals, or even sometimes on the tank. We see Dog Scout, who definitely excels on the DPS, but also we've seen them on Jeff and triple heals. I was like, oh, I didn't know Dog Scout had Jeff in his utility belt. I feel like Space Force are really starting to find their identity more towards the end of the day, and maybe that's with the last minute substitute player that you kind of mentioned, with Ape coming in.
And maybe it's just a comfort pick in terms of where the scrims were looking. You put Ape in instead of Heffery, and that's what was working prior to the tournament. And for Space Force, I expect that to kind of still be the same thing. I think there was a lot of changes from the Space Force, and what their flexibility was looking like in terms of their roles yesterday. Some role changes with H2, even showing some success on the Duelist. Will that continue today? I think we're just going to have to wait and see what their plan is for this one. I think that the big thing to take away from the Space Force is that there's depth in the roles, not just in hero pool, and that's good to see for a team.
Definitely, and there's also one thing that we noticed very early on is Lucid is indeed awesome. If there's any frontline player that I want, any tank player that I want, it is Lucid all day. I think he played a phenomenal thing. For most of when I saw them on screen, they were on thing and just dropping haymakers left and right.
I think even the Captain America from Lucid was quite fun to watch. A lot of the time in this dive, if that wasn't working in his favor, you knew you had a backup there with the Cap. But it does seem like we're having a couple of issues right now on the stage with getting these players into our first map. So we're going to have to deal with this one real quickly, get to the domination when it is available. We'll be back with some more Armed Forces Esports Championships when it's up. Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Forces Esports Championship. And we do apologize for the break, but we did have a couple of issues that we needed to sort out, and that is moving some players into a different setup to make sure that everything was played in a competitive environment, fair and square. I think that is, you know, all fair and love and Marvel Rivals. And we actually are going to be switching our matchup for our first one on stream while everybody downloads their shaders and figures out their setup, getting their peripherals all situated. We're going to be moving to the Marines versus the Navy. So Goats and Glory getting their chance at taking on the Marines here. A big matchup for them because yesterday wasn't as good as they hoped for.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely an opportunity for improvement, and I think that's when you go into day 2 and you have an opportunity to really do so. When we look at this Marine Corps roster, we definitely see there's a lot of talent here. And when I look at the likes of a Wonky Taco and the way that they're able to consistently pop off on the stat sheet, and you combine that with Allocation, who's been that co-DPS with Wonky Taco and has this unselfish game style, unselfish hero pool that they play, you know, a lot of Storms, a little bit of Ultrons as well, you know, doing everything they can to enable the rest of their squad. And mind you, Sham Fam actually had a crazy mag game to finish off a 3-0 against Space Station, where he dropped 11 final hits on mag. My man was going off.
Yeah, he was popping off. I think you and I both agree that it's like Allocation Wonky Taco is like peanut butter and jelly. Like it just goes together. It's just so good whenever they're both in the same category.
Peanut butter banana.
Peanut butter banana?
Yeah.
You're not a jelly guy?
I'm a jelly guy, but dude, peanut butter banana, a little bit of honey.
I think I like jelly more than I like peanut butter, personally. And it's all opinions here. Even if you have the wrong opinion, it's all opinions here. We got our Navy squad though: Flux, Quill, Tex, Sky. It was Skybud, Apollo, and K9. A team that, you know, yesterday, like we said, wasn't able to take a series, so going into today looking for a win under their belt. And I think I look at a couple of these players to really lead that charge. I think that Apollo was playing fantastic on that strategist line alongside K9. When K9 is allowed to get that cloak and dagger, we see this team play really, really well. Skybud on the Emma Frost too was doing a lot of work when it came down to picking up that counter dive.
Yes, the one thing about Navy, they find themselves taking a lot of pressure and a lot of damage, which ultimately puts a spotlight on your strategist. And K9 and Apollo consistently answer the call, where when you're looking at your DPS, I like the combination of Tech and Quill. Tech very consistent in the damage department, where Quill is great at finding final hits, but also has the ability to stretch into a triple strategist role. We've seen them play a very strong Ultron, so watch out for that. Hopefully I'm not too loud to influence the bands.
maybe. No, and I think too, at times we saw Flux flexing that role too, between the duelist and the strategist role, and it's great to see, like we were talking about for, you know, our Coast Guard team, that flexibility when it comes down to these teams in terms of changing things up when the going gets tough. Some of these players just realize, okay, we got to get going and start picking things up. For Marines, though, how many times did we talk about Wonky Taco yesterday? Say that this guy was aura farming on the Psylocke. I mean, he was so unreal to watch in playing in any match we had on stream for them. And just to know that, you know, you have that ability to play flyers for Allocation, whether it's going to be on that Ultron or whether it's going to be on that Storm, that's going to be a difficult part here. But we do know that, you know, somebody like Quill is not afraid to take out those hit scans like Hela or Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely. I think Marines, I think their greatest strength is that it feels like they don't have any weaknesses, because from top to bottom, I mean, we talked about the combination of Wonky Taco Allocation. We disagreed on the reference or the metaphor, but either way,
let's go with like yin and yang.
Yin and yang, and we'll go with that.
We can agree on that one.
We can agree on that one, but I will also say that their tanks have really showed off and showed out. There's been some MVP performance coming out of Sham Fam. Like I said, that 11 final hit game, he just finds final hits while they're playing Mag or Emma. And even Zephyrins had some crazy MVP games themselves, with topping damage in the entire lobby on tank and on their Vanguard pool. There's, from top to bottom, I feel like Marines are just extremely strong.
Yeah, no, they are. And I think that, it all starts with that front line to the back line, like you're referencing. I think there's so many times when Zephyrins wasn't on the Deadpool Vanguard that they did look like they were a little bit weaker. So you look at them to make that a priority when it does come down to those pick spans into the domination. Just make sure that you have all the tools that kind of complete yourself as a team. I think that they have a strategy that is working, and I'd like to see them build on that going into day 2. And that's the big question for a lot of these teams that we brought up in our first series that we were going to watch. We now pivot over to this one, and it's still the same, I'd say, situation where it's like day 1 to day 2. What kind of a thing, or what kind of things are you evolving with? Because at the end of the day, you see the skill that we had at that last match between the Army and the Air Force and how high of a peak that you need to hit to take those teams down. So a lot of these squads that we're looking at in the first round are going to have to show a level up.
Yeah, I don't want to call any teams out in specific, but I think going from day 2 to day 1, there's opportunities to show that you can adapt a little bit. There was plenty of times where we saw where a dive composition was working really good on offense and maybe didn't work as well on defense. And maybe that was an opportunity where you can go a little bit more of a triple heels on the defensive effort, because triple heels just naturally not only so strong right now, but even especially stronger when on defense. And so I feel like there's a little bit of an opportunity to switch up your strategy. You don't want to be a bit of a one-trick pony, especially when there's so many different play styles across different teams. What you use versus Team X may not work against Team Y, and vice versa. So you definitely got to be able to show off a little bit of a hero pool, more of a role pool, and be able to switch up the strategy a little bit.
No, I agree. This so on and so forth, just kind of build on that aspect. I think there were a lot of times, too, that we were calling, like, no, why not just swap to, like, Mantis or something, allow for that Ultron to have a little bit more to give in terms of the damage boost that you're getting between both of these heroes. But excited to see what these teams do work on when we do get into this first game. Of course, pick spans were really fun to watch yesterday, especially considering there was a lot of focus on the Loki, a lot of focus on the Cloak and Dagger, the Gambit, the Strategist getting impacted quite a bit when it came down to, do we protect them? Do we ban away them? Like, who are we actually trying to steal from these squads? And a lot of the time, it was the Strategist getting targeted.
Yeah, and I'm happy you brought up the Mantis, because there was a lot of times where Mantis were sneaking through the picks and bans, and I know a lot of people maybe are kind of stray away from the Mantis because statistic-wise, like, they don't put up the most stats, and that's because there's no damage boost stat at the end of the stat.
No, there's not.
Like, there's no. So you
just gotta look at the assist column.
You see the heals, you see the damage, and Mantis is decent at both, but where their value really comes from is getting that damage boost. So I feel like when judging a Mantis, look at that assist column. There's like the eliminations, the deaths, and then also the assist. And I promise you, if you're continuously damage boosting your teammates and they're finding value, those assists fly up, and that's where you find the value of Mantis. A lot of times, Mantis just wins games, but it doesn't show off as much in the stat sheet.
I look at 3 things. I look at the death column to see the uptime of the Mantis, how long they're staying alive in the fights, if I do need to protect them a little bit more. I look at their final hits, because a lot of the time the Mantis is going to be cleaning up those squishies with some good, decent headshots. And the assist column, like you said, I mean, it goes to show that, Mantis players sometimes can be a little bit underappreciated.
Absolutely.
For sure. I love playing Mantis, so I'm happy to see Mantis get into flowers from you, Tony. But it seems like we're getting these players into the lobby just as a reminder for people who might be tuning in a little bit late, just kind of trickling in over the day. Welcome to the Armed Forces Esports Championships. We're into the elimination bracket for day 2, and everybody now playing for the trophy at the end of this stage. Round number 1, we're going to be going through Marines versus the U.S. Navy. Along on the other side of the bracket is going to be the Coast Guard taking on the Space Force. Winner of their respective matches goes into play the Air Force on one side, the Army on the other, both awarding themselves a bye with their competition from day number 1. And their 1 and 2 seed was actually well earned on both sides. That battle, if you didn't get to see it, go check it out from yesterday, because it was crazy. Potentially a rematch in grand finals with the way that they've been playing if nobody can upset them in those semifinal matches. But it's going to be a long road. We got 5 matches in the slot for today's action, starting off in round number 1, Tony. It's going to be quite the ride.
It really is. And mind you, I mean, talking about the buys that we have, there's a reason for that. Game 5, round 3, reverse sweep by Air Force.
It was cinema.
Army had a 2-0 series lead on them. and Air Force had to dig deep and answer the call. That was easily one of my favorite series that I've been able to not only cast, but just watch between two competitive teams. You said watch it back. Watch it back once, watch it back twice. It's that good.
Maybe a third time just to like learn a little bit more from what just happened between both of those two teams. Because I even saw it at the end when I was sitting out. You know, you're hopeful to see the Army like go into that match and actually upset the Air Force, because we were naming the Air Force pretty early on that they were the better team in the tournament. You come out, you go down 0-2, and we're saying they're like, no way they're about to upset the Air Force in this fashion, this clean of a fashion. And at the end of it, I mean, it was like hands or head in the hands, a little bit of disappointment from the Army. I mean, they knew the opportunity that they had. They knew that they didn't want to squander it. And unfortunately, they lose in a reverse sweep fashion. That's something you don't forget.
But I also feel like that's when your mental is really tested. Coming into day number 2, you have to respect what happened yesterday, but you also have to be able to wipe it out of your brain real quick, forget it, and simply move on and maybe even grow from it. Like, now we're gonna really see what Army is truly made of. And what do you look like coming into day 2? Are you still with your hand, head in the hands and still kind of woe is me kind of thing? We should have won that. Or is it, hey, who cares whether we're on the top side of the bracket or the bottom side of the bracket? We're going to see them again in the winners finals.
Yeah.
We're going to see them again in the grand finals. Most likely. How do you react to that?
Well, we got our map number 1 into it between the Marines and the Navy. Hell's Heaven is where we're going for the domination. And we can see in our banning phase right off the get-go, see you later, Gambit. Nobody's going to want to see you in this one. And we look to the Navy for their first protect. It's going to be an invis grab on their side to guarantee that they have that invisible boundary to play with. Where do the Marines go for the ban?
And, I mean, protect the invis is huge. I mean, you do not want to be in a situation where you're playing uncomfortable backline. Banning out the Loki, I think, is a good play by Marines, but I like the even better protect by Navy. Make sure your backline is comfortable, because you ain't doing nothing without a good backline.
I mean, that's like, we're in 6 picks deep, and 5 of those slots are taken up by strategists. So we can see the focus in day 2 hasn't shifted too much. The Marines are actually going to get the Elsa Bloodstone protect on their side. So we know that Wonky Taco has a fantastic Elsa up their sleeves. That's going to be troublesome for the Navy to surely deal with, especially when you're putting so much priority on that Invisible Woman.
Yeah, it's a big time comfort pick for Marines. Like, put Wonky Taco on Elsa and you're gonna see magic happen. Meanwhile, banning the Phoenix, and also on the other side of things, banning the Daredevil does Navy. And I think that also attacks Wonky Taco's hero pool, but I think they'd rather play Elsa than Daredevil, to be honest.
Well, do you go into the back end with the Marines getting that Elsa Bloodstone ban, or is the Navy going to go for the protect to make sure that they can mirror that? Well, the Marines are showing focus on protecting Invisible Woman themselves. Vanguard Deadpool being hovered for the last ban, that's going to be a lock. And I would like to see the Navy protect Elsa here, because that Apex Predator has been so good at just drawing players out of those invisible boundaries to make sure that that Invisible Woman doesn't have as much impact, but instead it's the Cloak and Dagger protect, something that we've seen K9 be really good at.
Once again, Navy making sure the back line is comfortable, and I think that's a great place to start. I also love the ban on the Vanguard pool. They did their research. They've seen that Zephyrus has a few MVPs under their belt when on the Vanguard pool. Attack that immediately. Great strategy and great utilization of just the knowledge that you were able to obtain from yesterday.
Well, it's going to be a Van Pool ban from the Marines as well. So that means that Elsa Bloodstone is there for the Navy. Do they have somebody who is capable of housing that hero in their pool? That is to be determined. We haven't really seen the Navy go to Elsa too often. Tech gonna go back towards this Mr. Fantastic. You got exactly what the Coast Guard was drawing out yesterday with the Thing alongside the Hulk and the Hover early. It does seem like maybe they're thinking to bring out the Captain America instead, but alongside this Mr. Fantastic, this like brawl comp behind the Bruisers is something that was so good yesterday in domination for the Coast Guard that the Navy might be like, maybe we could do this too.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And to be honest with you, I haven't seen anything like this, but I like the creativity. That thing combining with the whole, combining with Captain America and Mr. Fantastic. You have a very clear strategy. Hold forward and really brawl with your opponent. You combine that with White Fox and Invisible Woman, who can provide great heals, but also great damage. Their plan is to overwhelm their opponents. It's very clear.
But the Marines, they also understand their objective, and that's going to be to shred through these health pools. I mean, they got the Elsa, the Wolverine, Groot. That's going to be hard to, at least when you're being sectioned off from those walls. Elsa or Emma, for a couple of those crabs, should be able to lock down Captain America as soon as he dives that back line. But a lot of focus into the patience here from the Marines as they're expecting that dive to come through. Is the thing to kick things off with a little bit of a stun in towards the back line. Everybody backs up, and this Invis putting in work to keep the team topped off. Elsa strikes first for Wonky Taco. It's a trade in the feed from both ends. 4-on-4 for the point. Tech with this brawl comp just bruising their way through.
And the one thing I was a little bit scared of for Navy is the fact that Marines do have a Groot and can lock down a player like Thing who tries to push forward. But Navy looked very good over towards the mid-map, and you continue to see them find the final players from Marines. Navy answered the call big time.
Yeah, they do. Early progression, and that's kind of what you expect from this Bruiser comp, just to outlast you and sustain in these fights. Really hard to shred through them without those ultimates, and you can talk about these ultimates now. Strategists on the side of Navy are actually behind in that category because they died a little bit early, and Marines not far away either. Dealing with this Bruiser comp has been an issue for the strategists, but it's going to be the Hulk into the back line alongside the Thing, looking to lock down those strategists and take them down early. Both Vital and Konzon already down, and without those healers, not sure how the rest of the Marines expect to live.
This is a much different Navy roster than we saw from yesterday. Struggling to find their first win, but right now they have found a composition that clearly works for them. Just bruise them up, get towards the back line, punish your opponent time and time again, and make it so hard for them to provide enough damage to actually even back down anybody from Navy. Thing, Mr. Fantastic, Captain America, they take so much damage, and this is tough. How do Marines respond to this?
Some might say fantastic, the way the Navies are looking right now. As the Marines are looking to break on through, you have that Apex Predator. Here's the claw, drops to pull Hulk back. Skybug looking to get shredded out of Hulk form. Wonky Taco takes out Quill as well. You lose the Invis Woman. Fight's gonna be done. The Navy have recognized that. They don't want to feed into these ult charges anymore. They're just gonna back up.
Marines definitely understand that the way that you beat this out has to be through your triple heals and putting allocation on the Ultron. You allowed him to have this hero for a reason, and now you can fight back.
The Navy didn't use any ultimates in that fight, so you're coming back into this with nearly 6 ults online. Yes, it was only the Apex Predator that you needed there for the Marines to win that fight, but without that, Navy should have an edge in this one for the longevity of this battle. Gonna be in trouble here if you're Wonky Taco if you can miss out on these strategist ultimates. Chief Vital can be very late on it, but you do have the range of Ultron from allocation all the way up top, and the Strangling Prison can the range of Ultron break through the strategist ult. No! Quill's gonna keep it alive alongside Apollo in this Kumiho form. Skybud goes to the World Breaker and goes to the backline right away. Eternal Bond out of Chief Vital. Marines looking to outlast this one with still allocation and Zephyrins alive. It's how long can you stall this point now at 50%?
Highly unfortunate for the Marines there. Wonky Taco found himself outside of the fight, and ultimately, eventually, was your Groot that was the first one to go down. By the time Wonky Taco found himself back and reactivated, they ended up in a fight that they just did not want to be in. Navy once again showing off the defense and now continuing to put the pressure on.
Konzon's going to have that invisible boundary, but it's clobbering time for K9 eventually. As soon as this ultimate's going to be activated, he lets it rip, interrupted by the Emma Frost shield. Skybud still not going to let that stop him. Konzon goes down, so there's no invisible boundary. Navy stole the point.
Oh my gosh. Is this the same Navy roster that didn't get a win yesterday? Because right now, they're looking like they could have had 3 wins. They're looking like they could have at least 2 wins. This is a very, very good Navy roster, and they better keep this composition going unless Marines decide to ban things out. But you still need to go into a second round, and it looks like there was a pause request. We're going to try to figure out what's going on, but I love the energy coming out. I would love the energy coming out of Navy.
Couple of them stood
They
up
know
after
they got a
that.
big win. Let's get the hand. I mean, Marines legitimately for a while were in the same conversation as an Army and an Air Force. I mean, they were kind of right there,
Yeah.
and a big win here could put them back in that conversation. But Navy, huge round number one.
Looking at the throne, our third seed out of our day number one. I mean, that would be such a good feat to accomplish after the day that you had yesterday. I mean, how many times do you look at a team in day one? It's like, yeah, you performed not so great, but it's like, what did you say? Woe is me. It's like you just got to get over that, go to the next day, forget about it, and go in with a little bit of a homework, which they've done. They've almost adopted this composition that we saw to the Coast Guard in day one, alongside the Thing, alongside the Hulk. You just have that engage with the Mr. Fantastic that is so beefy. There's so much health to shred through that the Elsa can't really get through that on her own.
There really is never truly any losing in Marvel Rivals. There's only learning. And I feel like Navy definitely put that practice into play. I mean, you got 3-0'd by Coast Guard. But if you're able to pull information from them and say, hey, look, you know what? They're trying this, and this matches our hero pool. I feel very comfortable on the Captain America. Great, I feel very comfortable on the Hulk. Well, normally, we want to put these two together, but you know what? Why don't we add a Fantastic in there? Why don't we add a Thing? Why don't we change up the strategy completely and just go complete bruiser and just highlight the fact that our support players are going to continuously keep us alive through thick and thin? This is just such a great opportunity for Navy, but also showing their ability to adapt.
And you give K9 the cloak and dagger, how good, you know, he's been in that role for strategist, just looking really comfortable in this game as well. Domination is just one of those things that, like, if you come into this as a full core team, you can really break through those barriers just with the intensity, the pressure that you're bringing through this brawl comp. My issue is that even for the Coast Guard, as soon as they, you know, domination was done, this composition wasn't having as much of an impact in other game modes. So it's like, where does this learning stop? You know, do they have different looks in the convergence? Do they have different looks in the convoy? These are things that, you know, we are going to be asking as this series progresses.
Well, there was one thing the opposition did that I feel like was correct, and I think putting allocation on the Ultron and going triple heals is one way to kind of mitigate some of that
Very good.
Extra damage that was coming in. I also think maybe getting a little bit of anti-dive in there. Like, you have to respect what your opponents are doing. If they're gonna go heavy into that dive, heavy into bruiser, you have to respect that and go heavy into how do we counter that. And I think there's an opportunity to highlight triple heals and also highlight a little bit of anti-dive as well. Maybe you have to sneak it into more too.
Yeah, maybe.
Meanwhile, when you asked a very good question is where does this continue and where does it potentially stop? Well, I'm thinking one thing, this will work great on offense and cart, but will this work as much on defense when you're trying to really hold the line as opposed to pressing forward like you want to do on offense when going into cart game mode? So I think that maybe there is an opportunity to see that you might have to switch off of this composition, but that's looking way too much into the future. Right now, round number one is done, and that was a fantastic look that Navy showed us.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic look, and I think that it leaves not just us, but I'm sure a lot of people excited to see, you know, what heights that the Navy can get to in this series. Because, yeah, I mean, Varble was saying that they didn't win a map yesterday. I don't know if that's like actually true. I didn't go through the stats because I didn't want to know if it was true.
I don't know if it wasn't a map.
But if that's the case, I mean, you start with this domination, you kind of build on that now going into the second day. We got a little bit of a pause going on, still a little unsure on where the resolution is going to be and, you know, what we're kind of looking at for this series. But I think even in, you know, this domination alone, I was expecting a little bit more from the Marines coming into this day, especially after their performances yesterday between Allocation and Wonky Taco. And we said that if Allocation isn't really performing, you can see that Wonky Taco doesn't have as much of an impact as he does usually in this duelist role. Same thing happens here. You get forced over towards the Ultron. And even with the Ultron, it wasn't enough at the end. So you had the Apex Predator. It wins you a fight, but you go into the next one without that ultimate. Everybody else has theirs. And, you know, you match up against 6 ultimates from the side of the Navy, and you're just not able to outlast them.
Yeah, well, I will say, I saw that they looked better with the Ultron triple heals, But it definitely wasn't a complete answer because obviously Navy still were able to find their eliminations and able to turn that into a round win. So although they started to look better and it really feels like they were moving in the right direction, it definitely wasn't enough, which is why I said maybe we need to find some anti-dive, maybe in a Namor or even a Winter Soldier. You know what? Bring a Scarlet Witch out there. Let's go a little crazy. Okay, no, maybe not that crazy. Maybe not. Hey, I see Squirrel Girl. You know what?
I think one makes more sense than the other in this conversation.
I think both of them, if you played them, you should be disqualified and banned, in fact.
Well, it does seem like we're getting a little bit of time before jumping back into this domination. So Tony and I, we're going to take a step away from the broadcast, let them situate on their setups, and we'll come back when we have round 2 ready to go. Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Forces Esports Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Tony, and it seems like we're getting everything situated with these teams, ready to get back into round number 2 of Hell's Heaven. And this is going to be exciting because we've had a little bit of time to kind of settle things down after the complete surprise out of our players on the Navy. It's just coming out the gates hot with this brawl composition. It's given some time, I think, for the opposite end of the Marines to kind of figure out how to get through this one. And I guess for them, they can take a breath and recollect themselves going into this round 2.
Yeah, this was absolutely huge for our Navy. I mean, coming out for yesterday, not able to get a single series win, you know, we definitely were hopeful for this roster, but realistically, Marines are the number 3 seed and have themselves in a conversation of the likes of like an Army, who's currently our number 2 seed right now. But Navy come out swinging and found a composition that clearly works for them, and you even said kind of borrowing from what Coast Guard was able to do yesterday, and it works really well. Now we get to see how the Marines are able to adapt. When you're faced with adversity, that's really when you're truly tested.
Look, I think there's no other branch to be tested, you know, than the Marines. You know, they even said themselves is that they are a team that no matter what loss comes their way, they're going to learn from it, and that's kind of what you expect from these 6 players. So going into this next round, it's kind of, you know, building into, so for your protects, you still have your Invis protection, you still have Elsa protected as well. So you know kind of where you want to build in terms of your composition around Wonky playing on this Elsa, but I think you need a little bit more to pair alongside this Elsa because allocation was struggling on that Ultron. Where do you kind of pair it? Do you go back to the Storm for a domination? I don't think it would be as easy to bring a Storm out on a Hell's Heaven. So it's just kind of figuring out where that puzzle piece fits for this team right now.
Well, there's 2 ways to kind of look at it. I feel like you were as fast as Navy were able to end that round number 1, where you were able to slow them down the most is when you did go triple heals. And even though it didn't exactly work the way you wanted it to, it did slow them down a little bit. So what do you do from there? I think there's an opportunity to lean on that. Wonky Taco has proven to show that they have an incredible Bucky, and Bucky's very good for anti-dive. Namor can be up there as well. Or you can go the opposite end, which you kind of alluded to. Well, let's out-damage them. Let's go our Storm and Ignite and just provide so much damage that we finally have to force Navy to back down. So there's a couple ways you can look at that.
And even the Navy are saying right now is if we get to your backline and you get to our backline and there's no strategist anymore, our health pool is just bigger than your health pool. So now you got to fight through Thing, Cap, Hulk, and Mr. Fantastic, and Navy are happy to continue to brawl out after this one's done. Just pure buckets and gloves out of this team, looking to have some good fights on Hell's Heaven. So far, 1L up. You can already see those strategists getting pressured. L, good peel coming through from Sham on the Hulk. He's going to even lock down the Captain America to allow for his strategist to stay alive. On the other end, Wonky Taco alongside Zephyrins. This duo between Duelist and Vanguard starting to activate.
I will say, I kind of love the mind games that Marines were playing with the Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman stayed in Invisible Mode for so long and didn't provide any heals, kind of luring Captain America into a false sense of security. Once Captain America came, and that's when they finally showed themselves, and then added that additional firepower. Yeah, a little surprise attack there, but actually loved that. That was really kind of next level play.
So here's the Feast of the Abyss, going to be invested early from Zephyrins right on the Skybud and Apollo. Already 3 KOs for the Marines. You can see that Navy tried to make a push for that point. See if you can separate a little bit of this presence that the Marines have on point 2 of Hell's Heaven. It's unsuccessful. Now 41%. You're coming into ultimates for the Marines.
That you are Navy. Not only was it to come off a spawn here, Marines clearly have found an answer to what you were sending them time and time again, and now you're seeing Navy start to adapt because of that. We now see magic being introduced to the fight here, so joining Captain America and Hulk trying to attack the backline is going to be Magic, who's also pretty beefy themselves.
And K9's going to swap over to the Cloak and Dagger, so triple strategist on both sides. Marine's going to have allocation with a little extra damage behind this Elsa Bloodstone. Captain America for the dive into the back line. You've lost Hanzon. Here's the invisible boundary from Quill alongside the Kumiho form on Apollo. Skybud goes World Breaker. See if you can end this one quickly. It's the Kumiho from the Marines for Chief Vital to continue to contest this point. 82% now on point 2 as the Marines continue to push forward to a finish. and tie things up here in Hell's Heaven. Skybud still fighting this one, but it's Sham to take down Apollo. You've lost your White Fox, and Zephyrus is back in with the Tendrils. Tech falls in the Magic, and things suddenly turning back around for the Marines to clean sweep 100-0 on the Navy to push this one to a third point.
That's another reason why you love having the triple heals there. That is so much ult utility and creativity out of Ultron and White Fox. Because not only do they provide heals, but they also do an incredible amount of damage and can add to those eliminations. Love that play toward the end game. Again, we talked about Marines and their ability to adapt. Well, that's how you do it.
That's exactly how you do it. And you're not only doing it, you're doing it well. Marines win that, still holding on to 3 ultimates. Or, well, I guess that was Champ just going back into Hulk form, but he still has the World Breaker. So you're coming up on Zephyrins too for the Feast of the Abyss. Navy are going to be behind in terms of ultimates. I mean, you're coming up on that Eternal Bond. That's all you have. Like, Marines, sure thing, should have this initial cap in the bag.
Yeah, Marines not only put themselves in a good situation after that, in that round number 2 of getting the wipe, you know, finishing the round and putting themselves on the board and put us into a swing round number 3. But on top of that, you're talking about not using all of your utility. How much have we talked about just managing ults and how important they are, comboing but not overusing? Well, Marines do that perfectly, coming in with 3 ults, and like you said, Navy, they're way too far behind.
I hope they didn't lose the wind in their sails after that first round, because a little bit of a break and, you know, Marines have some time to talk it over. So you're coming into this one, you showed a little bit of adversity here from the Marines. The Navy now looking to answer some questions. Allocation still sitting on this Ultron. Triple strategists on both sides. Here's the claw drops invested from the Marines. Wonky Taco looking to grab a few, and it looks like it's going to go straight for the backline. K9 already down. You've lost both your strategists, and soon after, Marines just tumble their way through the point.
It's literally exactly what we talked about, going into the early round and having that ult advantage and using it. And mind you, again, you didn't overuse ult. You still have Hulk. You still have Venom. Invis now is there with Invisible Boundary, ready for anything. It's managing ult perfectly, and it gives you that first point and first time scoring.
Yeah, I mean, Navy, you still are only sitting on this Eternal Bond. Tech's going to swap over to the Elsa Bloodstone, and you can see a little bit of a route here from the Navy. They're going to rotate to the high ground, see if they can force that height away from the Marines and work top to bottom on a retake for this point. 30% already going to be in this one, and here's the Eternal Bond from K9. Going to be met by Kanzan with that Invisible Boundary onto point to stall out for the rest of it. You're still looking for the Feast of the Abyss to hopefully find some anti-heal into the backline. As soon as the ultimates are going down, will we see Zephyrins hit the go button to kick this fight off? Well, he might not need to. Wonky Taco with an elimination over towards Apollo. Chief Vital to assist onto Quill. 2 down for the Navy, and this fight's all over.
It was a fantastic fight coming from Marines, but how did that fight start? Well, you start by just taking so much influence on the map, watching every single angle. Navy tried to throw a bit of a curveball and take a bit of a longer route, but how did you respond? You're watching that angle, you're feeding that information to the rest of your team, and you're able to respond. Great job from Marines to watch every single avenue on the map.
The Tech's got the Apex Predator. Wonky has already worked his way back to another Apex Predator of his own. Initiation from Zephyrins is going to be the Feast of the Abyss. Kumiho form from Chief Vital, and the Rage of the Ultron. All 3 just dumping down onto the Navy. How do you stay alive? Well, you see Apollo uses that Invisible Boundary. Sonic Seduction from Flux. Navy trying to work their way back in, and so far all 6 still alive. Apex Predator's gonna grab that back line, and there goes Quill, pulling them on back. The Ultron goes down, 5 versus 5, but now Tech's gonna be gone, and it's an advantage for the Marines. We're gonna close out this map number 1, Feast of the Abyss now from Skyfud. Navy looking to turn this one back into their favor, and the Marines are just not giving up at all for the overtime candle. It's burning out. Wonky Taco with another pick and elimination to close it out. Map 1 goes to the Marines.
Marines simply coming out way too strong, winning in the neutral game, but also winning in the ult management. And if you're doing both of those, you're going to struggle on the other side of things. Marines found a way to bounce back from that round number 1 and just simply never turned back from there. And of course, Wonky Taco is just an MVP merchant.
Every single time, it's Wonky Taco. How many times did he have Apex Predator online? I think we saw it at least 3 or 4 across the entire map. But to close out the way that they did, and we talked about, where does the Marines kind of build their way back into this when it comes down to a lot of the team coordination, figuring out how to work through this brawl comp. As soon as they swap to a Hulk of their own to have Shampeel for those strategists, you got Zephyrins on the Venom. I mean, that is the only thing that you needed to turn this fight back your way.
Yeah, and I will say, Wonky Taco, I was thinking at some point maybe they had to hop off of the Elsa with how much that bruiser comp was just working. I was thinking maybe you need a little bit more anti-dive, but nah, Wonky Taco was exactly where they needed to be. 18 final hits and almost 21,000 damage. Just put that in perspective. The next player on your team as far as damage goes is Zephyrins at 14,000. The next on the other side of things is 11,000 out of Tech. 21,000 damage coming out of Wonky Taco in that game is honestly incredible.
You couldn't ask for anything more from Wonky Taco. And we said it yesterday that this guy's like just aura farming on the DPS. He is putting so much in for the Marines to just continue to knock down their opponents. And realistically, it comes into the calmness that the Marines do show and the discipline for their fights. The action that we see from front to back between Zephyrins landing those Feasts of the Abyss, mixed in with the Kumio form of Chief Vital, just continuing to pound down that damage onto the anti-backline. You got Wonky Taco farming off that damage as well, just continuing to have those Apex Predators. And whenever they're using those ultimates, it's not like you're burning all of them at the same time. I mean, you were winning fights with Apex Predators alone. You were winning fights with just the Feast of the Abyss and the Kumiho. I mean, you're not over-investing into these fights to know that we win this one, we most likely will win the next one because we still continue to have ultimates online in every single team fight that we see.
And that's really what we talk about when we talk about ult management. Like so many times I see in my ranked games, either players not comboing ults when they need to, or maybe overusing ults. Like if you can win a fight with a single, Apex Predator, that is absolutely fantastic. If you can combo an ult and win a fight with, again, 2 ults, that's fantastic. When you start running 3 and 4 and just kind of ult dumping, well, now you're not saving utility for the next fight, and that's when you can put yourself in a really bad position. So that's part of the ult management, recognizing when you can win a fight with 1 or 2 ults and not being over dependent on them.
And that really comes down to the chief of the team, Mr. Vital, on that White Fox, just continuing to be the voice, the IGL of this squad. Marines battled their way back after losing first point on Hell's Heaven. Navy now going into map number 2, looking to bounce back in the series. It's going to be an Araco pick. I don't think we saw Araco yesterday at all.
On stream, yeah.
Because we saw a lot of Museum. We saw Yggdrasil Path. We didn't really see Araco, and this one's going to be different because Araco as a map has so much high-low fights, so much verticality to play with, a lot of flank angles for these DPS like Wonky Taco to actually play somebody like Psylocke and make plays. So it's still going to be a hard one for the Navy. I wonder what they're cooking.
Oh, Navy just want to switch things up, apparently, and I see Marines don't. Marines actually protecting the Elsa, wanted to put Wonky Taco right back on there. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Navy making sure that Loki's out of the equation, but protecting Invis, and I say it all the time, if you don't have a comfortable back line, everybody struggles.
Yeah. And so that Invis is huge to protect. Cloak and Dagger is going to get banned out for the Marines, so we don't get to see a chance for K9 to, sit back over towards that comfort pick. Venom, the band from Navy, take Zephyrins away from this one. However, still have Vanguard Deadpool to worry about. And we know that, if you're struggling against Zephyrins on that Venom, you still don't want to give him that Vanguard Deadpool and protection of a Venom of your own there from the Navy. So it does look like they're going to be switching things up for their own composition to potentially bring a Vanguard into their team. There's a ban from the Marines to get rid of Vanguard pool for the Navy, and you imagine that that's going to be their protection next.
And we're looking to find out what that final ban is going to be on the side of Navy. One thing I will say, I don't think it's the end of the world that Marines ban Cloak and Dagger for Navy. I think K9 didn't get the value that they needed to on Cloak and Dagger, so I think there might have been a switch no matter what, even if that ban didn't happen. I think Invis dropped almost like 16,000 heals, where K9 was just a little bit far behind with a sub 8,000 heals. So I feel like no matter what, we could have seen K9 switch things up, and switching things up in a big way. They're going Thing.
Well, that's what he was playing back at the start of the domination, too, for Hell's Heaven. You saw the Thing come through for this composition. K9 wasn't afraid to swap into this Brawl comp with a squad, but we talked about it a little bit, is that, you know, that is okay to do when you're playing on the offense. You know, bringing that Bruiser comp in to continue to put that pressure towards the back line. You're working front to back, or you're working to go deep. You're working to push forward. When you're playing on defense, you need to set a line of scrimmage. You need to make sure that the Marines can't get through you. And yes, K9's going to be great playing this Thing at really disrupting a lot of this dive that you expect the Marines to go for. But at the same time, the Marines have showed so many different hands that they don't necessarily need to dive. So it has me a little bit worried for K9 going to this Thing pick, that he might just be an alt battery for somebody like Wonky Taco.
Yeah, I preach that a lot. I feel like a lot of times when you're playing on offense, you're theoretically looking to push forward into the enemy. However, when you're on defense, I think a lot of people really don't understand what defense is all about. They think defense is all about elimination, all about getting as many final hits as possible. No, defense is about holding off for 4 minutes, and then you can allow your ults to finish the game. If you can literally win on defensive end and win one team fight, it's about holding the line, holding a setup, and what's most important is your life in that.
Well, so 3 Vanguards on the side of the Navy, a whole lot of health for those double strategists to heal up. You can already see fully charged up is going to be the Emma. There's the Angela of Skypod actually going to deliver Zephyrins to his death. Just work him off the map there with that push. Still the Navy doing a great job at contesting this point, keeping somebody on to make sure that that Groot doesn't walk on forward. Still, though, the Marines are going to battle their way through. Big pick up there onto Wonky Taco, eliminating Quill. Starting to get this progress some more.
Haven't seen much Angela played here in this tournament here, and I'm not exactly mad at it whatsoever. I mean, for a very long time, Angela was met in almost like a pick ban situation for quite some time. Obviously, has fallen off a little bit since then, but still very strong, especially when it comes to annoying the back line, just being a nuisance. So not completely mad at that.
And you get those early picks, you still give up the point completely. Nobody's going to be able to touch that, and that's something I've been talking about a lot yesterday that I definitely need to bring up for a lot of these teams today. You need to start making sure that you have more than one team fight on a push for Convoy. Having one team fight is not good at all. It is dreadful to see because you're just allowing so much time in the bank for the Marines. The fact that they give up that point entirety is not a good look right now for the Navy.
Look at what we're looking at right now here with the way the map is going. Like, imagine a top-down view of the map. Marines are always constantly pushing forward, and Navy are always consistently playing reactionary Marvel rivals, defensive Marvel rivals. They're reacting to everything that Marines want. Some way, somehow, Navy have to find a way to start to influencing the pace of this fight. You cannot consistently play Marines' game. You need to start playing your game, Navy.
How do you do that? It's going to be the Navy bringing in a couple of ultimates to this fight. You swap Quill over to the Punisher. K9 going to go to the Invisible Woman. Flux is caught early, kidnapped, and down goes the Strange. A Vanguard already out is going to provide a little bit of issues here to the Navy in terms of what kind of sustain you have walking forward. And Wonky Taco looking for the off angle, finds it, evaporates Tech from behind. And that's going to capture the second point with over 5 minutes of time to take the third point of Araco, which a lot of people normally struggle with, but this big of a time bank should be no problem.
Fight still going in. Invincible Boundary ends up going down here. White Fox sitting right outside of things, and eventually the Nine-Tailed Fox is unleashed to look to attack the hidden village of the league. Multiple players going down there. You lost your Invis. You even lose the tank due Navy. Consistently, Marines have found a way to get that first strike, and Navy consistently will struggle if they don't get the first picks.
Late Eye of Agamotto, can this turn the fight? You see Flux is just grasping for straws right now, and how can you stop this payload from moving forward? Another kidnap onto Flux, and you see that Wolverine just shredding through the health of the Vanguard continuously this point. just rolls its way to the finish line. That golden box of victory has been waiting for the Marines. It hasn't been waiting too long, to be honest. You still have 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and you're rounding the last corner going into Araco. Marines have showed so much force, and you're coming with the Apex Predator, Invisible Boundary, Last Stand nearly there. You're already holding on to the Psionic Seduction. You got nearly 4 or 5 ultimates that can just continue to push this back for the Navy. Here's the Apex Predator mixed in with the Psionic Seduction. 4 KOs right away. The Navy tumble away, and the Marines punch in 3 minutes and 44 seconds on their attack here on Araco.
My gosh, the Psionic Seduction coming out of Emma was absolutely perfect. It lands onto multiple different targets, keeps them still just long enough for Elsa to come in and ult, unleash the Apex Predator, put them exactly where you want them, and make your Elsa ult easy. Obviously, things look very good because Wonky Taco is the one who dropped that Apex Predator, but I just want to give a shout out to Sham Fam, who really put them in the right position because of that Psionic Seduction.
Hey, if anybody likes bowling, just play some Elsa Bloodstone. You just bowl right into a full strike there. Marines, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. I just cannot get over that. That is incredible.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Exactly. You're just sitting there, standing up, pointing to yourself. Oh, shut up, Pete Weber. What a guy.
Legend.
Navy, on to the attack now. We've already seen a couple of role swaps just in that 1 point alone. Quill started off a strategist, now onto the Hela. K9 started off a Vanguard, now onto the Invis Woman tech for the Namor. Apollo pulling out the Luna Snow, which we don't normally see a lot of Luna Snow, but I think you're looking at this from a perspective of the Navy is like, okay, we're losing all of these fights early. How do we just dump a whole lot of healing into our team, get to those big game-changing ultimates like the Fate of both worlds, and try to hold on to these fights and keep your team alive?
Yeah, I don't mind Luna Snow, but I like Luna Snow with a purpose, and I think this purpose maybe was playing alongside Emma. My big plays being made by Navy, by the way.
No, yeah, the team up for Emma Frost is great, especially if you can section off some of these Marines with that wall. Works its way in for Navy to maybe have a little bit more stance in this one. Oh, off the map, but it's a jump back up for the K9. Doesn't fully make it, so will fall to the death. Zephyrant's gonna push the rest of them back, and the Navy, albeit good start to this one, you get around the corner, that's all you find.
Yeah, and I like Luna, I like Luna more with the purpose here. So on offense, I think Luna could definitely like use that clap to get that extra pressure, that extra damage. I think even in triple heals, like Luna isn't as much as a damage merchant as like an Ultron or a Mantis, but I think they definitely do provide enough damage to fit into triple heals. Like I like Luna, but I like Luna with the purpose.
No, you and I both. Just a little extra damage there with the Invis, who already does a lot of damage, just fighting through your teammates. The fact that everything can kind of push through in those heals. Navy, though, still need to dig deep to hopefully capture this first point. Another kidnapping from allocation. A lot of damage in there. Skybud gonna go fall for this one. Sham with the diamond form, just going to finish up a couple of these eliminations there with Chief Vital swapping into Fox form. The melee from White Fox, so lethal alongside this damage output between the Elsa and the Wolverine. 2 minutes now, you've already shaved off a good amount of time.
Not done just yet. Marines having multiple ults to work with, and White Fox is about to get activated as well. And the same for Invis. That is 4 ults, 2 defensive ones, and also 2 that can get really aggro. Marines have so much utility.
Oh my God, it's so good. This is just cleanup on Isle Araco for the Marines. Again and again, Navy 6 down. They have no answers to this. We haven't seen them swap this composition that hasn't been working. You know, you have to start having a couple of questions on where to go from here. You're coming up on ultimates finally, but is it going to be enough? I mean, yes, you might be able to win your way out of the spawn, but then you got to push the payload.
huge off-angle being taken by Wonky Taco. Allocation on the Wolverine and ready to strike. If they can pull any of that front line to their back line, things can get really bad. But fate of both worlds gets dropped almost immediately, and Allocation finds the invis and absolutely shreds her.
So no boundary after the fate of both worlds is going to be gone. Yeah, Giganto was able to take down one, but look at the last stand from Allocation. The Wolverine, absolutely ginormous out of the Marines. 5 eliminations out of 1 ultimate there, and this is last fight territory for the Navy already.
Truly making the X-Men proud and truly showing us the Allocation as one of the widest hero pools when it comes to all of the DPS here in this tournament. We've seen so many different heroes that they're able to jump on and find instant value. I'm a huge fan of Allocation.
Immediate use of the invisible boundary just to stay alive. Marines now looking to retake this one through the Psionic Seduction. You do have an invisible boundary of your own, but you also have Zephyrins on this Vanguard pool that's able to pull that ultimate and drop those katanas out to block all disruption for the Navy. 4 down. Here's the overtime candle draining. Allocation's gonna sit there and wait for somebody else to try his patience, where it has been fantastic from the Marines. The Navy get yet again shut out on the convoy. 2-0 up for the Marines.
And this is what we talked about ultimately going into this game. Like, you have to find your win conditions, and you can't simply lose every bit of the neutral game. And then on top of that, lose the ult utility battle. Then just nothing is seemingly going the way of Navy since that round number 1 in domination in game number 1. We have to find some type of win condition, and it might involve getting creative in the way you pick heroes.
That's exactly what I was kind of worried about going to a map like Morocco too. You saw how strong it was towards a team like the Marines with their composition, with what they like to play. There's so much high to low. There's so many angles for, you know, somebody like Allocation who wants to play like the Storm or the Wolverine. We didn't see the Storm, but like a Storm on Araco is very strong because of how much natural cover you have at that height. Wolverine is just able to pull people off the map or play around those corners, just use those flank angles to disrupt, get behind these strategists, take down the Navy over and over again, and you just had no answers there from the Navy going on to that attacking side. It's going to be hard out here for the Navy to bring this one back from an 0-2 deficit. You're going into a convergence now, and really you're hoping that you can step up and just play together a little bit better.
Yeah, I feel like Marines are more in competition with each other when it comes to the stats right now. I mean, Allocation, a penta out of them. And somehow even that wasn't enough to get him the MVP. ShamFam ends up with 13 final hits, 17,000 damage blocked.
Yeah.
And I will say, though, Wonky Taco, I mean, it was 3 things guaranteed in life. And what do they say? They say death, taxes, and Wonky Taco having most damage in the lobby. I'm pretty sure that's how the saying goes.
I've heard that. You put it on a t-shirt too, and I think that a lot of people would buy it after watching the Marines play. Yeah, I mean, Wonky Taco, most damage in the lobby. ShamFam with the MVP. 12 eliminations for Allocation. 13 final hits for ShamFam. 0 deaths for the Emma Frost too is a crazy statistic to have. For the Navy, you know, we could definitely talk about a few of these players. I think Tech just consistently is a duelist that you can really get behind for this team that just is trying to make these plays. You saw that swap over towards the Namor. You get that early elimination with your Giganto as well. And, you know, there was a chance there for the Navy to kind of build off of this one. But aside from that, I mean, we're not really getting the most out of Flux on these Vanguard picks, whether it's Strange or Magneto. Skybud losing a lot of these individual battles between ShamFam when you're comparing these Emma Frosts and the Psionic Seductions that you were seeing. There's just levels to this thing, and I think that, you know, Marines are a little bit higher on that ladder right now.
Yeah, and it's really tough. I don't want to judge too much on the rest of the stats, you know, outside of Tech, because you know how it is. When it rains, it pours kind of thing. Like, it's really hard to even be a shining light on a team that ultimately is just getting stomped on by Marines, for lack of a better term. It's Marines just have been looking that good.
We'll bring them to another new map that we haven't seen yet on land, Shin Shibuya. So let's go to Tokyo, see what the Navy can do going into this last one, I don't know about you, but I personally am an Adam Warlock enjoyer.
I definitely think Adam Warlock has its place. I think there's a time and place for everything.
Well, it's just like me personally, like when I see an Adam Warlock getting played, I get excited. Like this is fun.
I definitely agree. And there's definitely some really exciting plays that can happen with Adam Warlock, and maybe that's what ultimately Navy have to do. They have to dig deep and try to find something creative, and maybe that might be the avenue. Well, I see here protecting the Hulk. So okay, wanted to get Hulk back online, and I love how Marines recognize that and they say, "Oh, we know you like pairing Hulk with things, so we see you protect Hulk. What are we gonna do?
Get rid of the
We're gonna
thing.
ban your thing." Like that's a very strategic ban.
Get that thing out of here. So you get rid of it. I mean, you still know that, Flux can swap over to this Captain America, so still potential to combo there. Venom as well has been played by the Navy, so maybe thing not necessary to target, but it's something that they feel like they did struggle with, so just get it away. Allocation's gonna have this Ultron as well, so you pair that alongside what has been a fantastic day of play for Wonky Taco and this Elsa Bloodstone, which does get banned out in this game. Finally, the Navy have banned the Elsa. No chance to see that for Wonky Taco. No Apex Predators to deal with. Daredevil's also going to get banned on their side, and the Marines are going to make sure that they will have a chance to put Zephyrants on this Venom, which was lights out back on that Hell's Heaven.
And I don't know if I'm seeing this right. Are they electing not to ban the Elsa? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Navy did ban the Elsa. I was going to say, with how good Wonky Taco has looked on the Elsa, I think you have to get rid of that immediately. The main problem is that we've seen Wonky Taco be able to almost seamlessly transition into a Phoenix and look just as good.
Yeah, Phoenix, Psylocke. I mean, Wonky Taco has a really large arsenal of heroes that can be played for the duelist of the Marines. Not to mention that I'm seeing Konzon hovering this Adam Warlock. I'm really, really hoping that we get to see this get played because it would be fun, and I like to have fun. Konzon doesn't like to have fun. It's going to be Invisible Woman,
Boring.
at least locked in for now. I mean, there's still time to change. Maybe I can influence them just from if they can hear me or not. I don't think they can hear me, though. Navy are going to be hovering a couple heroes that, I would have expected them to go to, but I wouldn't have expected Flux to be hovering on the Van pool on their side. They've been really electing to go for the triple Vanguard and stick with two strategists, but I don't know whether or not that's going to be my favorite thing with having Tech playing on this Mr. Fantastic. Yes, you're going to have a good, at least, delay in terms of having some animation cancels with that, elastic form. But we've seen trouble from the Navy in terms of providing that healing towards such large health pools like this triple Vanguards, and the Marines have kind of exposed it both times.
I always wondered why this map wasn't competitive for so long, and it was only in quick play and social. And
You wondered?
Yeah, I did. I was like, why is it only in social and not in ranked? I enjoyed this map, and somebody explained to me that like this first point is like so tough to take and almost near impossible.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, we've also had a lot of maps that are extremely tough to take first point, and it becomes a lot easier after that. So I don't know. I'm a fan of this map, but it sounds like you're not.
I mean, like everybody is entitled to their opinion, even if it's a wrong opinion. So I'm not going to go on board with that anymore. But
come on, it's Penny's map.
Penny's map.
I'm a huge Penny fan.
Oh, at least she has some fans. I mean, she's an idol, to say the least. She has a lot of fans, like in lore aspect, for sure. But here we see the Marines. Not gonna have to deal with a Penny just now. Wonky does swap over to that Phoenix, like you were alluding to early on, already taking down K9, playing this Venom, shredding through the health of these Vanguards. Sham on the Angela, even getting involved there with a spear through the White Fox. 2 eliminations already.
Yeah, Marines on the defense definitely are strong, and this first point is so tough to take. And Navy gonna really just keep going down main. Now we did blow up a lot of this main entrance, so there's opportunity for them to swing wide left, maybe play more toward the right side. You now have openings that you can play through, but the tough part is you gotta somehow get through the Marines, which is easier said than done.
Just a lot of area for this Phoenix to kind of work with. You see Wonky Taco rotating along with the Navy on where their engagement is to the high ground. The Phoenix has freedom to shoot whoever he wants, and Wonky Taco with a triple KO in that fight is now cruising to an ultimate with that End Song Inferno activating.
We mentioned this before here, Wonky Taco has a very strong L sub, but almost just as strong is their Phoenix on the high ground.
Might be better on the Phoenix too. Just the way that you have these early picks against something like a Venom, against something like a Hulk. Like, how do you live when you're just constantly taking damage from this Phoenix? Well, here's the End Song Inferno again into the fight for the engagement. The Navy trying to take this positioning away from Wonky Taco. Will it pay off? It doesn't seem like it. Now the Feast of the Abyss paired with the rage of Ultron. Wonky cleans up the rest. It's a double KO. 6 down. Navy thwarted yet again.
Marines just constantly showing us that there truly is simply levels to this. I mean, in every aspect of the game right now, they are simply winning it. Navy have not found an answer to anything Marines have thrown their way.
Minute 20 left. Marines still holding on to both of their strategist ultimates. Between the Invis and the White Fox, it's going to be an early invisible boundary from Quill. No pressure for Marines to really jump the gun. Heaven's Restriction is going to hold you still in the inside Kumiho. And now it's going to be the invisible boundary from the Marines as well, just to keep everybody topped off. Radiant Bounce and the World Breaker going to have to be drawn out by the Navy, but you've already lost your Quill, you've already lost your Invis, and that's gonna not help out for these triple Vanguards to the front line. You lose that World Breaker, and you've lost Apollo as well. Here comes the drop back in. Wonky building back up to this End Song Inferno with the double KO onto that front line. With Skybud going down, you won't even need it.
And that's one of the things that simply make Angela just so strong. That ultimate goes down. It locks down everybody in place, and they just drop down and do massive amounts of damage. So not only are they getting maximum value, but the enemy, the teammates around you, like, you love having that burst damage from Phoenix when the enemy team is just locked down in a singular circle. Wonky Taco, love it the way his Angela player's playing, and oh, there's an early fix.
Goodness, just going right in for the back line. Wonky Taco looking to disrupt this one and separate you. End Song Inferno, and Zephyr's going to assist on taking out the first stretches. End Song Inferno finishes off Apollo as well. And Wonky Taco's looking to clean up the entire cast of the Navy. Khan's on to assist for an elimination on Skybud, and not long after, the Marines are going to tumble their way through the rest. Overtime draws out, and the Navy get full held. First point of Tokyo, Nihon Tokyo. This is troublesome waters to be swimming in now.
You were able to force the overtime, but you were not able to do much with it. Marines are just locking down the map, but things switch, and we keep talking about it. The fact that this is a very defensive heavy map, especially when talking about that first point. So now Navy get a chance, an opportunity to do exactly to Marines what Marines just did to them. But I think it's a little more than the offense versus defense. Again, Marines have just been fantastic in the neutral game. And then when it comes to ults, they don't waste them. They don't use them in silly times. Like every aspect of the game right now for Marines is just going right.
I'm stumped.
30 seconds
I'm stumped, Tony.
Get ready.
I mean, we've plotted, we've schemed alongside the Navy to see what they can offer to, draw this series out a little bit longer. And now you're looking to completely go off the beaten path from what we've known them to be. Skybud on the Penny Parker. You got Loki coming out from Flux, triple strategist being shown here from the Navy, alongside Tech swapping to this Hela to maybe go toe-to-toe with Wonky's Phoenix. This is your last hurrah.
I love the idea of combining Penny with triple heals for Navy, but you also have to understand that Marines have an advanced understanding of how to take off angles, especially with a player like Wonky Taco. I think Wonky Taco going to find those mines, and they're barely going to do anything for our Penny on
Oh my goodness. Most of the lamp's going to be already gone. Loki clone's getting evaporated. Tech's going to open this one up, though, with an elimination towards Skybud, and Wonky catches Flux there. The Loki, with no clones to go to, is going to fall, and fortunately enough, you're winning this fight. You still have 2 more strategists, but you don't want to be a losing strategist early on.
Oh, so far, Penny Mines not done just yet, and doing a great job of even body blocking for it. So anytime anybody's able to find that angle onto the mines, well, put their body in the middle of that and just takes the extra healing and takes all of the damage.
Well, here comes Angela in. Shams just looking to grab somebody and drag them back. Wonky Taco, another elimination. This time it's going to be onto the duelist. Tech gone means that there's not a lot of damage to worry about now for the Marines. They can just continue to force their way through this one. Angela goes into the melee form, looking to slice through the rest of them. You're on the point. Nobody's going to contest, and that's going to be it. A 3-0 for the Marines. The Navy are going to be finding themselves an early exit on day 2.
Man, Navy came out hot in that game number 1, round number 1, and I'm not gonna lie, they made me a believer, but Marines are exactly who we thought they were. They're the number 3 seed coming into this tournament. They have the likes of even like an Army Esports in their sights and looking to continue to get better and better and make a deep run in this bracket. That's a big win by Marines. More of a statement win, I would even say.
A very big statement considering the way that this game started off with, because you saw the teeth of the Navy in that first round of the domination, and we really begged the question of, are they really plotting a full takeover going into day number 2 with the adjustments made? For map number 1, it was great to see that they come in and they steal away that first point, but after that, you immediately get the takeover from this Marines squad. And to see the plays coming in for a full team, not just to mention Wonky Taco and allocation together on what they do, but just as full 6. I think that together this team is very complete. They're not showing too many weaknesses, and it's exciting to see them build into the second day.
And I think what's very interesting, I don't want to take anything away from the Marines whatsoever, obviously. However, I do want to just mention this when it comes to the Navy. Navy have gone out and say that Marvel Rivals is not their main game.
Yeah.
So the fact that they are this good, able to adapt so well, able to show so much skill and compete against the likes of a lot of these different teams. And again, Marvel Rivals isn't even your main game. I think that actually says a lot about your just overall gaming skill that you bring to the table. Again, obviously Marines coming out with the win and want to show them some love, but just want to point that out for the Navy side.
It's impressive for sure. I think that there's like a lot of people who have found their way into the love of Marvel Rivals, that this might not be your home game, but it's very fun to see the way that like you just continue to build, you just continue to play. And for Navy, I'm happy that they came out. I'm happy that they competed, because to see them come through and show a little bit of a run there for the Marines, especially in that first map, I think that, I hope to see them continue to play Marvel Rivals. I think that this is going to be a good path for them to kind of play through. But for the Marines, a statement for the first one. Now you're kind of building through the bracket. Of course, you get to the semifinals and you're going to be taking off your next tough opponents. So it doesn't get any easier here for the Marines. And now you got to be thinking of what's next for this squad. How do you take down the top seeds?
Yeah, you're definitely thinking that, but I will say Marines put themselves in a very good position. They showed a lot of skill, a lot of versatility, and I think it's going to continue to get even better and better. Watch out for Marines deep in this tournament.
Well, it does look like we have Allocation and Vaudable sitting front stage for an interview here, so we're going to toss it over towards Vaudable to see what they got to say.
Give it up for the Marines and their victory, moving on to the semifinals. You guys are going to be facing off against Army. We'll get to that in just a sec, but how's it feel to make it here? Going to Game 5 before, now you get your rematch. What are the thoughts in your mind?
Honestly, I think after last night we did a lot of strategy talks. We talked a lot. We kind of cleared the air on what we needed. And I think today, after some minor technical issues in the beginning, we adjusted, played a new style, and took it with us.
So I got to see the flexibility that you have specifically as a player. You played Ultron, you played Wolverine. Is there like a main hero you prefer to play? Because it feels like you can play anything.
I mean, I don't know if I should say, but I think it's pretty obvious. I've been target banned quite a bit, especially at the end of yesterday. Storm's my go-to, but it is what it is. I don't play it.
I respect it. I mean, got to fly high in the sky. You can deal great damage, boost your allies. Pretty great to see. Talk to me more about the kind of compositions you guys have been coming up with, right? It feels like anything people throw at you, it doesn't matter. Even with the target bans on the Storm, you guys can flex to whatever it needs to. And setting up Wonky Taco just to do all the damage, it feels like you're like the go-to flex player for this team. I
think with this match specifically, we kind of realized that if we kind of just sat back and waited for something to happen, we were just going to get brawled out, right? If they're playing Pain Bros, like the Coast Guard pulled against us, props to them. If I play Ultron, I'm just so far away they can't get to me, and I can keep the other supports alive while we trade backlines. The first backline to go down lose the game. So.
Great strategies, of course. It's why you guys were able to come out on top with the 3-0 victory. Now going into this rematch against the Army, you know, it didn't go exactly how you guys wanted to. Went all the way to map 5, but they came out on top. What are you guys going to change this time so that you get the victory and make it to the grand finals?
We've had a lot of talks about strategy. I'm not going to talk too much on it, right? I know it's not that serious, but like, I think we have a slight different variation in what we're gonna try. Plus, we know what we're going up against now, so we have the experience against each other. We know their comforts. We've seen what they played yesterday a lot of the time too. So,
with that, any words to your upcoming opponents that you have to get ready for this matchup?
I'm not a big trash talker, but we did our homework. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I respect it. Well, thank you for joining me here, Allocation. Good luck in your matchup, and we'll send you guys to a break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Forces Esports Championships. My name is Seymour, and now joined by Vaudable on the desk after an interview there with allocation towards the end. I mean, Marines coming through with hot 3-0s to start the day. Pretty good showing from their side.
I'd say so. I mean, a 3-0 performance. We saw some really close matchups in the previous tournament matchups yesterday, specifically during the group stages. But this one, they wanted to make a statement. They wanted to say, hey, we're ready for what's next. They want the run back against U.S. Army Esports specifically. And what a way to get prepared for that.
Yeah.
They said the only words that people need to know is that they've done their homework. And I'd hope so that they'd study for the pop quizzes that are out there.
Hopefully, yeah. There's a lot of pop quizzes. At least you were throwing a lot of pop quizzes my way yesterday. But, I mean, they get a little bit of a time to break before they get a chance to take on Army later. We get to move on to our next quarterfinal matchup, which is going to be the Space Force taking on the Coast Guard. And we talked a little bit in the pre-show, Tony and I, about this Space Force team. Obviously, Dog Scout has been incredible, but you and I, when we got to talk about this team yesterday, I think H2 was one of the more impressive players in my mind that stood out. The ability for him to swap away from the strategist role into a duelist role to almost complement Dog Scout's plays really helped out the Space Force team.
And also just having that flexibility, right? Being able to play that triple strategist when you need to for your squad is super important. And having that flexibility in this meta is the #1 way to make it so a team can't really ban as easily against you. So as you mentioned, you know, being able to play that duelist role helps out a lot, but also being able to change things up and do pretty well on the strategist side. I mean, we saw them make some good waves against the Marines yesterday during some of their matchups there, off stream specifically, and mainly staying on that role as well. But look at the Coast Guard. I mean, they've been doing pretty good for themselves. They even took a map off of Air Force Gaming.
I think that was the one that really shook our minds when we got to see that. But I think the one thing that stands out for this Coast Guard gaming squad is their domination and the way that they play. I was kind of hinting towards Tony that one thing that really is their downfall seems to be their hero pool. And they lose a lot when it comes down to the drafting. Pretty easy to target, and a couple of teams have really caught on to that. So I hope from day 1 into day 2, that's something that they worked on.
Secure the invis for Lavender, I think, is a good thing there as well. But also, we've seen some flexibility from them, too. Some Adam Warlock play. Unstapled looked really solid on that. Swag Daddy 69, best name in the business here, but also one of the best players that we saw yesterday as well. So expect big things from them. And I got to say, Caleb Michael, doing pretty great themselves on the Vanguard line. Everyone on this roster, you couldn't really say, have been putting their all in throughout all of this. So I expect big things from both of these teams. Neither of them wanted to go down without a fight, and I think this is going to be a really intense matchup, especially on domination, where Coast Guard looked really good, but Space Force have looked better in some senses.
Look, if anybody from Air Force Gaming realm, whether it's Marvel Rivals or any other game that we get to throw tournaments for, is watching this, please don't take your first initial of your first name,
change it around.
Last initial, or your first initial of your last name, and then just swap them out.
It's just a mess of us.
like literally for us, it's a nightmare. Like to try to say this one. I mean, Malub, Keiko, I'm just going to call him Malub. I've been calling him Malub the entire time, and it is just such a tongue twister sometimes. We're going into our first one for the domination, getting ready for the Space Force and the Coast Guard. Looking to pick up some time, which we missed them earlier on, but everybody's ready to go now. We're getting into the pick bans. It's going to be a Gambit ban for the Space Force. Coast Guard actually opted for the Elsa ban right away, protected the Hulk, and the Space Force right away go into a Wolverine ban.
I respect the Wolverine ban. I mean, we've seen Wolverine just be such a menace in so many of these games. I mean, just the last one on Araco, we saw, actually not even a quad, a penta from the last stand. So not having to worry about that is big, especially if you're trying to play more of a standard composition with a front line that doesn't dive. And that seems to be the style that Space Force are going for. And I'm actually more surprised that we're seeing the Gambit play because how much of it was banned was yesterday. And well, that's the bread and butter combo, right? The Galactic Legend and the Royal Flush, and making sure you have that available. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Rogue ban, but we're not. Instead, it's a Cloak and Dagger that they're focusing on. Or even the Loki. Loki's solid because you don't want to have double Royal Flushes. So it's a tough spot to be in, especially if you're trying to ban that front line with the Groot. And there's the Invis save that I was talking about that Coast Guard were really lacking last time.
Well, you're going to have it this time around, a Magneto ban, so you don't get to play that against the Star-Lord, which that Galactic Legend really struggles against. Space Force now off the back of this one, you imagine that they're going to have that Gambit pick up for I thought the H2 was going to go for this one, but Fizz is most likely going to be the player to lock down that hero. Coast Guard swinging though, trying to figure out how do you take this one down. And one thing that they've been really fortunate about is these brawl comps that they really like to bring out with Unstapled on the Mr. Fantastic, Melo playing this thing,
true, yeah.
Xavier on the Hulk, and Kid playing this Magic, which honestly is so fun to watch. I think Kid is the best Magic here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much Magic play like at the top levels, aside from some content creators out there that I'm sure people are fans of. But even then, seeing that they've had more of a resurgence in ranked recently, I'd expect more of it in different compositions. But I think the big thing is like a lot of teams just struggle coordinating with dive, and this team of Coast Guard, they really are solid about it. Especially as we see Xavier going with the Hulk. I mean, you saw how effective the Hulk was in the last series as well for domination, and I think a lot of teams don't know what to do about it, and this Payne Brothers special just for the extra damage is massive.
Well, here we go. Celestial Hulk is we're going to land for our first domination. See if the Space Force can shut down the Coast Guard on one of their better modes. The Coast Guard looking to rise to the occasion to see if they can upset the Space Force in an early quarterfinal matchup as both teams now squaring up 10 seconds before this first point opens. And it's high ground for the Coast Guard on this rotation, trying to avoid a lot of this early poke that you get from the Mantis and the Gambit. It's a triple strategist from the Space Force, so it's going to be hard to break through this team. But the Coast Guard, they're going to try nonetheless behind it. In goes the thing for Maleb to kick it off. Kid follows it up with Unstapled, and Kid's going to open up with the KO onto the H2. Finds a second one. Fizz goes down. That's all three strategists cleaned up from the Magic alone. And down goes the Space Force. Coast Guard again on domination. Just so good to watch.
Space Force is not necessarily prepared for a dive composition that they're facing off against, and this is a tough spot for them to be in. It's more of a brawl, I guess you could say, though, on that end, though. Especially with Unstapled, the way that they're positioning themselves in the Mr. Fantastic. It's basically like you're playing 3 Vanguards in one. So maybe they'll reclassify them in the future. But right now, I think Dog Scout just needs to work towards building up that ultimate. Same for Fizz. If they can get the Raging Royal Flush and Galactic Legend combo, they'll be able to wipe the scene pretty quickly. And especially because Coast Guard don't have any shield Vanguards on their side. But here's the Galactic Legend. They're just going for it.
Right for the backline. You don't even finish it off. Finally going to take down Lavender, but it's too late. You've lost your team, so now you're trying to turn this fight, and Dog Scout with a triple KO might just be able to do that on his own. Great shots coming through. Lucid still alive. You're going to burn through that Hulk form and hopefully take down the banner as well, but you still have Unstapled to worry about, so it's Lucid and the Mr. Fantastic just swinging their arms around on this point. It looks like you're going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer with that elastic form. See if you can get a contest out. And they get the contest going in, so it doesn't flip just yet. Collaborate time, though, goes straight for the back line. Not able to take down Lucid just yet. The bounce away. Here's the Kumiho form. Tops off the rest of the squad, still holding on to this point. 65% and counting, and Kid Unstapled battle their way right back to that final kill onto the strategist, and Brainiac bounce should close this fight.
Great plays by Coast Guard just to lock things down completely, using the stall capabilities of Mr. Fantastic to utter perfection. It's a tough spot to be in as you use that ultimate for the Galactic Legend, and swapping off it, I feel like it might have just been a better bet to continue forward with it. Wait till you have the ultimate together with the Raging Royal Flush here for the Gambit, and then go in afterwards, but they don't have enough time to delineate. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to build up their ultimates as fast as they would like. Instead, they're going for the Sonic Seduction, Raging Royal Flush combo if they can, but actually Root's not using it a little later on it.
And overtime, here's the invisible boundary from Lavender, World Breaker off the back of the clobbering time, and it looks like Kid down south with a full combo. Not going to need this Dark Child just yet. Eternal Bond, Ape trying to hold on to this point as long as the Space Force possibly can, but down 2 members. Is it going to be enough to turn this from a 4 versus 6? Unstapled, looking to close out with now the Dark Child being invested to call around for the Coast Guard to open up Celestial Husk.
Wow.
You need to burn the ultimate, but you get the win nonetheless. Not a bad way to start this map 1.
The vault was plundered by the Coast Guard here, and unfortunately for Space Force, they had nothing they could do to prevent it. Dog Scout trying to swap over to the Punisher, see if that'll work out for them, but I think the biggest issue here is that the strategists aren't staying up long enough on Space Force for them to build up their ultimates, and they're playing more of the ult game instead of the neutral game, where Coast Guard, they're happy to just brawl things out, go in your face and dive you down as best as possible. And we saw Unstable do a great job with that. Also just contesting on the point constantly and just being a nuisance to them, having their invulnerability in certain moments when they're in their elasticized form, and then also seeing Kid Down South just slice and dice with that magic. The Dark Child was the cherry on top of that last overtime fight. It just feels like that Space Force need to swap to an anti-brawl composition, and they don't really have that in their wheelhouse for now.
Well, you have the Moon Knight now. That's going to provide a little bit
Thor's
more.
pretty solid too.
Thor, yeah, Awakened form should be able to shred through a lot of this HP between Xavier and Maleb. It's just about Lucid trying to catch this magic, and you haven't been able to just yet. Kid seems pretty free to do what they want. You're also going to pair that with Dog Scout now on the Punisher, so again, heaps and loads of damage from the Space Force to try to burn through this brawl comp. Maleb looking for a way up. First initial touch is going to be down for the Coast Guard. Here's the final judgment, looking for some space, but you've lost out on your Moon Knight, and you got to turn around and see if you can help out the rest of your team. Everybody's going to peel away, hide in the natural cover, and all 6 members just avoiding this one. You give up the point, but that's okay, because the re-engage back in should be enough. Root still going to take down that White Fox. Dog Scout swaps the shotgun, eliminates the secondary strategist, and the Space Force not only hold that first capture, they're going to hold on to it for the remainder.
That was such a great decision initially to pull off when the ultimate, the final judgment was coming through from Dog Scout, but then they went in too soon, jumped into the shark-infested water and got devoured whole. Unfortunately, they could not recover. It was
without a
sink or
Jeff.
swim, and yeah, it's not where they want to find themselves, and without a Jeff, they can't save themselves there.
I thought Coast Guard did the right thing too.
No.
I mean, it was really good patience and discipline here, looking to get an early flip there. 42% Brainiac bounce from Unstapled. Kid Down South is going to follow this one up, and H2 just gets absolutely smushed from that ultimate. You back into banner form, and Xavier not really going to be the better for it, so fight back in. The God of Thunder should be able to eliminate a couple of these members of the Coast Guard. In goes Swag Daddy with this Kumiho form, and Maleb with the follow-up flips the point finally for the Coast Guard. They weather the storm, they get through. Some good ultimates being used there from the Coast Guard, but now you're only holding on to a few of them.
It's a tough spot to be in if you are Coast Guard. You look so strong at the start of it, but the Lightning Realm is so effective when anyone tries to dive you because it stops you from using your movement abilities. And I think that's been a big difference here for I Am Root when they've been going into these team fights. They use that, the God of Thunder as well, just to shut them down and have all that AoE damage on the point when people are trying to hold it. So if this Space Force team can build it up, especially with these Hand of Conchus, it could be a difference maker.
Oh, World Breaker swapping over to the shotgun. Raging Royal Flush going to be invested there from Fizz just to keep the team alive against the World Breaker, but you don't even get to pull the final judgment because you get grabbed and smashed back into the game. Space Force still flip the points, so no matter what you grab there, it doesn't seem like Xavier is doing enough on this Hulk form. Lavender with a late elimination, but I don't think that's going to be enough here for the Coast Guard.
The change-ups have been the difference maker here for Space Force in terms of composition, but also having one-sided Gambit just goes to show. As long as you're able to build up that ultimate, it is a win condition for team fights. Coast Guard, though, they have a couple ultimates to lead with, but they have to be careful about Dog Scout. Yes, the first ultimate of this sub-map didn't really work too well as they were wanting it to, but the next one could very easily go in their favor, especially with this high ground.
Hot swap over to the Moon Knight from Unstable, so hopefully can build up to that Hand of Conchu. Here comes the Dark Child from Kid Down South. Can you avoid these Vanguards and get towards those strategists? No, it's going to be the Awakened form from I Am Root. Just evaporates the Dark Child. Here comes the Invisible Boundary, but you're already down one. Is this going to be enough to save it for the Coast Guard and flip it back your way? You get a couple of eliminations. 4 go down for the Space Force, so that should quiet down this fight.
Wow.
H2 is able to stay alive. The Coast Guard hold on to the round.
99% though, so if they give up one fight, that could be the difference maker here for it to be sent to a third submap back to Celestial Hand, but we're in the Codex this time, and right now Coast Guard are trying to decode everything necessary for their path to victory. Spider-Man from Kid Down South instead of the magic could be the difference maker if they can engage earlier on and not allow Space Force to get bunkered up on the top side with the high ground and pick them off like flies, because unfortunately for Coast Guard, they have to go in. They can't stay at a distance and deal damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't go through those Vanguards, go around them. So in goes the Space Force, just looking to take that space towards the point. Hand of Conchu going to be invested there from Unstable. And it looks like the Kumio form as well from Swag Daddy should be enough to hold this game on your side. Coast Guard winning the fight, holding through it. Still have Kit down south as well, and it's going to be a late elimination onto Lucid. You need the TP from Root in time, only 10%.
Still a chance for this teleport to come through.
Daredevil.
Ooh, I like the Daredevil change up for Dog Scout, especially because that lets them know when these dives are coming in from the Coast Guard, but overtime will barely be activated there. It almost got stolen from underneath their noses.
You're getting close to the Raging Royal Flush. Can everybody stay alive? Dog Scout is going to find that early elimination onto the first DPS. You see the World Breaker from Xavier, 3 eliminations onto the Space Force. The Raging Royal Flush so far hasn't been enough. Malub trying to finish this one here and now. Lucid building up to the clobbering time, and it's only going to be Lucid on this point, trying to hold this one with the shields of the thing. It's not gonna happen, and the Coast Guard battle their way back into round number 2 to take map 1 here in the series.
As close as it can get for Space Force to take the Codex, but it was not enough for them. The dive was too strong. The Payne brothers, brotherly love here in Philadelphia was too powerful for them to overcome, and they will get this first map. Unstapled, the MVP. I guess they swapped to the cap at some point, but it didn't really matter because the rest of their team was able to captivate the audience here. And I think the big change up for this Coast Guard team and why they were able to secure that victory was the swap to the Moon Knight.
Yeah,
the Moon Knight using the Hand of Khonshu, massive for them, and Unstapled, 13 final hits, only 5 deaths to their name, and 33 eliminations that they were a part of. That is massive for their team. And even there, Maleb on the thing, actually able to get the most damage in the lobby for their team, and Dog Scout tried their best on the other side, almost able to turn things around, but it was a great performance from both teams in that second point. I'd say the first one, though, very one-sided for Coast Guard Gaming. So Space Force, they have some things to work on next time we go to Domination, and hopefully we do see some of those improvements along the way.
And I think, you know, you kind of noticed that one there if you were the Coast Guard when you got that swap from Ape onto the Moon Knight, and you're like, hey, I mean, Hulk and the Thing are taking so much just damage from not having shields to block the procs that the Moon Knight can get off of that front line. Why don't we do the same thing?
Exactly.
And, you know,
anything you could do, we could do better.
Exactly. So you're just kind of learning from your opponents there, and it's some great swaps towards the end. Like you said, the Psylocke pickup there from Kid Down South on top of not only that, but a couple of swaps there from Kid Down South that were actually good. The Magic is so good.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, as soon as you're like, oh, yeah, we figured out how to deal with the Magic, the Kid Down South's like, yeah, you know, I can still play other heroes too. Yeah, why not? Spider-Man.
If we need to. There's a couple
Psylocke
too. Yeah, Psylocke's also a really good option.
Everything's just good right now for the Coast Guard when it comes down to the domination. That hasn't been a problem for this team, to be fair. I mean, that's where they beat the Air Force yesterday in their matchup. And to start off today, it doesn't surprise me that they're still looking good on this game mode. The big thing is, though, is what comes next for the Coast Guard, because it's been after the domination is done, you go to Convoy, you go to Convergence, it hasn't really been the same results. We're going to get Convergence, we're going to Central Park now, Space Force going to kick it off on the attacking side. So where do you now look from the Coast Guard's perspective on taking that success from map number 1 and trying to bleed it into map number 2 as well?
Yeah, I'm trying to think on like compositions that they can go for, right? Based on what we saw last time. The Moon Knight really good, especially on Central Park, I would say. You can use that as kind of the spawn break comp yourself. We see Groot usually done pretty well for that on their side, but there was a group ban that came out from the other end of Coast Guard Gaming. So it's a tough spot for Space Force here specifically because, well, they have to turn things around if they can't play the Groot, if they can't play the Moon Knight likely to be banned here, right? They didn't even care that Gambit was one-sided for the other team either. They still played their game, and it was a good one at that. So I think this now makes it so that Coast Guard Gaming can play more to the target bans instead of necessarily the meta ones that you typically see, because they know that, oh, they played the meta and they still lost. We got the win 2-0, so we don't have to worry as much, but I think you do a little bit in convergence.
And that's kind of what was happening to them yesterday, is
Yeah.
they're like, those target bans are really tough to play against. When you go to the museum, when you go really to anything, and as soon as you get forced away from, you know, having a strong support line or a strategist line there, I think that having Lavender on this invis is being
That was
good.
a huge save. If we get a frame 1 ban from the side of
On the
Space Force Gaming
invis,
on the invis, that would be a big game
you
changer.
know it's going to be a target, and
Yeah.
you know, especially for the strategist, how big of a target it's been so far. I mean,
That was the second save for them too. They
It
saved
was.
the Hulk first, which
all
was
the
a
way to
great
the
save.
end. Yeah, Xavier's been great on the Hulk. I think that's been fantastic for their pick. But it really does come down to what we're looking at for the hero pool of Coast Guard. And at the same time, too, you know, I want to give some graces to them, you know, from day 1 to day 2. Maybe there was a little bit of a work there for
Or they could be saving some of their comps for
what
the actual
strategists,
playoffs, too.
you could be bringing in. But the one thing that we didn't see them go to was that Mantis a lot of the time, even though it was open. So I'm not really thinking that hero pool is deep enough.
Yeah, it's tough because you need to have someone who's like that flex player in terms of going from like either a hit scan into the Mantis. That's typically what we've seen. I mean, even at the professional level, and some players aren't as used to that, especially in like GM to Celestial. You don't see it as often. Usually in the higher ranks, that's when you'll see the top Mantis players that are out there. And if you're in the lower rank playing Mantis, you're probably getting flamed for playing Mantis, unfortunately, unless you're really good at the game. So I hope like more people, after seeing some of the professional level of play and seeing how effective Mantis is in enabling your team, realize that she is still a very good hero that can keep you alive in a sense. Maybe not as good as some of the others, but in a triple strategist lineup, she is like #1.
So good.
So Ultron is there as well. If you can get both of them too, more the merrier. If you have a really good duelist that you can rally behind. But even then, we saw some great looks before. Not too shocked to see the Ultron save this time as well. Ultron's been very effective, and Coast Guard actually banned that for their 3rd ban last time. And on this map specifically, Ultron is king.
Yeah, flyers are so good on maps like Central Park, maps like Araco, where it's just that you got so much height, and there's just so much natural cover around that height for you to kind of hide behind on defense. I think that's something that you're looking
Pillars
at
on the
for
first like
Space Force.
capture
Yeah,
point
it's
here
just
too, that you can just like kite
finesse around. Yeah, it's so much for the Ultron to kind of work with there.
Ooh.
Who plays the Ultron is what I'm kind of wondering there. Maybe H2, who's shown that flexibility over towards the duelist role and the strategist role. You get the invis ban, there from the Space Force, so a little bit of panic on what to expect now from the Coast Guard, as that was a big issue yesterday for them. So we're getting into the secondary set of bans. Mantis going to be banned out from the Coast Guard, avoiding that extra damage from the Space Force with what looks like it is going to be a pick for the Ultron. So yeah, learning their lesson. What are they going to protect, though? It's going to be the White Fox for Swag Daddy.
You have to protect the White Fox there. I mean, Swag Daddy did so good on the White Fox last time, and that's been their main hero that they've been playing. So you want to protect at least something for your back line as long as you can. Getting rid of the Wolverine would have been interesting, but I think, the Loki, just to make it so there's even fewer resources, that's a good pick as well here for the Moon Knight. I like the Moon Knight target personally because of how good Coast Guard was, and partially the reason why they were able to get the win in that last map.
Yeah, partially why Space Force were able to kind of push Coast Guard back, and why Coast Guard were able to fight their way back into that with the Hand of Khonshu was the procs off of the Onks. White Fox going to be protected late for the Space Force. Last bit of bans here for the Coast Guard. Do you target that strategist line again? They're hovering the Loki. And with the Mantis ban, I mean, you might not need Loki to be banned out. It's going to be the Groot pick up towards the end, so not having to worry about that Groot is going to be a big-time success there for the Coast Guard going into this map number 2. But, again, we talk about the composition for the Coast Guard now that the Invis is banned on their side, and our biggest worries is where do they go? Back into this rocket pickup for Lavender, which had limited success yesterday.
It's a tough spot.
I would have liked to see them go for that triple strategist, but it doesn't seem like that's just in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's the tough part for this squad, especially because you saw so much targeted in terms of the back line, like the Cloak and Dagger and the Invisible Woman. Like Cloak and Dagger, in terms of strategists people can flex to, a lot of people have played Cloak and Dagger just in general and learned from some of the better players out there. So not having that available makes it a bit more difficult for them to do that if they were even to opt for it. So it's tough. They will have, the Battle Ready Beacon to bring at least one ally back if one goes down. I think that's always a solid bet for the defensive side, but the problem is you need to be super evasive here on the Rocket Raccoon. Lavender did a great job yesterday, but she got targeted so much whenever anyone was going for a dive, whenever people were trying to deal with that back line. She'd be the first one because Swag Daddy 69 was so elusive using those teleports.
Yeah, I mean, the issue yesterday with a lot of this battle ready beacon is that Coast Guard were dropping very early in these fights, and that battle ready beacon would just be burned right away. So a little bit of a flank from Dog Scout. Something to note there, as this is some good knowledge coming through, so won't be able to expect this one at all unless your audio cues were there, and nobody's going to be turned around to be watching this one. Here it goes.
Oh, no.
You've lost out Lucid, though, so Dog Scout's not going to be able to do too much.
Oh, missed the Pharaoh leap, so could not get the flank completed as they would have liked, but they're going back in for another one, see if they can get anything healed up by the rest of their team, but still no grabs on the other side, so no kidnaps coming through from the Wolverine this time. You see Coast Guard expertly evading, and Space Force having to go back to the drawing board. They're pushing forward super fast and trying to overwhelm Coast Guard because they know they're not playing triple strategists.
Look towards the alt pools as you see Ultron's going to be building up to that rage of Ultron pretty quickly, but for the side of the Coast Guard, I mean, you were doing a good job for the strategist line, but you lose out onto Lavender, and that's 3 KOs now for the Space Force just walking their way in. Damage alone. You had Kid Down South doing a boatload from this Phoenix, now up to 84 to that End Song Inferno, but still not enough there. The strategist going down too early is really unfortunate.
Ooh! Shout out Kid Down South, though. Winning
So
a 1v1. It's really important for the ego and also just to try and get back into things here for the Coast Guard. I like the change-up. I mean, we saw the flexibility last time, right? They were playing some Spider-Man, they were playing some Psylocke, they were playing some Magic. Now they're playing the Phoenix, more of the hit scan
And you know there's going to be an Ultron, so it's not a bad pick.
Yeah, exactly. Shoot them out of the sky as you can. Get those sparks enabled on the other team before you go in for your End Song Inferno. And I think that's going to be a big thing for Coast Guard. If they can get a pick or two on the back line with that Phoenix ultimate as they go in, but they're waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Good charm there from Fizz, and Ape the Zill. Get Down South going to be the first one to fall. H2 with that shift from the Luna. It's going to follow up some damage from the Rage of Ultron. Another 4 KOs for the Coast Guard. No battle ready beacon. They did invest the Kumiho form, and it's a late elimination on the Swag Daddy. That's going to stagger this. And you have to contest. Look how far this payload is pushed already.
The entire team backed off from the point and left Swag Daddy out to dry. So not where they want to find themselves trying to recontest on the objective. They're giving too much space to the Space Force, no pun intended, as they are getting the angle here, though, for Dog Scout on the Phoenix, showing them how it's done. And End Song Inferno will go through, dueling between both teams, and no picks across the board, but it will get rid of all of the deployables by Lavender.
Yeah, that's going to be the amplification done early. Meteor Ram won't be able to connect onto H2, who's pulled the fate of both worlds. Health pool for the Coast Guard going low, and you've already lost Swag Daddy. Down goes your Emma. 3 KOs should be the point captured eventually here for the Space Guard. Looking good on Central Park. Taking a nice walk on a dark, dreary day.
Yeah, they're ready to play some PvE after this one, so they want to get this one done as quickly as they can. And
we must go slay Dracula.
Exactly. Some reason Wilson Fisk is involved, who knows? But either way, the Coast Guard, I think they need a hero of some epic proportions to try and take down this squad of the other team, because there's 3 members who haven't gone down. The back line hasn't dropped once, and you can't afford to have that happen, especially on convergence. You need to target them in some way, flank around or do something, and Xavier being on the Hulk might be a difference maker here. I like the swap also from Kid Down South onto the Ultron that we've been missing for the extra damage. See if it'll be enough, though.
Not just the extra damage, the extra support from the back. Lavender, though, caught there. Nice shots from Dog Scout, who is swapped over to the Phoenix. Will be traded out. 5-on-5 for the meantime. And hoping that this healing from the Ultron is going to be enough to keep your Hulk alive. It is for now. Clobbering time. Kind of getting built up here from Lucid. You did see that Sonic Seduction invested from the Space Force, finds nothing here. You're going to have that World Breaker. Here's the clobbering time up and over. Lavender deep into this one. Drops that Battle Ready Beacon, and you can still see, even though the clobbering time hits onto a good load of members there from the Coast Guard, still they're able to stay alive. The World Breaker is going to finish this fight, and you're holding on to the remainder of your ultimates.
The Hulk Smash comes through just for the extra stall, trying to stun out this elusive, awesome player as long as possible, and that is a great stagger from Coast Guard. I like the change up here, you know, having the Shield Vanguard for the Doctor Strange just so you can have the covering fire for your backline that's been missing. The Last Stand coming out early from Unstapled. I think they accidentally used that on the building cell. A bit of a wasted ultimate.
Maybe. Melo close to the Eye of Agamotto as well. Here we go, look for a kidnap.
Oh no!
Unstable not going to get this one. Dog Scout pulls himself and Xavier off the map, so you might look at this Eye of Agamotto to be invested here, or a good Rage of Ultron, and immediately Fizz goes down. So this Ultron swap from the kid down south has been so good for the team, looking to finish off the secondary strategist. Finally going to get that kill onto H2. 3 eliminations. The Coast Guard now have gone through 2 team fights successfully. It's just, can you do that 2, maybe 3 more times?
That's the tough part. I mean, any time wasted is good time wasted, especially if you go into an overtime state, and they're going to have their work cut out for them. So the big thing here is just keeping this momentum going. Dog Scout needs to get a pick, though, I would say, on Mela specifically, because they've been the driving force of this full hold that we've been seeing from Coast Guard. Just having the shield that they can walk forward with and not have to worry about the damage, cover your divers as best as possible as well, has been a big difference maker. But there's the dive coming in here.
It is. Battle Ready Beacon gonna bring Kid Down South back into this battle. Swag Daddy, though, will fall in this Luna Snow. You did drop off the map there. If you're Abe, not able to use that hand of the Conchu, still Space Force paving their way through this battle. Slash into the back line as Dog Scout going deep in the back of Lucid's push there. Tossing Dog Scout for the spawners. And he's going to be looking for the strategist now. Pulls the Ultron away. You get the touch in. Fate of Both Worlds going to stall this one out. Swag Daddy's there alongside Melo, but you don't have the Eye of Agamotto. Couple players going to be laid off spawn, and the Hand of Conchu is going to make it hard to post up and find some real estate on this point. World Breaker now from Xavier. This is going to hold it for a little bit longer. Minute 11, though, and the health pools just continue to deplete. Dog Scout is ripping through you on this Wolverine. Ape's going to go down. You get the swap to the Magic. I don't know if Kid's going to be enough to turn this fight, but you burn a little bit more time out of the bank. You drop him under a minute, and you will lose that 3rd point. But like you said, any time drained is good time there for the Coast Guard.
Especially after how tough the first 2 points were for the Coast Guard. It seemed like they didn't find their footing, and they were slowly slipping down the hill into the abyss, but eventually they were able to catch themselves, and I really like the swaps that we did see from them. Kid Down South on the Ultron, stick with it. The Ultron was working out really well, especially with the upgraded damage to the Rage of Ultron and heals from it. They were able to get a lot of good picks from that. Swag Daddy 69. I like this change over to the Luna. They can get the freezes when someone's diving towards them as well. Unstapled, I'm curious about if they're going to be sticking with that pick or not, that we saw Hubbard for a second, because you do have the team up still, I believe, but it's not as effective. Squirrel Girl, though, we've seen this work pretty well.
I asked Tony the same thing. Are you and Adam Warlock enjoy it?
I like watching Adam Warlock, yeah.
I think every time I see him, it just like kind of piques my interest. When you see a person play Adam Warlock, you know that that's their thing.
Yeah,
they like the hero.
They're also an aimer typically when they play Adam Warlock. Like, I can't play him too well because I can't aim at all. But when I see like top players play them and they're able to just frag out all the time and then bring their team back into the fight, also keeping themselves alive is such like a key thing for Adam Warlock players. Soulbond's huge, but also just being able to position yourself so that you're not in the direct line of fire, being behind cover, just being slippery. It seems like in some of these team fights. So we'll see if they can do that, build up their ult charge, and be the difference maker here for Space Force, looking for a full hold.
And you know, we saw a couple of teams bring the Adam Warlock out yesterday on Central Park. They were mostly holding like the top right portion of this castle, just allowing for a little bit of escape there. That's exactly what Dog Scout's going to look to do yet again. But Coast Guard already breaking through the gates. Dog Scout trying to duel against Kid Down South. south. And with that, I'd say, distraction onto the Ultron, you eventually will break through that front line. Lavender's going to fall, and Coast Guard will be pushed back.
Yeah, Coast Guard kind of realizing that the Rocket Raccoon wasn't working out as well as they would have liked it to, so I like the swaps up here for Lavender to be on the White Fox, even though Swag Daddy was the one that was maining it the whole time. Change things up, have that team up between them, the extra charm available for Luna Snow could be a difference in interrupting ultimates from Space Force, but also catching them off guard and using the Squirrel Girl, just keeping them grounded too in one spot so that they can hopefully get the finishing touches. But the problem is Dog Scout gets the res on themselves for the Cocoon, and I Am Root also gets one as well, and Ape out the Zoo, the only Moon Knight in the lobby because it was banned against Coast Guard.
Yeah, I mean, late elimination there onto I Am Root, so the Emma's going to have to walk back from spawn as the Coast Guard gather themselves back up.
Thanks so much.
To take another shot at this one while that Emma is in a little bit of a lull for a second. Coast Guard struggling here. Good brunt of damage coming through from the Adam Warlock up top. Dog Scout trying to stay alive again. It's going to be unstable to catch that Adam Warlock. A little overzealous forward. Here's the hand of Conchu. Immediately going to draw out that Squirrel Tsunami from Unstable. So see if the Squirrel Girl can do it all herself. Nice shots there onto Ape. The Tsunami's going to catch Fizz. 4 go down for the Space Force. This should be the Coast Guard taking this first point. You get the swap from the H2 on the Strange. Will the TP make it in time?
I think it does have time, especially if they're able to touch it that last second. It should come through here, and they will contest one more time with the Fate of Both Worlds.
Fate of Both Worlds alongside the Rage of Ultron. You're going to swap over to the damage boost to see if you can break through a couple of these players of the Space Force while they get on. Kumiho form, and Lucid's built his way into this clobbering time. How many are going to get hit from it? It's only going to knock back Swag Daddy and Melo, but not enough to break the Coast Guard on this attack, and eventually they are going to get through this one. They capture the first point. Now portal burn for the Space Force, which you might not be able to use now on the second point.
It's going to be tough. I think long enough can pass by that they can use it if they stall, but that is the problem.
Unless this is a wash.
Yeah, unless this is a wash. That is true. Coast Guard really have to make as much progress as they can here, but the big thing is that Space Force, they have a good composition to keep them held at this spot specifically. If we have the Moon Knight get the hand of Khonshu, you can separate Coast Guard from the back line. It'll be that much easier to shut them down. But there's so much maneuverability that they can easily escape it as well, so it's catch-22 for his ult, specifically I'm Root. I'm looking at them to see if they can actually use Sonic Seduction to pull people out. But a Squirrel Tsunami comes through again, and no one's going to be safe from this one.
And with the walls being so close together, there's not really much you can do. You do get the swap off the Adam Warlock from Dog Scout, so maybe looking for a little bit more consistent damage on this Hela, but only one alive. Going to do a great job of just stalling out your life, but this payload hasn't been contested just yet, and a good stun onto the thing is almost going to get you a cap there. Nearly going big is unstable, but here we go for another battle back in. Fate of Both Worlds, H2 leading the charge for the Space Force back into this fight. Dog Scout has made another swap over to the Wolverine, goes for the instant grab of the Kidnap onto Kid down south. 2 eliminations for the Space Forces. Will be able to hold this point.
They got kidnapped, they got frozen, they got jumped by
It's a hate
the
crime.
thing. It was a tough spot to be in there. Even with the tenacity changes, you saw proc there for a second. It was not enough to save them because it wasn't fully cleansed. So yes, they did have some reduction of CC, but they had too much reduction of HP and could not stay up.
And, you know, with Lucid playing the thing, Dog Scout's like, just grab me and throw me.
Yeet me, my brethren. 5-second cooldown, by the way. The fastball special is just too strong, especially in these compositions. We've seen it even have a bit of a resurgence in the professional level of play, but I do like these ultimates coming through. Meteor M's not
Oh,
gonna
no!
get anyone.
And it does the damage, but it's not going to be able to fully eliminate that strategist in the backline. Space Force still down a member. Here's the Fate of Both Worlds and the Rage of Ultron, both looking to withstand the Sonic Seduction. It's going to burn the Kumiho form out of Fizz. Dog Scout will eventually break through, and here's the last stand now. It's actually going to toss up a couple of players, won't drop them down, holds them into the sky away from the Fate of Both Worlds, and allows for the rest of them to just be cleaned up. So a great hold from the Space Force yet again.
Perfect timing as well on that last stand. Got Kid Down South, Swag Daddy, and Lavender all wrapped up in it, and then the rest of their team was able to just go in punch and face is what we saw after that ult came out. So that seems to be the prerogative for Space Force, and now they're sending out their fighter jet into the air against the opponents, and it might be able to crash down here. Having to proc their passive, though, just to stay alive. Went a little bit too overzealous on that dive.
Kid down south now back onto the Magic. Little extra to do some damage here for the duelists. In goes the teleport from Lavender. Immediately going to pop that Kumiho form unstable. They have to drop into Squirrel Tsunami. Does lose their life for it. In fact, the Squirrel Tsunami might just be enough for Kid Down South to fully take this one over. So the damage is done. Kid Down South playing a little bit of cleanup. A fight back from the Space Force. It's a 3v2. Coast Guard are going to eventually get it done. TP in from unstable. Trying to get this team into at least a position to fully push this one with only 12 seconds left. They're going to have all 6 members here to attack this final capture. Just no ultimates. Dog Scout's going to be really close to this last stand. You will get a connection for the contestant. Lavender's going to go down. Ape on the swap to the Punisher. The shotgun doing loads of damage. Unfortunately, though, for the Space Force, you lose your strategist. Maleb goes large, and that should be the Coast Guard finishing the job on point 2.
It felt like Space Force had that in the bag for a moment as soon as Lavender went down, but everything went all for naught. Ultimates wasted, and target acquisition wasn't there, and there was just too much damage coming out from the Coast Guard. That Space Force had nothing that they could do to group up just based on the composition that they were playing. So a tough spot for them to find themselves in. It felt like they could close things out and win their first map in this best of 5 and one step closer to those semifinals against the Air Force Gaming roster. But they have still another minute at least left to hold things down before an OT.
Xavier's going to get that Hulk form back. A little bit of a touch here from Lavender. Should be able to stall the Squirrel underneath the rubble. Pick onto Unstapled. H2 can lead off. And you're building up a couple of ultimates here for the Space Force. Coast Guard down a member. Might not want to invest any to this fight. So yeah, you go down here, but this might be best case scenario just to reset together.
Yeah, the only problem is they don't have much time to work with, right? They already burned their portal, which honestly I don't think they needed to use. Their spawn location, yes, was a decent amount away, but I think they could have just walked it with the time that they had remaining.
I think they thought it was going to be a lost fight.
I think so as well, yeah. So it's worked out for them to get the checkpoint. It was a dire straight if they couldn't get that because it would have been the end of the game. But right now it's coming back to bite them, especially with the way this is going to go. But they have to use their ultimates now.
Would have been a good elimination there to pick up onto Dog Scout, but it's the hand of Conchu from Ape as he's going to prove to be some trouble for the Coast Guard. Already down 2 members, and overtime's going to be proc, so it is do or die. Fate of both worlds, keeping the team alive. And you got the World Breaker too from Xavier. Here comes Fizz back with the Kumiho form. Hulk smash. That's going to contest this payload for just a little bit. You do have Kid down south swinging that sword around, but it's not enough to do the damage to finish off on these E-limbs. Shredding is going to be Dog Scout with the slashes fully charged up on the Wolverine. Last elimination comes through, and the Coast Guard might have started this one off, but it's an immediate answer from the Space Force in map 2.
Underrated duo, a Canadian and a Rock, is what we saw between the Wolverine and the Thing. Yancey Street Charge, then you get them with the vulnerability, and then Wolverine goes and slices and dices. They cannot escape. They're taking more damage, and they are sent back to the respawn room time after time after time. This was the winning combo that we needed to see from Space Force Gaming. The swap to the Wolverine was the difference maker. 24 final hits is insane.
And coming to you soon from a theater, it's Project Weapon X.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You know, I like that too. It's great to see, you know, Dog Scout having, you know, to be forced off of that Adam Warlock. I think that really goes to show that the Coast Guard are a formidable foe against the Space Force, and they recognize that. And going through that, you see the Dog Scout is going to have to play some heroes to work around these compositions that they're throwing at them. And you see that, you know, you get the swap over towards the Wolverine for a second, you know, the Hela that we did see in that second point on defense. And the Space Force are working for these wins. And I think that that really goes to show that we're seeing some changes out of the Coast Guard that is very worthwhile to kind of talk about, especially seeing Lavender now on this White Fox is a great look.
I liked Lavender on the White Fox way better than the Rocket Raccoon personally, and especially because we saw Swag Daddy flexing over to the Luna Snow, which as a duo works so good as an anti-dive composition. And we haven't seen as many teams opting for that necessarily. We've seen White Foxes just by themselves, and then like whatever the comfort pick is for the backline. But if you don't have the Cloak and Dagger, if you don't have the Invisible Woman, now you know that you can play this and have this composition. and there's only so many strategists that they can ban because they only have so many available to them, and it still leaves the rest of your team up to play whatever they want if they only focus on the backline. So I think that's the moral of the story. The flexibility is key to victory here. We saw the flexibility the most from Dog Scout there to get the victory for them, and I'm expecting big things for this other side. But we're going to be taking a quick break here. We'll be back with map number 3 after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Esports Championships. We got ourselves a match here, tied 1-1 between the Coast Guard and the Space Force, and that kind of leads things to be a little bit exciting because we get the gift of a potential, or a guaranteed, map number 4, potential map number 5 on the horizon between these two teams. And oh boy, are they working for it. We got Convoy up next. We're heading to Krakoa. We got the Coast Guard going on to attack. Talk to me a little bit about what you expect here, Vaudable. I'm expecting good things. I mean, We'll see exactly what to expect from the side of the Coast Guard here in answer from Space Force. I mean, I felt like Space Force, that they got their map pick. It worked out well for them. They had a good strategy. It worked for a bit, and then on defense, it wasn't working as well. They changed it up. Wolverine worked well. Do we see the Wolverine ban is my question, though, for this next one, especially if we go to Araco here for Convoy as well, because we saw, the convergence went pretty well. Araco's a really good map for Wolverine, specifically. We saw, in the previous series how good that they were there, and Angela's also another good hero on this map. So that could be the change-up if we see like a really good Angela play come out from Coast Guard. But I don't know if I've necessarily seen them play Angela before, so who knows?
No, I think that, could be one of the things that they've worked on going into today. We've already seen a couple of swaps in the heroes that they're, bringing into their matches, especially with that White Fox pickup from Lavender, which was such a fantastic swap there. For even seeing Swag Daddy go over towards the Luna Snow, the strategist starting to show a little bit of extra form from their side. Even Kid Down South was like bringing out the Ultron, and the Ultron was such a good grab.
Down south on their side too, I believe, and did a great job. 18 final hits for their squad is pretty insane to think about. So they're doing all that they can to try and get the victory here for Coast Guard Gaming. But now that we're on Araco for Convoy here against Space Force, as I said, the two strongest heroes on this map, aside from Ultron. Ultron's actually really good on this map too, and that might be why the Coast Guard are going to it, trying to lead with Kid Down South, playing that again. But banning the Gambit initially and then the Elsa on the other end, focusing on that Hulk. Hulk is also really good on Araco too. You can dive very well down those long lanes and some decent hallways that you can just stomp people into oblivion if you need to with the World Breaker Hulk. So it's going to be interesting. But there's the White Fox ban coming out. Coast Guard, they felt confident on it, but they're not going to be able to play it.
No, I think that's the first time we actually see the Coast Guard taken away from the White Fox composition.
True. Yeah, all day yesterday, at least on stream, we saw them play it every single series.
Every single time, and it was mostly Swag Daddy, but even for Lavender, that's showing to be a point of ingress for this squad. They go for the Hulk Protect there for the Coast Guard. What do they choose to ban out here? Maybe go for, the Wolverine is kind of one thing I was wondering about, because we saw how good allocation was on that when we saw the Araco earlier for the Marines.
Yeah, allocation really setting the stage for what can be accomplished on Araco, and now Coast Guard Gaming have seen the Wolverine, read the tea leaves themselves, and said, we're not going to be taking a sip of this. We're instead going to throw it straight out, just like the Cloak and Dagger on both sides.
Last couple of bans and protects here. Of course, Space Force going to go for the Gambit protects. They also have the Invis protects. That's a pretty solid backline for the Space Force that they're building on their side. I think the Coast Guard don't really have to target any more strategists. I think you're looking at taking away some more points of the specialties here for the Space Force. Maybe look towards the Ultron, maybe look towards, pieces of the puzzle. There's the Ultron ban that you're looking at to kind of take away. And, what are you looking at maybe for a protect here? Moon Knight. Okay.
Yeah, Moon Knight makes a lot of sense. We saw Moon Knight be really good. There's been a lot of full holds on the spawn room, and I think the last time that we've seen a full hold on this map, or at least I have in recent history, it has been because the team hasn't had the Moon Knight available. They do a Moon Knight Storm, they break out that way, it works pretty well. I think the Hulk in general, just for the flank, is really solid. So there's a lot of good options here for this Coast Guard Gaming team. And I like the Moon Knight for them. And, my ranked teammates would always say we need to ban Moon Knight every single series. But this is the one map you definitely need to.
Oh, for sure. And even in a series where I think Moon Knight has just been such a specialty for both sides, whether it's 8 playing it or whether it's been Kid Down South flexing to it right now or Unstapled bringing it out. A lot of flexibility here from both sides, which is what is fun. They're just continuing to select their heroes.
Good time.
Don't think Fizz is going to be playing the Squirrel Girls. Don't have to worry about this one. But Groot's available.
That's true.
Haven't really seen Groot too much all day today. I think we saw it one time.
It was banned twice
earlier,
at least in this series so far, because they don't want Root to play. Groot's actually really good on this map specifically.
I feel like that's a big mistake, giving Root.
Yeah, it could be, but it also, because they're playing, the spawn break comp that they're not too worried about Groot, right? It's actually going to help them farm the ultimate faster because Groot has such a big health bar, so they can just send the Onks his way with the damage boost behind it, build up that hand of Khonshu, and then just deal with them in one fell sweep. So we'll see if that is going to be enough, but I do like the combination here from Space Force using that Groot and Moon Knight, the Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu. Could be the difference maker.
Could be what we look at here from the Coast Guard on the attack. See what they can go unstapled with the Storm pickup too. So may not be the Ultron that you're looking for, but something definitely to look forward to from their side. Back onto the Rocket Raccoon for Lavender. Space Force taking their time, poking, prodding, looking for an entry into this one as Dog Scout looking to kick the way into the back line, trying to finesse around these pillars. Lavender with some fancy footwork on the Rocket, and that forces away the Star-Lord for now. Already Lucid has built up to this Vanguard Deadpool ultimate, so looking to unleash this one back in for this defensive contest. You're coming up onto H2, already onto the invisible barrier as well, but the hand of Khonshu from Get Down South finds 3. What a way to crack this open.
Exactly what they were hoping for. The damage boosted Moon Knight builds up their ult much faster than just the standard affair that we saw from Space Force. So the big question though is, why are they letting their backline be attacked so easily and the map still being contested? The mission vehicle here allowing them to go through the portals back onto the objective. Rocco just still being pressured as much as it can by Space Force, and I think this flexibility from them is going to waste a lot of time that Coast Guard was hoping that they could have held on to and been much farther towards that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's just good to guarantee yourself another team fight here for the Space Force, now battling into their spawn. Looking for a way in. H2 now with the invisible barrier. Oh, wave goes down before the barrier is able to connect with the Moon Knight. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto onto 4. Is it going to be enough to take down the Invis? It doesn't matter because Fizz will fall. No Raging Royal Flush for the end of this attack. And this payload should be able to go home, at least for point number 1. Late elimination onto Dog Scout, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch here, Vaughn.
Yeah, they could have gone for the portal play initially, and they are getting the last-second contest here from the Moon Knight, trying to see if they can stall and keep them on the objective long enough for the rest of the team to get involved. But no, the stagger is too much, so there will be Coast Guard getting that first checkpoint. We could have seen the teleport from Space Force, but they weren't opting for it.
I was kind of saying it yesterday, even when we were watching the Army versus the Air Force. It's just like staggers like that are so unnecessary from teams because you'd much rather be holding the door on the other side than having to regroup now at the top of this ramp. It's giving a lot of time for the Coast Guard to push this progress, and Space Force are losing out on an early team fight.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a miscommunication from Space Force's end that could cost them Raging Royal Flush, though. Getting procced fairly early for this team fight, even with all the ultimates available to Coast Guard. Might have been better to save it for later, but there's the Strangling Prison coming through.
The Raging Royal Flush, Strangling Prison, and the Hand of Khonshu. Nothing much you can really do against that to stay alive. But you're fortunate to have 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank of the Coast Guard and 3 ultimates given up without burning a single one of yours.
Yeah, I feel like Space Force, it might have been a better option just to use the Royal Flush and the Strangling Prison and not all of their ultimates in tandem because of Coast Guard Gaming holding on to all of theirs. They'll gladly lose that team fight and go into the next one, especially with the Brainiac bounce going in.
Let's see if that's going to be enough. Ape already going to be down. Nice follow-up there. You're going to go World Breaker for him just to hold on to it. And a snipe from Xavier takes down Lucid at the end of that battle. 6 down for the Space Force. Fate of both worlds was invested. You're still holding on to the amplifier. Does anybody get there to contest? I mean, again, you don't want to be staggered here again if you're the Space Force. You just got to cut your losses.
Losing these team fights is just such an odd spot where they can't contest with a portal comfortably. Like, they could try to go for it, but it's been not the best position that they would like to find themselves in. 3 ultimates were used, and it didn't buy them any time. Really, just 10 seconds. 3 ultimates used by Coast Guard. It bought them the entire halfway to that second checkpoint, and then some.
And you still have 3 more ultimates to back it up after, so I mean, you got combos as well. Amplifier into the Eye of Agamotto, or Eye of Agamotto into the Hand of Khonshu. Just take your pick on what you want to do. Hand of Khonshu, though, going to be burned very early, looking for the backline, and it connects onto H2 and Ape. So that's 2 early eliminations, traded for just the 1 out of the Coast Guard. Soon enough, Root will take down Unstapled, so a little bit of a contest here on the point, burning this clock a little bit more, forcing a reset out of the Coast Guard, but that could have been scary.
Yeah, good play by Root just to section off this underpassage as best as they can to prevent the mission vehicle from moving even further. Lavender back on the Rocket Raccoon, but I feel like this map actually favors it a lot better than some of the other ones. You got some high angles that you can bounce those healing orbs off of, and Cosmic Iron Amplifier, there's a lot of cover that you can put it in and make it more difficult for your opponents to contest with. But a lot of ultimates in favor of both teams, really going to come down to efficiency in this next team fight.
Strangling Prison in the hand of Conchu online for Space Force. Would like to see it. It gets blocked by the shield. Hand of Conchu going to be a little bit too far forward, so Coast Guard should be able to weather this one. Wall's going to section off the Mr. Fantastic. Not really the target that you want to have. The Coast Guard happy to disengage for a second, look to re-engage their way through, still holding onto that amplifier, burning back up into the fate of both worlds, and a hand of Conchu of your own. See if it's going to be enough to hit this Eye of Agamotto. It's the Raging Royal flush now from the Space Force to push them back, forces out the fate of both worlds for the Coast Guard, and you have the World Breaker invested out of Xavier. He's going to go straight for the backline, go for the Hulk smash, and the Maelstrom from the Strange is going to break everything back open. Hand of Conchu from the skies raining on down. The Coast Guard looking for a big cap.
One more push. They will try to stop at the last hour. Space Force from contesting. Can they get a touch at the last moment? Yes, they do. 3 members on the objective. The Kumiho is unleashed and trying to tap down towards the ultimate victory here.
Oh, Fizz gets 2 from it. Lucid will be able to stall this one out. You have a lot of agency here for the Space Force. I don't think this is going to be Coast Guard's fight to win.
Oh, the Cosmic Guard Amplifier a little bit too far away from the objective, so they can't even push onto the point. A bit wasted there as well, and Coast Guard Gaming, it seemed like a windfall for them, but they're caught in a storm without any heading forward.
92% on the Strangling Prison. Again, Abe's going to be right there with you. You've been having great synergy between the Groot and the Moon Knight and building these ultimates together, and even if that fails, then you have Lucid on the clobbering time. Only ultimate you're close to is Coast Guard having Kid down south, building up to the hand of Conchu, which, to be fair, on its own has been great. Here's the teleport, see if you can catch a couple players by surprise. And the jump's going to be initially enough to stagger out Space Force in the back end, but Strangling Prison now to come back in with the hand of Conchu from above. 3 down, 4 down, 54 seconds left.
The desperation is there from Coast Guard, but they have the time on their side. They are throwing themselves at a wall, and nothing's going to be breaking through, especially with the ultimates that were in favor of Space Force. It would have been a better option for them to take their time approaching that objective, make sure they bait out the ultimates instead of all going in and all getting washed out.
I like that change up though, to use the portal to kind of like switch up the tempo of your attack. Space Force Seal having great cycles of their ultimates. You got the Raging Royal Flush coming back into this for the Coast Guard. You have that hand of Conchu. Will it be enough this time around? Well, even without it, the Yonk's going to connect on the Lucid, and you've already lost your thing. Good trade out from Ape though, and here comes the Galactic Legend of H2 all the way above. How good's it going to be? Well, it's so good to take down not just one, but a second on Unstapled as well into now the teleport angle, and you will fall, but 4 seconds. You have to force overtime. This is it. World Breaker time.
World Breaker does get unleashed, trying to juggle the Moon Knight away from the objective. This is the exact moment that they need to pop off for their team. The hand of Conchu is going to be popped in the back line, making it that much more difficult.
Well, here comes the last stand from Stapled as well. When you want to finish this here and now, portal back in so that Coast Guard have all 6 members here to fight for the last contest. Overtime's procced. Here comes the Space Force. 3 players off spawn into it. Lucid immediately goes down. So fast, the damage is too much to handle, and the group won't get there. 3rd member in line won't be enough. You do force the overtime, so a little bit there that you walk around with a smile on your face, knowing what you just got away with, the Space Force could have been a lot worse.
So much time wasted on that last objective. We could have easily seen, as you were mentioning, 2 or 3 minutes of added time for Coast Guard if it does go to OT. So Space Force did what they could. They wanted to stop them before they even got the 3rd checkpoint, but this is a good consolation prize for their heroic effort on defense. Now changing things up though in terms of composition, I like the change for the Star-Lord. Yes, it wasn't working as well in Domination, but I feel like that's more of a map-specific thing for them and a composition as well. This time with the Galactic Legend in general, there's not as much cover for the Coast Guard to find themselves in. That way you can actually just have free reign with your Hellfire that you're raining down on them from above with all of the pulse bullets that come out from both of his pistols. So Star-Lord, I think it's a pretty decent look, but instead they're going for a change up here on defense because they want to make sure they get a full hold against this Coast Guard team as they can. They gave them up so much room, and or actually, sorry, I got the emblems mixed up there. They're changing things up though. Interestingly, going for a triple Vanguard actually on the attacking side.
Yeah,
Still threw me off for a bit.
I think that's the biggest change to look at here for the
Wants to build up
Force.
the Gambit as fast as they can. That's what the strategy is.
So Dog Scout can have a little bit more to work with here early on. So see if that's going to be enough for Space Force to get out the gates swinging. Lockdown there onto H2 already. The revive onto Swag Daddy might be costly burn. And another elimination for the Coast Guard, at least here with Kit down south on the Moon Knight as well. Just trying to burn through with these onks, throwing them in. See if you can do some damage there, bouncing off of these Vanguards. You see the payload's going to be contested in Maelstrom from Malob, and that is going to take down H2 on the Magneto.
Great Maelstrom, good damage. I like that they're walking together as a team. It's basically triple Vanguard versus triple Vanguard. I still count Mr. Fantastic as one. I mean, they need to reclassify him at this point because that's what he does best. But even then, able to still do a lot of damage. You can slow them down when you grab them as well. But I do like this Awakening Rune as we see the Thor try to get some of that chip damage against the competition. But the big thing is using that Lightning Round, waiting for them to dive in, make it so they can't use their movement abilities. That's actually going to be huge against Hulk if he can take them down.
Hand of Conchu, it's going to be a lot of damage onto these frontline Vanguards. Going in deep, will be unstable to follow up this attack from Xavier. Elastic Form's going to be burned out and should be able to be taken down there with the KO onto Unstapled. You've unfortunately lost out on two of your own. Space Force lose out on the trade. You're still holding on to the contest there. Malob will back up. He's got himself the Eye of Akamoto. Dog Scout will have that Raging Royal Flush. Do the Space Force want to hit that green light and go? Well, there you go with the Kickstarter off of Abe. That's kid down south, gone. No Moon Knight. Raging Royals flush now. See if he can finish the rest. The Cosmic Yard Amplifier, you're going to be invested there from Lavender to try to fight your way back in. And the Eye of Agamotto might not land, but the Maelstrom sure will.
It's a tough spot to be in here for Space Force. They're trying to make as much windfall as they can, or landfall, excuse me, on the objective and push the issue towards that first checkpoint. But Coast Guard are doing an excellent job on defense, and now they have the one-sided Wolverine with the last stand available to them.
Yeah.
And having three Vanguards to play against, this is just a feast of anything that you can have for Coast Guard.
Oh, no one's... Whoa, wait, whoa, 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 whoa! All right, back into it. Lucid, little bit of a rude awakening there. World Breaker from Xavier, all the way in deep, looking to lock something down. And in fact, you're actually going to force out the Invis ultimate. Dog Scout's going to fall on the inside of it, getting caught there by Xavier on the volleys out of this Hulk. Yeah, Malob goes down, but you're winning this battle now in the last scan from behind. The anti-heal cuts through a Fate of Both Worlds. Won't be able to keep this Luna alive, so you still have the Space Force trying to fight. Sonic Seduction now going to be invested, and the Hand of Conchu as Ape's going to come off this spawn. Might be able to finish this job. 2 on the payload, pushing it into the final 53 seconds.
So many big moments from both teams, and then they lose the fight. I mean, we've seen Coast Guard do what they can with their ultimates, and then it hasn't worked out as well as they would like. And Space Force does the same, and well, the Hulk having to get at least some heals here, bailed out by the strange teleport, but they have to hold things down, and unfortunately for them, they aren't able to in time, so the point will be activated and already going to that second checkpoint.
That's a great hold, though, from Coast Guard, even still.
So much time wasted.
What, they had 4 full team fights and a couple of staggers, so down to 3 minutes in the second form. With the way that Coast Guard are playing, I wouldn't be worried at all. You should be able to continue to contest this point with this Hulk and drive the tempo of this game. But I like this out of the Space Force to force the fight into the high ground. You just got to worry about getting kidnapped and hopefully not going down. Lucid, it is another one for Unstable, just pulling this Thor away and making life living misery. Now, with the team up on the Gambit, I like this out of H2. Going to push the pressure back in. Damage is going to be too much for the Coast Guard to deal with. They lose 2 in the trade.
Space Force continuing their reign of terror towards the next checkpoints and uncontested. Last time when they were on defense, they were at least able to stop Coast Guard by using a lot of their ultimates, but it feels like Coast Guard have been very staggered in the usage of their ults. They try to use them all at once and hope that that's enough to stop things out here, but for now they need to invest and stop them before the second checkpoint that they're having free reign with.
Well, here comes the Coast Guard, 2 in for the contest. They're going to hold on to this one, force another team fight. Unfortunately, Kid Down South is going to go down. Here's Xavier pulling the World Breaker, going deep for the back line. You have the fate of both worlds. Unfortunately, though, you've lost and stapled now as the no last stand to work your way. Aya Bagamoto lands on the 4, and the Cosmic Yard Amplifier has nothing to back it up in terms of damage. Finally, you take down Fizz. Down a strategist, Space Force might be in trouble. Meteor M misses the mark, and the last stand on the way back in takes down nothing. Everybody's still alive for the Coast Guard. Space Force go down by 4, and it looks like they're going to deny that cap for point 2.
That was just an aura last stand, just to, you know, arrive, superhero landing, and then showcase your fury against the competition, but maybe not as effective and would have been better to save for this next team fight, because looking at the ultimates that will come online, Space Force could have a Dog Scout get that Galactic Legend, or not the Galactic, the Royal Flush available for them, but hey, maybe pulling out a Star-Lord could be a good
another kidnap
for us.
Oh, and you're going to be bailed out by your own shield, but without that bubble, you might have to deal with this Hand of Conchu, and up close and personal. Kid Down South happy to just drop it on your forehead, loose it down again, unstapled. Cleans up with this Wolverine. Another 4 go down, 30 seconds left. This is last fight territory.
Huge hold from Coast Guard, playing it close to their chest, allowing the cart to get to a spot that's very difficult to attack for Space Force. They have to go the distance, but now using their portal, Raging Royal Flush, this has to activate big, but there's no ultimates to back it up.
Oh, Malob's going to get caught there, so it's a good opening pick from the Space Force, 6 versus 5, and they're going to be able to continue to lay down the law there. They're walking it down with the Raging Royal Flush. Nobody's in for the contest. You proc that overtime, the cap will come through. Another last second save from the Space Force.
That just goes to show that we need to nerf the ultimates again for Gambits. It's too powerful, it gives you the damage boost, gives you the cleanse, gives you the extra speed, and if a team does not have any ultimates to contest, like we saw from Coast Guard, it will be a wipe if you have at least a decent squad backing you up, and that's what we saw from Space Force. They went in, they went out, they dominated, they got the point, now they're looking for the third.
That is indeed a decent squad. Xavier going to touch for the contest onto the mission objective. Xavier, too, has a lot of support from those strategists. Swag Daddy building up to the fate of both worlds. Lavender soon again going to have that Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Here's Ape going to invest the Hand of Conchu to see if anything can be broken through, and it will find Maleb. So opening KO, forces out the res, kidnap onto Rune, and the Emma goes down. Fortunately enough, still, Ape is doing so much in this Moon Knight. It's another elimination coming through from Space Force to keep this objective going forward. Xavier has that World Breaker, so this is going to be a great contest coming up from your Hulk.
Honestly, the Cloak and Dagger might have been better to just have that go through and ban the Moon Knight at this stage, and maybe for the future maps they'll do that, but Ultimate's coming out from Coast Guard just to try and hold them one last time.
Maelstrom again, 2 coming through from Strange off the Eye of Okamoto, and the fate of both worlds keeping you alive. Hand of Conchu, 4 seconds, no portal this time for the Space Force to the Coast Guard. Trading maps take back their lead in the series, leading 2-1 off of Araco.
It wasn't an easy battle though, Seymour. They gave it tooth and nail and were clawing back to victory as close as they could, but unfortunately for the Space Force, it was not enough. They didn't have their bread and butter. They didn't have the Ultron available to them. They didn't have the Wolverine, which does so well in this map, and we saw how effective it was for the Coast Guard, and well, they might have had a Moon Knight, but there was a Moon Knight save for Coast Guard themselves. They looked so strong. 23 for Kid Down South, 20 for Unstapled, 15 as well. I mean, the amount of final hits is insane throughout that whole map.
To be fair, the Coast Guard were winning that the entire map.
Yeah.
It was like Space Force were slowly holding on to that game, like grasping at straws every time that they were capturing last second. A lot of good clutch ups from the Space Force, just kind of showing what kind of a team they are. But Coast Guard were in full control of
Yeah.
Morocco. You could see why they wanted to go to it, starting to kind of put the wheels together in their mind to figure out how to shut down this Space Force team, now leading in a potential upset against them through the quarterfinal bracket. Because yesterday for the Coast
Crazy.
Guard, they lost to the Space Force.
Oh my
like, this
God.
is a repeat. They lost to the team. They look back, they're like, we know how to play against these guys. Like, what are we doing? Now you go into day 2, and it's like totally revitalized.
I'm loving this performance from Coast Guard, but I also worry for them. We could potentially go to 5, right? Especially if Space Force Gaming have a really good change-up here as well. So it looks like we're going to Heart of Heaven here as well. Space Force will be defending, and Heart of Heaven's been a pretty solid map for a couple of the different teams here. Space Force, I believe, have gone to it before as well. So Kunlun, I feel like we could see some Daredevil maybe. We've seen some of that played before. We haven't seen much Daredevil at all. That could be the difference maker for Space Force in this next one. Having the high ground, holding that with Dog Scout. I mean, we saw how good Dog Scout was on the Phoenix last time for Heart of Heaven. I just got a flashback of that craziness.
It was pretty good.
Able to clutch it up after your entire team gets wiped. You get a triple and just end the game. Okay. I mean, like, I play this game for fun. I guess I can just be a spectator again.
Yeah.
But it's just insane to see the level of skill that comes out from Dog Scout there. But I think the big thing that they've realized now is that it can't just be Dog Scout doing everything. It has to be the whole team. And I like the flex over to the Gambit for Dog Scout. That was great, you know, playing the triple Vanguard, trying to build up those Raging Royal flushes. The problem is they didn't have enough damage because Dog Scout was put into that strategist role, and he's usually the one going for the eliminations.
And you know, you were winning fights with the Raging Royal Flush, but you don't always have the Raging Royal
Exactly,
Flush. It's like, it's off of cooldown most of the time, building into that ultimate. So
alt nerf.
and you need a little bit more consistency coming through from the Space Force. And I was saying, but when you were saying you're worried about this to go to 5, well, what would 5 be? It would be domination.
It'd be
Like, come on.
domination.
Like,
yeah,
that's
for
Coast
sure.
Guard's
That is
bread and
Coast Guard's
butter
bread
so
and
far.
butter.
So
it works well for them if it goes in that favor, and they're happy to have taken that last map. But they want to close things out here if they can, and this will be a good way to do it. Of course, it's going to be the same strategy. Ban the Elsa, not the Gambit, because they know how good Dog Scout is specifically with that. I mean, we've seen that in the Americas region specifically with teams like Swamp Gaming. You ban the Elsa, they can't play it as well, and they have one of the best duelists in the game. The constant Hulk save, I feel like Hulk has just been so effective for Xavier here, and the way that they've just been unleashed there cannot be understated. The constant White Fox focus as well in the back line, because they know, hey, if they have White Fox and Hulk, it's a lose-lose scenario.
yeah, I don't want to sound like a biased caster here either, but I'm just a big fan of the underdog story that we're getting out of the Coast Guard right now after, you know, the performance yesterday.
Good Ultron save.
You saw the potential yesterday from this Coast Guard's team, and it is showing now in this matchup versus the Space Force. So looking at the pick bans, yes, you did say for the Space Force, they go for the Protect on the Ultron this time around for Allocation, who's been fantastic on those flyers. Haven't yet seen, oh, sorry, not Allocation, that's the other.
That was the other one.
That was the other one. Wow. Just kind of got tripped up there from the Marines, who were seared into my brain after their series earlier on. Moon Knight ban from the Space Force. Do the Coast Guard retaliate with the same thing going into this final one? Already got rid of the Wolverine, already got rid of the Elsa. And Gambit, still potential ban here on their side, but Space Force locking in the Groot Protect for I Am Roots.
I like
and
it.
the Coast Guard, this would be a pretty good area to go for that Gambit ban last.
Yeah, Gambit ban I think is important. I don't know if they're going to be prioritizing it though, because they still felt confident. Both times they played against the Gambit, they won both those maps, right? So I don't know if they want to target ban something else. The Gambit could still be a good shout out because it does shut down a lot of stuff. But the Moon Knight instead, they do not want them to have it one-sided. We saw how good Ape out of the zoo was with it themselves. And now they're locking in their backline with the Invisible Woman here for Lavender. So good change up for them. They don't have to just stick on the Rocket Raccoon, and especially with that White Fox being banned. No Cloak and Dagger available though.
You know, I said that, you know, the Rocket Raccoon was an issue yesterday. I think that after that performance on Morocco, you can start to see the ability where Rocket Raccoon actually does assist the team, especially with those amplifiers. It really boils down to the timing, you know, where you're placing the placement and everything. And if you're matched up against a Phoenix too, that could just kind of completely get rid of that deployable from your Rocket. Lavender this time is going to have the Invis. Swag Daddy not opting in. You don't have the White Fox because it's banned out, so it's back to the Luna Snow Jail for yourself. Kid Down South yesterday, again, we've been kind of focused a lot on Kid Down South and the performance on Magic that we've been seeing from him, but yesterday on Kunlun, like that Star-Lord performance that we were seeing from Kid Down South was pretty unreal too.
Yeah, I could expect some big things from them here as well. I think another thing, though, that with this composition of Space Force, we don't necessarily see them going for like a high ground hold. Typically, you see like someone on like a Phoenix or some sort of hit scan up on the top of that temple, I guess you could call it, right before the capture point, and holding the high ground and just doing chip damage against the back line of their opponents as they try to attack. But this is more of kind of a hold on the sides for the most part. And you might see someone try to go up there instead, but the Thor is going to be defending it.
Let's see if you can battle here with the Hulk for that high ground. 3 players going to be pulled down by the Hulk of Dog Scout. So a little bit of trouble there when trying to take that height away from the Space Force. Dog Scout already looking to be an issue on this Winter Soldier.
It's a great look. Anti-dive, that's what Winter Soldier's name of the game is, and we've seen Dog Scout do pretty good on that hero before with the Kraken Impact, just getting hit after hit after hit. I mean, looking right now for I Am Root, though, if they can isolate the backline from the rest of these players on Coast Guard, it's going to be an even better win condition for them. Good focus, but great feel that we saw from the Hulk just smash them in the face.
Not easy shots to get there from, you know, Dog Scout on that Winter Soldier. Immediately going to swap over to Deadpool. So back in for the contest, see if you can get a little bit more off of the back of having a Unicorn to maybe block some of that damage as soon as you get through that portal. Thundering Realm as well, drops a little bit of that movement from Coast Guard. Still Xavier going to punch his way through this battle. 8 goes down on the Ultron, 3 fall, and it doesn't matter for the Space Force off the back of this contest. It's still the Coast Guard in full control, dictating the pace, dictating the outcome, capturing the first point, kicking off now their convoy.
This is so interesting to me too. Like Dog Scout felt so confident on the Phoenix last time we saw them on this map, and it seems like they're just going for a different strategy for Space Force, and it's not working. They should go back to the basics. Maybe they're like concerned about Coast Guard and their specific composition, but sometimes just playing your game and playing what you're good at works out well enough. And I think that's the biggest issue that Space Force are finding themselves in, is they're not in their comfort zone right now.
Right through the fog as well. You don't even know what hits you if you're rude. I mean, you're taking so much damage from this Mr. Fantastic swap out of Unstapled. You don't even know where to go, slowing you down, grabbing you out of the air. I mean, you're trying to dance around if you're Dog Scout, but it's really hard with the disruption that this Mr. Fantastic is causing. Now for the Brainiac Bounce, following up Xavier right behind him. So much damage onto that back line. The strategist in trouble, and a nice shot there from Maleb connects onto Root to finish off that hit for the Groot to go down. Here's the Kumio form out of Fizz. Final Judgment gonna get burned right through with Lavender focusing fire down on that Punisher. H2 is gonna fall as well. And it's a fate of both worlds out of the Coast Guard invested. That's all you really need other than the Meteor M to clean up this fight.
Thing just trying to hold things down, prevent that cart from moving around towards the high ground. This is kind of the hardest spot to defend as an attacker on this Heart of Heaven map. So if they can prevent it from going around the corner, they'll be doing a little bit better of a job, but it's too far away for the spawn room for them to get back in time. They do not want to invest the Strange Portal just yet. Might be saving that a little bit for later, but I feel like Space Force in general are kind of hesitant to use their portals.
I mean, they have been holding them on for quite a while. That's giving a lot of space for the Coast Guard to push up. Fate of both worlds from H2, and Xavier's already done so much damage off the World Breaker. I mean, yeah, Lavender's gonna fall, but it's a 3-for-1 trade. Coast Guard have such an advantage in this fight. Lucid with a late elimination on a Swag Daddy as soon as the Fate of both worlds goes down, but is it going to be enough for the Space Force to turn this? I'm not sure. Kid Down South has gotten his way back, and with that final elimination onto Lucid, you will get the touching off the grapple. Zipline gets you there, but it gets you out just as fast.
Oh, they tried desperately to get that final touch, and they still aren't able to get it at the last moment. Unfortunately, they could not stall as long as they would have wanted. 4 minutes available to get to that third checkpoint. And yeah, the Galactic Legend is available here for Kid Down South. Didn't even need to use it. I think they were trying to bait out the ultimates here from the Invisible Woman and from Kid Down South.
Done a great job at that.
Unfortunately, though, they didn't bait out a single one. They were cool, calm, and collected. They had their whole team behind them, and now they have even more ults available.
Yeah, there's not a single strategist ult to really rally against this Star-Lord pickup. Haven't seen a Human Torch at all throughout the tournament, so this is a first from Dog Scout. Maybe a secret pocket pick. Locked down from the sky. Xavier, you are a menace on the Hulk. Now for the Galactic Legend, trying to break through this group front line. Good damage into I Am Rope, but should be able to stay alive at the back of those strategist heals. Like you said, it is fantastic peel coming through from the Space Force to keep everybody alive.
Not the best way that they could have used their ultimate. It's a lot better used just to focus the back line, but they weren't pushed up enough and kind of using it as a zoning tool more than anything else. So a bit of a wasted ult, but they do have the rest of them in tandem for Coast Guard, trying to see if they could have baited out a bit more from Space Force, but they're too smart for that one.
Xavier again just proving to be a little bit of a nuisance. Here's the Supernova from Dog Scout, and that's going to force the fate of both worlds now on both sides. Final judgment. Supernova looking to do the brunt of the damage, but it's a Meteor M from Melo, but he dunks on him LeBron style. Now going for the rest. Coast Guard in deep with the invisible boundary to keep everybody topped up. 5 stay alive. Space Force off spawn, need to reset.
Still 2 ultimates available for Coast Guard Gaming as well, and they're still going to take out the Human Torch from the sky. Johnny is not having a good time in the fight here, and they'll have to be sent to the respawn room with a bit of a delay. The magic is coming out this time from Dog Scout, pulling out anything from the hat and seeing if it will be a good enough magic trick for them to work out.
Legends, Brainiac bounce, World Breaker. They want to end this one with a large time bank of 2 minutes, and they're looking to get it done. Lucid goes for the back line. Good lockdown onto Melo, but it's not going to be enough as Xavier turns back around, and it's a snipe on a 2 from the Hulk. A 3 limb to close it out. Coast Guard clutching up again on the 3rd point. 2-minute time bank is unreal right now. This team is hitting strides in their convergence.
They just needed some good rest and some good food, and now they are ready to re-engage on the competition today. Weren't happy with their performance yesterday, and now they are ready to show the world that they deserve to be in the semifinals, and one step away from it. Just need to hold off Space Force Gaming like they did on Convoy before this. And I mean, with their compositions, with the way that they're pacing their ultimates, not getting baited out by Space Force, it's been a completely different ball game for them, and I think that's been the biggest thing that they worked on from yesterday into today.
I totally agree. I think Coast Guard look just calm in a lot of these fights too. I think somebody has stepped up to be the IGL, and they have such good direction through these fights to just listen to. And I think that it is night and day what we experienced from them yesterday, because we saw the potential yesterday.
We did.
It was there.
I mean, they took a map off of Air Force as well.
But it's just like the overall execution fell a little bit flat as the series progressed on throughout, each map that we saw them. So like today, to see them really just continue to execute on this foundation, it's a great look for the Coast Guard. This is what we were wanting yesterday.
What I want to see from Space Force, I know Ape's been trying to play a little bit more of the duelist lineup, but maybe triple strategist could be an option for them. Have the Ultron, it's available to them. I mean, they saved it first, like far as they could, and they have not played it. I think they need to make it so that Dog Scout can really go in and deal some damage and terrorize the back line of Coast Guard. And maybe this changeup with the Daredevil could be the difference maker. I also like I Am Root, though, on the Venom. Venom is just so up in terms of the tier list for this season and such a menace to deal with. And because you don't have the White Fox, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Coast Guard to really do anything against them.
And I was really going to say, I don't think the Groot was working towards the end there. So I think this is a fantastic swap for Root. I think you're just providing so much ult charge to Kid Down South and Unstapled that you constantly saw Coast Guard had ults in the bank to work with. So
the stagger.
Oh, that is so frustrating for Lucid. But no, I think that Root is in the right spot here, but Dog Scout's not going to stay on the Daredevil to swap to Phoenix now.
I like this. I've been waiting for the Phoenix to come out from Dog Scout since I said how good it was last time, right? They're able to get the high ground pretty well, able to position as best as they can, but look at this positioning that we see from Coast Guard. They have the Hulk, they have the Mr. Fantastic, they have, is that the no, it's the, I thought the Ludo somehow got it, that would have been crazy. No, it's the Star-Lord there as well, trying to just keep them away from the objective, and this is great positioning by Coast Guard.
Space Force slowly working their way in. Lucid close to the eye of Agamotto. 97% and counting, so looking for an angle to maybe rip this one. H2 though, first one to fall is going to be your strategist line, and immediately you can see that is going to cause some issues for Lucid up front. Last alive, the only one here, so deep in enemy territory with nobody to work with. Will, fortunately enough, and you take down Swag Daddy, that's something to work with.
Yeah, they have to quickly push because it doesn't take too much time for Swag Daddy to get back to the objective here. So Space Force, as long as they can maybe portal into the objective, they'll be having a better bet, but they still have 2 minutes, so they won't want to use that resource just yet. They're going for the long flank, and I like this option better because going down main has not been working. You need a bit more cover, and hopefully this will be enough for a good position, but the Exile immediately going on to Rune. He can't do anything about it.
That is a good lockdown there from Xavier. Again, Swag Daddy gets caught in the rotation there, so Dog Scout understands that Luna Snow's going to be off spawn. Here's the Galactic Legend maybe to salvage this fight. Losing out on that strategist. Lavender out as well means you have 0 heals for Coast Guard in this fight. This Galactic Legend is a lot bigger than might be early anticipated, and Kid Down South is going to finish up the last little bit of cleanup. What a play there from the Coast Guard, losing out on both strategists right away.
Another stagger on to Lucid, having to fully reset for 10 seconds, and that time is precious here in these moments as they still have not been able to get a single tick. Dog Scout, though, has their ultimate. Ape also has theirs. They need to team these up perfectly so that they can vanquish Coast Guard, but they got to be careful about that Meteor M that can just suck up all the damage.
Ooh, the Exile, and that's not going to actually proc your extra shields there for I Am Rude. It's a little bit late. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier in for the end song, and the final judgment should be enough. If not this, I don't know what would be enough. 3 ultimates to confirm the point. Finally a chance here for the Space Force to build off of.
Nothing could have stopped that. A massive amount of damage that was coming out from Space Force, and that was a great change up for the H2 to swap on over to the Rocket Raccoon, build up that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They're still going for a portal play just to contest, but it was a bit too delayed.
Yeah, the capture is going to end up happening anyways, and that's just the portal gone for Melo. But which honestly, I don't hate the usage of these portals. I think you might as well use them early than late.
Use them while you got them.
Yeah, give it your chances before it's too little too late. Melo's actually going to swap off the Strange now into the Magneto as well, so we don't need to worry about those portals.
That's the first time Xavier and Kid Down South have gone down this entire map, by the way. So
wicked.
That's insane to think about, but Space Force, they could rally behind that. I think those are the 2 players you got to target the most, though. Having this Wolverine for Unstable could be a difference maker, though, especially if they can deal with the Doctor Strange from that. Iron Root's been a bit of a menace, even with the Exiles have been coming out from that, but not exactly where you want to see your Star-Lord go down.
But that's what you look for in Dog Scout playing this Phoenix, is just how good Dog Scout can be in the neutral fights with this pick. I mean, you get those eliminations. Yeah, exactly. It's just, Kid Down South says, okay, I don't want to be in the skies anymore with that Phoenix. I'm going back to the Magic, a little bit more grounded on these dives behind Xavier. And if Dog Scout says, I don't care, it's Lavender's turn to go down. So you're finding so much value from this Phoenix. Here comes the Fate of Both Worlds. Fate of the Abyss below them should be able to anti-heal a couple of these ones, but it's going to miss. No anti-heal. And Kid Down South is ripping through that backline. Invisible Boundary is going to go down, and Unstable still well and healthy there, fighting through the rest of them. You do get a late elimination on a Swag Daddy, but it should be Lavender back into this one shortly. Revive onto Lucid. This fight is over, and you're down to a minute 20. Gotta reset.
Yeah, trying to just recalibrate as best they can. A decent stagger onto I Am Root. They do have time to at least get back onto the objective, and they made a lot of progress to that second checkpoint. And actually, Coast Guard wisely giving up the space to try to position themselves to go around, dodge the Eye of Agamotto from Space Force. It doesn't get a single person, and there is going to be the ultimate from the Magic.
Darkchild now. Maelstrom's going to be able to break through this Hulk form, but it's all you're going to find right now in this scuffle, looking for another late elimination of the Swag Daddy. You know, if there's anything Lucid's been good for, it's taking down that Luna last.
It's been a tough spot for the Coast Guard trying to hold on this checkpoint. They want to get this win confirmed before going to a potential overtime that could easily force things into a map 5, but they get the objective for now. Time ticking down, less than 30 seconds here, and they could go for a portal play. We haven't seen one yet from Space Force, but they're just going to walk down main.
They're going to walk right into this one. You have 4 ultimates for the Coast Guard coming up in that Cosmic Yard Amplifier to mix in alongside this Final Judgment, but you're not able to use that Final Judgment. Kid down south is going to make sure of that one. Swag Daddy will eventually fall, but it's going to be a numbers advantage for the Coast Guard in a 5-on-4. Down goes the Space Force. 2 seconds left. Overtime's going to be ready to go, but you gotta get it back into this one. No swaps to Strange just yet. Beast of the Abyss, and the Final Judgment now is gonna give you a chance to turn this fight, but the Meteor Ram dunks back down. Coast Guard looking for the win, looking for the upset. Cosmic Yard Amplifier now for the portal. Space Force still have some value in this one, but you are fighting for your lives. Unstable still swinging around.
H2 goes down, so does the Doctor Strange. Everyone dropping like flies, and Coast Guard still trying to hold it down.
Kid down south now for the Cosmic, or the Invisible Boundary. Fizz keeping the team alive. H2 gonna be here as well. Dog Scout swaps over to the Magic, slicing around, swinging that sword, but only 2 more members live. It's a close spawn. Can they get back? Dark Child, Dog Scout needs to stay alive, but no, the revive's gonna be destroyed, and it's 2 eliminations of the Coast Guard looking to finish this one with the fate of both worlds. There it is. 1 more player, it's done. The Coast Guard take down the Space Force, move on to the semifinals.
What a victory by Coast Guard here. This was the counter map pick for Space Force. They felt confident on it before, but could not find the rhythm, could not find the magic that they had captured yesterday. And unfortunately for them, they will have to catch the L this go around. Kid down south, MVP, the Flex Demon onto this squad, but everyone really elevated their game from yesterday into today. I mean, we saw some great work from the back line that had some improvements. We saw the front line do what they needed. We even saw the duelists step up to yet another level, but will it be enough once they get to those semis?
That's the big question for the Coast Guard. I mean, the only thing I can say right now is that you just got to soak this whole moment up, because what a day for the Coast Guard so far, and it's only just begun. I mean, yesterday it was 4 losses in a row before you found your first win versus the Navy. Today, your first game in, it's a win. It's just 2 wins in a row now for the Coast Guard, just building back into this tournament, and that is something excited to build off of. Unfortunately for the Space Force, that's going to be it from them. I mean, again, we got to show some love to this squad. Big GGs on their side, because, I mean, how fun has it been to watch the Space Force play, especially, you know, somebody like Dog Scout flexing around from the duelist into the strategist. It's just been a great day.
Yeah, it's been a huge day. I mean, specifically like shout-outs in terms of performances. I loved I Am Root with the flexibility we saw from them. The Groot wasn't working, swapped to the Venom, almost enough, right, for them to get that second checkpoint with the dives we saw from them. Lucid was just like the thing player today.
Yeah.
The way that we saw them throughout the competition, just going in, fisticuffs every single time. No one could take them down to the last moment, trying to stall things out. Massive. Ape Out the Zoo, I think they're the sub here specifically for the team, just based off what we saw for like the rosters initially. They've been doing a great job with the flexibility we saw from them on the Ultron, playing the Moon Knight, playing the Punisher here, great as well. Dog Scout has so many heroes that he can play. The problem was it just felt like nothing was sticking against this team, against Coast Guard. So I got to give them a big shout out as well. And then H2, we saw yesterday, so many flex plays from them, specifically in different heroes. Now they're sticking mainly with the strategist, and then Fizz also doing a great job. I mean, everyone on that Space Force team did what they could. It was so close, but not enough, because the pop-ups that we saw from Coast Guard Gaming.
Unfortunately, in order to crown a champion, we're going to have to eventually say goodbye to a couple of teams. And for the Space Force, that is the end of their run. For the Coast Guard, though, what a rise from this squad. And we got Lavender on stage with Tony for a couple of questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and man, I have one half of that dynamic healing duo between you and Swag Daddy. It is so tough for anybody to find some eliminations, and I gotta ask you, how does it feel representing the women, not only in the military, but also in gaming in general?
It feels really good, honestly. I just wanted to really showcase that that we are out there. I am a girly girl, but I do like playing video games, so like for the girls out there who are thinking about it, just do it. Don't be nervous.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you're making a lot of people proud out there. And obviously, we talked about it before. Like you're one half of that strategist duo, and we've seen a lot of heroes in your kit. I've seen a little bit of Rocket Raccoon, a little bit of White Fox. I think we saw a little bit of Cloak and Dagger out of you, but also a very dangerous Invisible Woman. How important is it to have a wide variety of strategists that you can have, especially when it feels like sometimes you get target banned?
It is really important to have a big pool as a strategist. When you get target banned, and because you're doing such a good job, you need to be able to just switch quickly, identify what the problem is, and just really work with your team. So my team really enables my Invisible Women. So they put in the hard work, and I'm able to just do what I do because of them.
Love that. And last question. Now you put that you love karaoke over in the bios. I'm just saying, after the event is done, we're gonna have a lot of fun. How about we hit a karaoke bar, get our Luna Snow on a little bit? How do you feel about that?
I feel great about it. I love karaoke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're going deeper into the winner's bracket. And when we come back from a short break, we're going to continue to follow their journey along with everybody else. We can only crown one champion. Who's taking home that trophy? Welcome back, gamers. It is day number 2 of your Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026. And so far, opening up, we've seen 2 incredible matches, and it's not done just yet. We
Not
have
even
an
close.
even tighter one that should be coming up next, and one that I know you're especially excited for.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to, the winners from Marines, specifically Allocation, was saying that they've done the homework. That's all that they need to do. They don't need any trash talk here. It's just going to be clean, and they're ready for it. They've been studying the matchup. Last time they were up 2-1 in that first to 3. Best of 5, as I like to call it, but it can technically go longer if we get a draw. We haven't had one of those yet here in the competition. It would be crazy if it happens in this final day. I mean, I'm a fan of it. It's always entertaining when we do have those. Maybe not as much for the players, but Marines, they want to change their fate. They want to get the revenge that they couldn't get last time against the U.S. Army Esports squad. And what a better way to do it here in the semifinals. Get yourselves a spot in the top 2, guaranteed, if you win this first to 3.
Yeah, what feels like the theme so far this weekend is, we were talking about it, there is no real losing in Marvel Rivals, only learning. And especially from day 1, which was a round robin, there was so much that you were able to gain as far as knowledge from your competition. And we've seen even teams actually maybe stealing some strategies from their competition and bringing it into day 2 and finding some success. Well, we should see the same thing here with a team like Marines, who, like you kind of alluded to, were up 2-1 in a series against this very Army Esports roster, but weren't able to close it out. Will today be different, especially when you have Wonky Taco and Allocation probably being one of my favorite DPS duos that we see, just with how Wonky Taco is able to stuff the stat sheet and how Allocation, I feel like, is just such an unselfish player. He doesn't care, and all he wants to do is support the rest of his squad.
I also want to give a big shout out to Sham Fam here, playing remotely for this team as well. So not even being able to be in the same environment for their squad either, and having to clock in, be in a different spot, and not have the back and forth comms and good vibes that you can have in a LAN environment, and still playing insane, right? We saw, I think it was 33-0 or 37-0, somewhere around there for the Emma, was insane on their side. Now the other end of the aisle that we have, U.S. Army Esports, Banana Bread. That was the story here. Isuppli's been doing really great. Monty, too, we saw on the Doctor Strange a little bit there. Insertania. I mean, everyone on this team has done great things on both sides of the aisle. So this is going to be a great matchup that these teams are facing off against each other again. And I believe they're playing right across from each other. Actually, no, they're a little bit farther away. Okay. That would be cool.
But I will say, I feel like one of the greatest strengths, and if not the greatest strengths for both of these rosters, is kind of what you alluded to, is from top to bottom, they don't have any weaknesses. When your greatest strength is that you don't have any weaknesses at any point in time, you have players that can just step up and get the job done. I feel like that's always going to be a recipe for success. We're going to see highlight moments from a Wonky Taco who's going to go off and maybe drop a crazy triple or a quad. We're going to see the same thing on the other side of things with Banana Bread, because Banana Bread demands a lot of attention well. But it's everybody else that can step up at any given moment that makes both of these teams special, and the reason why they're here in the semifinals.
I mean, the last series that we saw of the day was insane. We went all the way to 5. It was a reverse sweep. U.S. Army Esports are kicking themselves here. And they don't want to go a 5 again. They want to guarantee themselves that run back into the grand finals. It was a different esports title that was played in 2024, but they were are currently the defending champions here for the Armed Forces Esports Championship. And they want to make sure that they can host that trophy at the end of it and prove that they are the best branch of the armed forces here. And well, this is one step towards that journey. They are going to be locking into Captain America as normal, but the Daredevil will get banned out. Marine Corps have done their homework.
Yeah, double gaming ban, going in for the Daredevil ban. I will say one thing that maybe I'm not used to seeing is a protect on the Captain America this early, but that just tells you how strong and how comfortable Insertania is on that Captain America, that they want it early because they know that's probably one of the best chances they have of finding success.
Yeah, we saw some great looks from them. We saw Monty even pulling out some of the Moon Knight before, so we might see that come out again. Banana Bread looked really good on the Phoenix for their side, so there's a couple of different changes that we could see from there. Isubly looked super strong on the Invisible Woman. We've seen a couple of those Invisible Woman bans. I recommend a lot of them focusing on this Storm ban, though, for Marine Corps. We talked to Allocation. They said that was their main. It's been targeted banned a lot of time, but they don't need to play it. So there's a couple different options that they can go for.
Yeah, definitely recognizing that it's one of Allocation's strengths, and I would say maybe one of their biggest strengths is having the value that they're able to create on the Storm, not just for themselves, but for the players around them. But I will say, we've seen a very good Ultron out of them. We've seen Allocation really dig deep into the bag. In fact, for a bit, we saw some Wolverine action while we see Marines coming in and protecting the Invisible Woman. I'm not surprised at that whatsoever. Very, very strong strategist. A ban onto the Mantis right away. Maybe they should have focused on, I'm sorry, Ultron already protected. They already thought 3 steps ahead. They said, no, we're protecting Ultron right off the rip, and early did our Marine roster.
Yeah, that's why they had to ban the Mantis, right? They don't want them to have double damage boost, and they also banned the Storm for the exact same reason, because you can have double damage boost in 2 different ways. You can technically have triple damage boost if you play the Storm, the Mantis, and the Ultron, so they don't even have to worry about that at all. It's taken off the table completely. They only have 1 extra version of it, but Allocation, we can see what they're hovering here specifically. I like Wonky Taco, though, on the Phoenix here as well. We've seen a lot of great play from every team in the competition on this White Fox, and it's so funny to me because when White Fox initially released, people were like, she's okay. She needs some buffs. She got some buffs. Now she's broken. And maybe needs some nerfs in tandem for Season 8, but she's a lot of fun in terms of a strategist, really enabling your team, especially as they go in for dives, can rescue them with the teleport, and just get that AoE heal as she goes into her just Kumiho form and just do as much damage as possible and isolate people. You can even like kick them away from their team.
Yeah, I say it all the time. When it comes to White Fox, I feel like if you were an individually skilled strategist, you are loving what White Fox brings to the table with the way you're able to stand down and the combination of the damage along with the heals and your ability to get final hits and support your divers. It's a lot more value than what you could probably just notice just directly on the surface. So if you're individually skilled, enjoy White Fox. Me, in the meantime, I'll stick to Cloak and Dagger.
No, that's valid. You know, the Fox Form Awakening is really solid too. That way you can actually like go for the predatory pounce, tail sweep that sends people flying and does so much damage, and just isolate the other team when they try to go in for those dives. But Insertania on the Captain America, trying to see where they could go in here as well, and maybe they'll be able to get an initial pick or at least keep them off the objective. Early percentage looking to go in the favor of the Army, already getting that first pick.
And that first pick will actually be so important here for this Army Esports roster. As Phoenix are coming off a spawn, you see that Army want to get aggressive and want to continue to put the pressure on. Marines are on full defensive mode, but also doing a great job of just holding the line and not giving away any free final hits. And Star-Lord taking height, doing max damage here, just continuing to pressure them. And now it's not just Phoenix, the one being sent to the respawn screen. Boy, you're just targeting the tank. Actually, both of them. Army starting to look strong.
This is a huge 2-2-2 lineup for Army, using the Star-Lord, which is in its own right one of the best duelists in the game that can flex around whatever they need to for their team, if they're going in for the dive, if they're trying to get an off angle as well, use the Galactic Legend just to rip the other team to shreds, and then also having the extra damage for that Elsa to target them as they try to get on the objective. This is a great composition for Army, and Marines haven't quite found that answer just yet. Hopefully they'll be able to change things up a little bit here. Maybe having Shamfam be on this Doctor Strange to move them forward could be the difference maker as well.
We see Marines swinging wide left to try to attack the mid-map here. So not only catching them from a different angle, but also holding height right now are Marines. A great strategy to employ when coming off a spawn and really trying to make their presence known. Now Army may have to use some ultimates in order to try to stay alive. I do see the invisible boundary coming in immediately to try to find an answer back for the Galactic Legend. Great damage going down, but only one final hit. A very important one, and actually an important 2. You're going right after the main support players.
Oh, Wonky Taco tried to get somebody with the eliminations there, and they are able to get some conversions, but the Freedom Charge will come out from Army. Insertania just trying to stall the point and get it to that 99% at least. There's going to be the Hulk World Breaker form, and they're juggling the Kumiho. They can't even escape. There's no CC immunity for this White Fox. Instead, they are just going to be sent packing time and time again. They cannot even escape with the teleports, but eventually they will go into the puny banner form, and they cannot stay on the objective as long as they would like. But actually, they're getting the heals. I thought they would go down. The rest of their team rejoins them. They have their own Kumiho on form. There is the Rage of Ultron, though, trying to bounce back and answer something for the Marines, but all these ultimates wasted. It's still not able to get anything. Staggers come through, and they will have to reset. Somebody needs to keep contesting for Marines and barely staying on the objective.
Shout out to the IGL and full Monty Jacket juggling the nine-tailed fox and really limiting the impact that they were able to create. They wanted to do max damage. They wanted to continue to find heals, but they weren't able to do so because they were in the air. Overtime started, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to finish it. Nobody able to get through that portal. Army building the wall.
We saw some sparks of brilliance from the Marines, but it seems like Army are just another level on this map specifically. This was the map where they turned things around, forced it to map 5 against the Marines before, so random domination worked out in their favor for this first one, but could easily change in the rest of the series, and that's only the Celestial Hand. Now going over to the Vaults, it's a bit more open, a lot harder for the Army to keep them contained in their spawn, and that will work out a lot better for the Marines, and I like these change-ups in terms of the competition for them. They're going to meet them bar for bar, Hulk for Hulk, and see who's going to be able to throw hands with the best of them.
Yeah, Marines, I think go very interesting with this composition here. I mean, you have Venom and Hulk that should be diving the back of the mid line together, but then you have Jeff, who's great at healing down Rage, even providing some extra damage if necessary. The team up is really strong. I can see the vision that Marines are trying to deploy here, and no matter what, you know, they say your best ability is your adaptability. How well you're able to adapt to your opponents who just have gone up in round 1.
Also, Jeff can use that symbiotic shenanigans just to get the extra bonus health. It's not as much as it used to be before the 7.5 and nerf to it, but still very effective when you are going for those dives. So the Marines, they'll try their best to keep things lighthearted as they look to lock down the objective firsthand, but Army are circling around like a pack of hyenas ready to go and get their first elimination. They're contesting on the objective not to give it up for free, but the End Song Inferno will come out from Walkie Taco. Doesn't get any of the picks that it wanted to. That's the first ultimate down. And we almost have a Glartrox available for Franklin. They're ready to unleash it in a moment's notice. That could be the difference maker, but one of their members, Banana Bread, already getting vanquished on the point. Kumiho, this Chef Vital is vital enough for their backline to stay in the fight, and no one can do anything against Walkie Taco. Even the Jeff getting involved, the eliminations, and Army does get vanquished for now.
And you saw how all the chaos really started in this fight. There were fights going down in multiple points of the map and just splitting up and isolating. It looks like that was Marines' strategy in order to get the advantage on Army. Find the combos that you want, isolate your opponents, and take advantage. It's a winning strategy, clearly, for Marines.
Well, Marines got the first fight win, but they still have the next team fight where ultimates are going to be available for Army, and they weren't last time, so this has to be a big change up for them. One already down, the Ultron to vanquish. The Feast of the Abyss can't really get as many picks as they would like it to. Banana Bread with the Galactic Legend did manage to get 2, and you have the It's Jeff, but that's not going to be enough for you to hold onto the objective. Trying to keep possession of it as long as possible, though, that we see Zephyros as well, but the Venom doesn't have their symbiotic resilience available to them to keep up on the point, so we'll easily transfer percentage over, forcing Marines back towards their spawn, and they're going to continue to move. They can't even have the puny banner form alive long enough to get back into the Hulk form, and Army continue to show why they are a team that can be contested with as the Rage of Ultron comes through.
Some well-played ult coming out of Army there, but not overusing the ult. You see how many they have still working with. But as I say that, one does quickly go down, actually turning into 2. Marines clearly fighting back, and just when I thought they were in danger of getting quite low, they turn the tables just a bit on Army and make it quite the fight. Well, it's Jeff gonna swallow up many of the members of Army, but Army simply break out of it.
You got to have some support in some capacity, but when you have 2 dive Vanguards, it's not going to be any bubble in your future as a Jeff player, and that's exactly why you see them swap off of it back to the Invisible Woman. It's not working and not what they need at this moment in time, and instead, Army are continuing to get the percentage in their favor and now have the advantage.
Back on board now with Franklin here over toward the high ground, and Army love doing this. They love trying to hit you from multiple different levels of elevation, which is probably why they love this section of the map here, because they're able to do just that. But you gotta be careful. Elson trying to be a little sneaky here. They were taking that same angle, but unleash the beast. Apex Predator is dropped, and so will a member of Army make it too. Just like that, Marines create a huge opening.
As you say that, though, Wonky Taco did get that End Song Inferno to save their teammates, and the Worldbreaker Hulk at least pushes them back for now and trying to get towards the objective as they can, but they need to stop them out. A good Exile will keep them off the objective for a little bit, but not enough time for them to recapture it. Instead, it will go ever further to the 99% that the Army are vying for, but they do have a trade custody onto this objective for Celestial Vault. Ultron from allocation getting a triple just by his lonesome, not even have to worry about anyone else, and this was the swap I was waiting for.
For those of my strategists who play ranked with me that cannot run Ultron and triple heals, do you not see the value? If you don't miss, you are going to shred the health of your opponent.
That might be the problem, that they can't hit.
When you just saw a huge double KO out of Ultron, and they didn't even use their ult. Now we're using their ult. Now we're using that extermination, and look at how much value you're going to continue to get out of this, both heals and damage. Ultron really is the man.
Yeah, the Rage of Ultron keeping their team up, but also just zoning people away from this objective, trying to get to that 99% themselves, but it's not going to go as easy as they would hope it would. Army will bounce back, recapture the point, and we need a portal and fast from the Marines, or else it's not going to go in their favor. There will be a Venom play, but they're not using their ultimates in time, or cooldowns, excuse me. They barely managed to stay alive just to keep it to an OT scenario. Monty is going on a KO streak, and Kumiho is going to be unleashed on the point, stomping on the competition for the Marines just to stall enough for the rest of their team to join them. But that's the problem. The staggers are too much for the Marines. Army has it all locked down. Invisible Boundary could change things.
Looks like the Invisible Boundary was enough to keep them alive through the Nine-Tailed Fox. And you see Incertania continue to just try to harass everybody else that's left on the map. And it looks like our Strange Play wants to get involved in the fight as well. They want to play two, portaling right back into the action and continuing to find value as he finds a couple of shots at Elsa and allows Star-Lord to come in out of nowhere. Banana Bread with a huge KO, but can he turn it into more?
Yeah, Zephyrins got that portal through and was able to save their team at least for a little bit, but they can't get the eliminations that they need. The Worldbreaker form and the Hulk smash onto the other Hulk. Hulk versus Hulk. They also staggered them, exiled them for a moment, and unfortunately, well, the blue version of the Hulk could not work out well enough for them to stay on the objective as long as they would like. They need the rest of their team to come in and get some eliminations, and, well, you have a little bit more damage coming out from the Army. One is going to be actually from that Kuiho form that we see from the back end, and there's a great stun. The charm onto the Eye of Agamotto forces the Doctor Strange to waste their ultimate, and they go down without a fight. Army takes this one in stride.
Beautiful work, and honestly, you really got to highlight the support players on both rosters. In the same way that I talked about Ultron getting that maximum value, and if you're not missing, you're finding those KOs, both damage and healing-wise, they provide value. Well, we saw the same thing out of White Fox. If you can skill check your opponent and you can find those kills, find those final hits, that is absolutely huge. White Fox and Ultron really are the strongest strategists right now in the game, especially when you involve triple heals.
Looking at Banana Bread, I mean, MVP in terms of those final hits specifically, but Monty on the Hulk was just another beast here specifically. Only one death to their name, the lowest in the entire lobby. The next closest was 3 that we saw from Incertania and iSubly. So the fact that they only went down a single time as Hulk, who has such a big hitbox and can be targeted so many times, is crazy. I think the big thing that we needed to see from the side of the Marines is a Wolverine. Wolverine can do a pretty good job, especially if you are going to team that up with either a Thing or a Hulk for that fastball special. So you can go for those kidnaps, you can deal with the Vanguards a little bit easier. And yes, it's harder to target a Venom specifically, but you can do a lot of work against them too. So I feel like zoning out the Captain America could be a solid shout with that as well. We saw some good looks from Incertania on that too, but it was just too much damage coming out. You had the Elsa, you had the Star-Lord you were playing against. You couldn't stay alive as long as you were winning in some of these team fights. And then we saw a great look there from Hazards with the charm to cancel out the Doctor Strange ult and get them to win. Zephyrins couldn't do anything there. So a great look for map 1 for Army, but it's also the map that they won in the last series they played.
Well, I'm glad you brought up a Wolverine because I feel like, I mean, a Wolverine is such a niche character. I don't think everybody can play Wolverine.
Yeah.
But lucky for both of these team rosters, they do have 2 players that can flex towards Wolverine. We've seen allocation find value on Wolverine, especially when Wonky Taco is willing to go on a Phoenix, and they have a very, very strong Phoenix in case their L-sides are getting banned. On the other side of things, we've seen full Monty Jacket hop off of the actual tank and hop Wolverine themselves. So
That's true.
on both sides of things, we've actually seen Wolverine. Now, we do have to get a little bit flexible if we're Army in order to get to that Wolverine. But again, we talked about before, how you're able to adapt, and that goes across for everybody, not just a certain role or a certain player.
Yeah, maybe having a couple players who can play important heroes like that, like the Wolverine, could be the difference between winning and losing. But it seems like we are going to Central Park for our next map here specifically. We've seen it so many, I think that's the Convergence map we've seen the most this weekend. So it's the most familiar that these teams are. They know, oh, this team's maybe not as good as it. This team, I'm pretty good on it. It's a fan favorite for a lot of teams in competitive in general, just to play on it because it's a known quantity. You know, okay, if we can get the full hold, we're good. If we can't, there's a couple different strategies we could do around the second checkpoint. Third one, you have the high ground. Hit scan helps a lot. Ultron helps a lot too. We saw the Ultron save from Marines, and honestly, they didn't play it too much. It felt like they were just getting shot out of the sky too often to focus on it, especially with Banana Bread and Franklin having the just amount of damage that they could dish out. I wonder if they like tried to target the bans that way a little bit differently so that they can at least have more of a Ultron play, because they went for that save and it felt like it was kind of a waste of a save, honestly.
Well, there's 2 ways they can go about it. I think one way is kind of what you brought up is correct. It's use your bans in order to enable your Ultron player. Or, I mean, you can go a different direction and just not go with the Ultron.
Yeah.
I mean, allocation is definitely not a one-trick pony. I mean, we've seen the Storm, we've seen the Ultron, but we've also seen many other characters in the bag, Wolverine, so on and so forth. So there's 2 different ways we could approach that. If you really feel like your best way to win is to somehow get Ultron in play and get activated through it, but sometimes I think about how much resources you now have to dump in order to make this possible, and then you have to really weigh out the pros and cons. Is it worth that, or should we just find a different win condition?
We'll have to see as we are headed to Central Park here for the bans and protects. But again, we saw some great looks from Wonky Taco in the past. Hopefully we see some more here as well. They got 9 final hits, but they're 9 for 9. Went down 9 times. They were targeted a lot. And I think because they were doing these solo duelists, they weren't able to do as much as they were wanting to against the double duelist that was dealing so much damage, especially because we saw, what was it, 15,000 from Banana Bread, 14 from Franklin. We saw 15 from Wonky Taco, but nobody was close to the 10,000s on the other end for the rest of the team. So could see some change-ups. The Hulk ban, though, is going to come out against the Army. They do not want to play against Monty on that Hulk, and I respect it.
Yeah, he's annoying with it. He really is. He just puts down so much damage. And hold on. I see the Elsa Protect, but I see a Mantis Protect. I've been actually so surprised with the lack of Mantises that we've seen. Mantises that we've seen so far in this tournament.
Or maybe it's just mantis. Like, I feel like there's some sort of animal out there where, it's like moose. It's not meese, it's just moose. But it's just more moose.
Somebody in the chat, let me know. What's the plural of mantis?
But we do have the Storm Band coming out again. Of course, they're not going to allow them to have that, double damage boost that they like to go for. The Mantis is still a pretty good option, though, I would say, for the Marines here, and a little bit better than the Ultron, especially with the amount of heals that they're able to do with it. And you don't have to be just a fly on the wall every time you're playing it. The Phoenix, too, focusing a bit more on hit scan. I like this bet because you're going to go for the Phoenix because you don't have the Elsa. Use the Phoenix and the Mantis together. Hope that's going to be enough of a combo to deal with Army.
And that's exactly what I was thinking, Phoenix and Mantis. And maybe we see them pivot in one way or another. Maybe it's like the Wolverine and the Phoenix. I know that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's a good
but
combo.
I will say, I think we start off with Mantis and Phoenix and see how that damage boost can really affect things. Meanwhile, Cloak and Dagger banned immediately, which has been very popular so far this tournament. Just a comfort pick for many, even myself. If I'm on Cloak and Dagger, I feel like I give my team the best opportunity to win.
Well, we see the Captain America saved again. The White Fox will be banned out this time. They do not want to face off against that anti-dive comp, but also the brawl that you can expect against them. So targeting a lot of the dive potential for Army is a good bet here for the Marines, but will that be the difference maker for them? We saw Hover on the other end to Storm. That just would have been insult to injury, I feel like, after banning it.
And I'm looking around a little bit here. I see, I saw a Rocket Amplifier for a little bit. I was thinking Rocket Amplifier and Mantis, like double damage boost there for like a Venom ult or even a Phoenix as well. That could have been crazy. It looks like they're switching things up almost right away here. And it's gonna be Marines coming off a spawn here. And look at them put their defensive setup in. And they've really got to take some space. They really have to influence the map properly. But one thing about this one is there much of a way to get into the center without going down main? Like, I feel like there's that side angle that I guess
yeah, so you can like
certain
you
heroes
can fly
go.
around, or you can try and do like a crazy flank. We saw the Wolverine
one
with
or
the
two
fastball
people.
special be able to do it. Like if you have a flyer comp, you can just go around the entire map if you really wanted to. You can portal. That's what they're doing here. We've seen a lot of teams opt for a portal play. Actually, no, they're not going for the portal. So I thought they were. It just looked like they had the Doctor Strange, but they're not going through. They're just going down main, and I respect it. Save the portal for later if you want to use it. A lot of teams though use it out the gate so that they have enough time for another one, just in case the first fight doesn't go well.
I think with a situation like this on defense, a Moon Knight on this map and on a specific choke could be so valuable with the burst damage. But it looks like on the opposite side, on offense, that's where the Moon Knight is. It's actually on the side of Army. So trying to find as much burst damage as possible. Speaking of burst damage, Wonky Taco just laying down the law.
And this is what the Marines were hoping for. Have the damage boost onto the Phoenix, and nobody can survive the extra burst that will be coming out from that. And this is a great look for the Marines. A good change up, like the dive in terms of the Vanguards that they have available to them, especially with Sham Fam. They felt so strong on the Hulk before, and they're looking to do a same performance, and one-sided at that. They don't have to go toe-to-toe with the best that was Monty. But speaking of Monty, they are playing that Wolverine, as we were mentioning, so they could be a menace, and this could be the counter that they're looking for.
Yeah, it looks like Army really switching off of the Moon Knight right off the rip and changing things up drastically after what Marines just showed on defense. And now we see Venom coming in, and Venom just being the nuisance. Somehow Army trying to find the angle, and a very quick Phoenix ult that we're seeing, but somehow able to dodge and survive.
Yeah, great teleport back just to make sure that you stay alive and don't have to worry about too much of that damage building up. I think it was more just to keep them off the objective more than anything else, and then have enough time to build up your ultimate again. But the problem is, in this next team fight, they won't have any ultimates available to them. As the Army have that Phoenix ult coming online, they also have the Apex Predator. It's a big thing here too. Monty getting charmed and going back into the fray with the rest of their team, seeing the Venom that's diving in, but not trying to overextend themselves because they have to keep pushing.
Yeah, Monty was trying to get aggro over toward the back line, so he is right now. Heard the comms and had to go in and peel for the back line. So maybe that momentary lapse of timing is all Marines need in order to get activated, but Banana Bread apparently is going off.
Got one elimination, another with the Ensung Inferno as well. We have the Eternal Bond coming through from Hazards, and there's already 2 more ultimates still available in the bank if needed for the Army. A last stand coming out from the Marines as they try to hold things down before that first checkpoint. Venom goes in, Beast of the Abyss, gets a bunch of health, but not enough. Only one person hit by it, so a bit of a wasted ultimate in my mind, and the Freedom Charge comes through from Incertania just to keep them on the objective and keep everyone at bay for now. Hulk will go in, but doesn't have their ultimate just yet. Invisible Boundary does get procced by Ice Subly, but actually that was a video glitch there for a second. They're still holding on to it for now, and well, it will be another dive in from the Venom just to keep them off the objective for getting that second checkpoint, wasting as much time as possible. And already only a minute remaining. Yes, they get the checkpoint here, but they wasted so much time.
Yeah, look, we actually...
Ooh, and they're still stalling.
And I was stalling enough for the portal to come in.
What?
Portal is here. Invisible Boundary is now up, and not giving up on any fight is the Marines. But maybe a bit staggered at the moment here because they're just going down one by one, and Army are the only one benefiting from all this.
The Glartrock's a bit too powerful for them to stay on the objective, but that was plenty of time wasted. The portal went through, didn't exactly do what it wanted to, and to waste even more, but
they did what they had to, right? They're not going to be using a portal play until much later on in the second checkpoint, if it even lasts as long as they need it to. So wasting as much time at the start is the best prerogative for any team on Central Park. Marines, though, I think the big thing here is like, how can they use their ultimates a little bit better? We haven't seen any big plays from them yet.
We saw on the scoreboard not too long ago, the Slays, the elimination just heavily favoring Army right now. Marines, they're trying to adapt. They're trying to figure out a composition that'll work best for them, but some way, somehow, Army just keep getting the advantage. Meanwhile, White Fox doing a great job of just being everywhere at the same time, putting damage onto multiple different targets. We do see a Phoenix ult coming in from the sky and downward, but Marines end up losing a Phoenix of their own here. And as Hulk is trying to smash, he's just continuously stunned and just, he can't move.
Even with the CC changes, they're timing it well enough that he keeps getting stuck in the same spot. So it's not going to be proccing the tenacity. And that was just 200 IQ play that we saw from the Army team. And they know their timings is, even with the Exile coming onto the thing, it doesn't matter because they're pushing the entire distance of the lane towards that second checkpoint, and the castle will open its gates momentarily, but they're trying to hold it down at least for one more team fight. Hulk still staying in it. Clobbering time comes through from Monty, gets the back line completely, and they're going to be vanquished. The Invisible One goes down before they can use their ultimate, but there comes the Sword Resurgence.
That was absolutely huge. Taking down the Invisible Woman before they were able to use their ult. I was thinking to myself, Cloak and Dagger's ultimate is so important to respond to that invisible boundary, but they didn't need it. They're finding the eliminations. The scoreboard is lighting up red right now, and that red is for Army.
Hazard's got a KO from their ultimate even, using the Eternal Bond, and someone just stayed in the AoE too long, and unfortunately the floor was lava for them, and they haven't played that game in their childhood, it seems. There is still going to be a couple more of these snipes coming out from Banana Bread, but Kubiho will be unleashed by Vital just to stay on the objective, lock things down, and try to force them towards an overtime, stay invisible boundary, and Freedom Charge do come through. We even have another chance for an Ensong. Inferno does get one for Banana Bread, but the stall continues from Shamfan. They don't have the health to keep themselves up, but that's okay. They wasted even more time towards the second checkpoint for the rest of the team to try and get involved. Phoenix goes down so many times. We have an Iron Man here as well.
Okay, Army really digging the bag right there to grab hold of the Iron Man, and I am not mad at that whatsoever, but it looks like they're going to swap that out for an Elsa real quick as that cart is moving. And while Marines are trying to look for an answer, Army just continuously winning the neutral battle, winning the ult battle, and even find an early pick. Where did Mantis go?
Yeah, Mantis going down immediately, and that's been the problem that we've been seeing here for the Marines in these team fights, is that they haven't been able to stay up as long as they would like. So it's a tough spot to find themselves in. We've been seeing Kanzan going down a couple times as well, and we saw in the previous map that they were struggling to stay up, and swapping over to the Jeff maybe to have some more flexibility, one of the faster and more squirmy heroes out there on the back line can do what they can, but the Ivagomoto gets a huge stun, but they can't get the eliminations. Wonky Taco is going to bounce back themselves.
Marines finally finding a way to slow down Army's offense. Army's offense has been serious, and just when I look, just less than a minute on the clock. Army, who have like the stronger team, especially on offense, now it feels like their backs against the wall just a bit. They have to win a team fight here or the next one, otherwise Marines will hold them at 0-2.
They've been getting enough time by how much they've been saving getting to that next checkpoint. But the big thing is, can these eliminations come out from the Marines? They have struggled. Wonky Taco was able to get some before. The Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger proves why it's been such a priority in the ban and draft phase so far. If you're just going to put down an invulnerable dance floor, nobody is going to be able to take you down. And the Ensong Inferno does team up with some of the other players on the Army side to get some KOs, but Wonky Taco, one last ditch effort. The Ensong Inferno, Banhammer comes through from Zephyrins, and they do manage to get one. And trades continue back and forth between the Marines and the Army, even with the invisible boundary. It's still not enough for Army to secure this third checkpoint. Overtime about to be activated. Marines, they don't have the ultimates to keep themselves up.
And no wonder why Army are finding success in some of the eliminations. Even your support players are finding a way to put down max damage. That was a lot of damage that we saw coming out of Cloak, out of the Terra Cloak. And mind you, we do see a pseudo support ult coming out of Captain America with the Freedom Charge. But all you've done is make the Nine-Tails Fox angry.
massive stuns onto the Marines, and they can't stay up. There was an Eye of Agamotto that came out from Monty in the meantime and took out the entire back line. So Vital did stay on the objective, of course, with their Kumiho form, but the rest of them were not able to do what they needed to. Speaking of, though, Army, 3 go down in this team fight in the neutral, and Marines seem to be much more confident in this neutral zone for now. Overtime has flipped. The point has flipped, and they cannot get that 3rd checkpoint.
Wow, that final checkpoint is so tough to get, especially when right outside the spawn door, Marines were being sent back to the respawn screen, but they were able to get activated on the map quick enough to get involved in order to hold U.S. Army from getting that 3rd checkpoint. So now, if some way, somehow, you can go the distance, the full distance, we could see them get the advantage they're looking for.
This map's been messy. I think it's the best way to say it. We've seen individual fights where like one team gets some big picks and still loses. And we saw that happen in the previous map as well. Like, I think the biggest problem that both these teams have found themselves in is that they have not had a win condition after a big ult goes off. Because yes, they get rid of some of the front line, but then the back line uses their strategist ult, and then you kind of wasted that ult in time. And they are able to just stall on the point for as long as they want. The big thing here for Army, I think, might be this Adam Warlock, right? Use the res, keep your team in the fight as long as possible, have the extra sustain too from the Loki so that you can do the double resurrection. And I also like Monty here on the Angela. The Angela's been such a good force of just zoning people away from this first objective. Okay, they're going back to the group, but I would have liked the Angela too.
I mean, I haven't given up on the Iron Man play. I feel like we saw
We
Iron
saw
Man.
it for fun. We saw it for fun.
We saw Iron Man because he was needed. He was the hero that everybody needs. That'll put his life on the line.
Debatable. That's debatable. But I mean, hey, they didn't expect an Iron Man, so it worked when they needed it to at that moment in time. But I don't think at the start of this map, it is the best option for them. Marines, though, on the attacking end, still using that Mantis, but I do like the allocations now on the Ultron, trying to double damage boost Wonky Taco, because they've noticed as soon as they were able to get enough damage, that was the difference maker for them. So we'll see what they can do here.
Yeah, and it feels like the last time we saw the Ultron kind of in check was really mainly because there was double hit scan on the opposite side. And so far, we're not really seeing that too much, at least not in the form of a DPS. So maybe Ultron can find more value here while trying to use top control. Just going right up in the face and making them uncomfortable. Are the Marines Army trying to hold on to the high ground, but Marines not having any part of that?
Yeah, Marines doing a pretty solid job here as well, just to keep this damage flowing. They're able to shut down the Army for now and force them away from the objective. They don't even have time for a Strange Portal because of how quickly that first objective was taken. The Marines on their counter pick, doing what they need to rally back and force the issue. And I think this double damage boost onto Wonky Taco was the difference maker, but also Shampam doing such a good job on the Doctor Strange.
And you see the moment Army recognized that Marines are going back to Ultron, what do? They immediately go into their Psylocke and Elsa, which is kind of how it was actually Phoenix and Elsa, which is the way they were able to lock them down before, but a very similar composition to try to lock down Ultron and force them to switch off. They are targeting allocation.
I respect that from Entertainia, trying to stop the Phoenix as well from the Marines. Eye of Agamotto came out from Shampam, and they didn't really get the picks that they were wanting to. They got one onto the Elsa, but the rest of the players from Army still available to contest the point. That's exactly what they did. They actually contested the point right behind them. None of them were prepared for it to go down, and speaking of going down, Marines, their whole front line is gone.
We do see Marines going to come back here with that extermination, which is going to be huge. Out of the way, Ultron. And mind you, we also have our White Fox about to have the Nine-Tailed Fox activated. So we do start to see a shining light, maybe a beacon that Marines can ultimately play through. But Army do have some answers back in the form of support ults of their own. These ults are going to be so important to find out who gets the advantage in a team fight.
We see Zephyrins at least going for an off angle to try and keep some pressure going towards that back line as best as possible. But look at all the ultimates available to Army. Rage of Ultron does come through from allocation. It immediately goes down. Eternal Bond comes through and forces the Kumiho Unleashed as an answer. Eye of Agamotto from the other direction. Monty doesn't get the stuns that he wanted, but does get the Soul Resurgence baited out from the Marines. So many ultimates being used by both sides. The Army, it seems to still have the advantage. There's the Dance of the Butterfly, but still not able to get anyone because we did see that Soul Resurgence from the side of the Marines. But now Vanguard Deadpool is vanquished and the Army continue to hold on this objective.
And we see Doctor Strange looking to press the issue. White Fox did a great job of keeping them alive, and we're still not done just yet. Army still building that wall, and now it's Wonky Taco finding the Venom and putting down some good damage. They have an ult ready. iSubly gonna do everything they can to keep their team alive over from the back line, provide that extra heals, and there comes White Fox on the KO. Don't think they're done just yet. The damage is just too real, and finally Marines are tired of being bullied.
The Glartrox actually was a taxi driver that time, delivered them right to the Ratatosker cart itself, and it was a perfect express delivery onto the point. So now back to the mission vehicle, didn't even have to walk the length of the road, and they will try to contest one more time. They got close before, but now it's reset again. Army, they don't have any ultimates in their favor, and they're pretty far away from them.
On board with Banana Bread, height advantage is very good here, trying to find the back line of Marines push. And this could be huge, but they don't have the Dance of the Butterfly just yet. So just right now, looking to try to find some neutral damage in the dry fight, but not able to do so. You know who is able to find those KOs? It's definitely the White Fox Chief, Vital, coming in at a vital time.
You can hear the Marines coming as much as they can. They know how close that they are to a potential map victory. They have a lot of time on their side in comparison. We almost saw the Phoenix go off the map there for a moment as well, but it's not going to be that easy for Wonky Taco to go down. So a lot of ultimates in their side. We have the Kumiho Unleashed and the Banhammer if we need it to target that backline, give you the extra bonus health for Zephyrants. And then also we have allocation that does have that it's Jeff if they want to take anyone off of the map.
And Zephyrants, you need to take a pause for a second. You got some upgrades to put down, and that ultimate just waiting for the right time, right opportunity. It might be the opening that ultimately Zephyrant is looking to create here. As we see that ulti pop, Banhammer is dropped. Not done yet, trying to isolate the player over on the right-hand side, but ends up getting caught just a bit. Forced to retreat, but more importantly, stay alive. As the bubble goes down, so does the Eternal Bond on the opposite side of Army. Can Marines fight through this war where they elect to just back down? Maybe just kite it a little bit. Survive is what's important for Marines.
Yeah, whenever that Eternal Bond goes down, they have to back up from it. Monty actually trying to stun the backline, got Vital completely, nobody else. So with a triple strategist lineup, it doesn't matter too much. We almost saw Zephyrants go tumbling, but they had the bunny hop still available to them. I think this Doctor Strange could be a big difference for ShamFam if they're able to walk fast enough, but the Winter Soldier is a good counter to it. The hook, you have to be careful about that one, but it is on cooldown for now. Kraken Impact, though, could be the difference maker for Army to shut things down. 2 minutes, though, is how long they have to hold.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen the Winter Soldier, but every time we do, they somehow get maximum impact. Winter Soldier, a strong pick, but also taking a whole lot of damage, having to go into the visible boundary. And the same thing is said for Incertania, who's just going right into the Shadow Realm and looking to battle it out. But the Eye of Agamotto is going to freeze everybody.
Got so many members of the Marines there as we see Monty trying desperately to stay up in this objective. And even with the Agamotto that came in from ShamFam, we saw the Giganto come through and vanquish them before. Was as effective as it could have been. There wasn't enough members alive for the Marines to even get the elims and actually keep the cart moving. So I love the swap to the anti-dive comp from Army. They have the Winter Soldier to stop them out. They have the Namor also with the Giganto just to section them away from the objective. And because they're having to hold things down so close to the cart to keep it moving, they haven't been able to avoid these ultimates.
Yeah, I really think the anti-dive composition is really going to work for Army, especially when talking about being on defense. I think a lot, like for example, the Namor and a Bucky get even more value on defense. Banana Bread just softening up everybody. While Incertania بdoing what they do best, distracting and finding those eliminations. I believe it was Banana Bread that get one, and ultimately Incertania that finds another KO and just boxing up Doctor Strange until Jeff swallows him up and can't get him off.
That's the problem with playing Jeff on this map specifically. There's so much damage that comes after you, and we just see Incertania going in and brawling in the front line. They can't keep them down for now. 37 seconds and counting. Marines need a team fight win, and they have no ultimates in their favor.
Army fully set up, daring Marines to push up what could be the final time here. Less than 30 seconds. It is do or die here for Marines. And right now, Banana Bread just having a bird's eye view on everybody on the map. The squids are down, And we see the damage coming in. Marines finally getting reactivated on the map, reintroducing themselves. What could be the final time. Banana Bread refused to go down easy. In fact, putting down damage and feeding that information to everybody, forcing out the Kurama, forcing out the Nine Tails Fox. Eternal Bond is there as well. This is it.
Soul Resurgence came out from the Mantis just to keep the rest of their team alive, but every fight that we've seen in the last hold here, that Chief Vital has gone down every time. So Chef Vital can't stay up as long as they would like. We saw another 2 KOs from Incertania. Nothing's going down here.
Oh my gosh, Marines just getting wiped. And Army simply too strong. Stop them there, and that's going to be a 2-3. Love that.
Well, the Army holding things down, one step away for claiming their grand final spot against the Marines. The Marines look so good at the end of it, but unfortunately they could not turn things around in towards that 3rd checkpoint. So it's a tough spot for them to find themselves in. We saw the Marines rally on the defensive end at that last checkpoint time and time again. They had the portal plays, they had these stalls. The problem was they could not find an answer to this anti-dive comp that US Army Esports were able to pull out, especially with that Namor and the Winter Soldier. I mean, I love the adaptability that we saw from US Army Esports towards the end of that. It felt like a completely different game to when they were playing on attack.
I wish we could have, like, on the scoreboard highlighted full Monty, because I wanted to find out what was the complete hero list that he played.
So many.
I remember the Strange. I remember the Wolverine. There was some more that were involved in here. We've seen so many different ways, so many different looks out of everybody on this Army Esports roster, and somehow they end with 44 eliminations and an MVP. I mean, incredible work. You see Army walk around, you got big smiles on their faces, and for good reason. They're playing excellent Marvel rivals, excuse me.
Well, we're going to be taking a quick break before this next map. We'll be back with it. Are the US Army Esports team going to get a sweep, or will the Marines come back? We'll find out after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again with your Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026. And we're still in the middle of what is an exciting series so far, with Army Esports up 2-0 in the series. But I will say a whole lot of fight in the Marines.
There is, and we're actually going to a map that we've only seen a couple of times, surprisingly. During this whole event, it is going to be Midtown specifically. I feel like this could work decently for the Marines. I mean, looking at the composition that they played in that last map specifically, we saw, some good looks with the triple strategist. Triple works very well when trying to hold on Midtown specifically. If they can get the Storm saved for once, Storm's really good for breaking spawn holds with the Moon Knight, so we'll maybe see that get saved in some capacity, but it's been banned every go-around, and maybe prioritizing that instead of the Mantis would have been a better shout for them on the side of the Marines and could have had better success in that last map, but we'll have to see what the option is going to be for them. We've seen some good looks from Walkie Taco, we've seen some good looks from the backline as well, but I think the biggest problem in that last map specifically is Vital kept going down first in every team fight. Vital was playing a little bit too aggressive with the teleports on the White Fox, and they were focusing them as well, of course, saying, go for the White Fox, White Fox, White Fox, White Fox, and just calling them out every time. And because they were going down, they had so much less sustain, so much less brawl to keep them away from the objective. There was just nothing Marines could do to keep themselves up in these fights and had to use their ultimates just to stay alive.
Yeah, some of the stats are really good for Chief Vital when you look at the damage of the heals, but and even the damage blocked. But like you said, if you're going down first, you're putting your team at a bit of a disadvantage.
17 times the most out of anyone in the lobby as well. So they're getting hard targeted.
That's tough. That's tough. Mantis and Ultron don't really provide that much heals. You need your White Fox in play, just like people mostly need a Gambit, but that keeps getting double banned. Mantis, though, protected right off the rip for the Marines. Meanwhile, Army are sick of seeing the Elsa.
Yeah, Kanzan going to be playing that Mantis again. They felt pretty confident on it last time, and they looked decent once they got the Ultron in, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see that Ultron ban from Army this time, making it so that they can't play that. The Hulk also just never going to be available for Army until the end of this series because they did not like playing against it on Domination.
Yeah, it feels like the same way Army did their research on Marines and know that they want Storm out of the play for most of the series. It looks like as well Marines did the same thing with Army and know they do not want to get Hulk activated at any point in time during the series. So I will say shout out to both teams because knowledge truly is power. And as you see, what should be expected, you take our Hulk, we take your Storm.
Every time they're trading these bans, I like that these teams have done the research. It's interesting that they're going for the strange save. I don't know if necessarily would have seen the ban for that specifically, but I think it's also to make sure that Monty has something that they can play, but also the teleports that can come through just in case there might have been a counter for that. They are going for the ban, though, on the Captain America. That's been a thorn in their side and been saved the last couple of times that we've seen the Army team playing. So Phoenix and Mantis will come through again. Ultron ban could come through. Ultron maybe not the best on this map specifically, though.
A one-sided Elsa on the side of Army, and it looks like Marines definitely recognize that they need to keep Phoenix.
There it is.
Case. And that's exactly what they look to do here. I am not mad at that whatsoever. Wonky Taco is very comfortable, and he has more heroes under his belt, but it feels like he's simply at his best if you have him on the Elsa or the Phoenix, and that gives you your best chance of finding success.
Yeah, I mean, they have, I think that one of the champion Phoenix players that are in this game, so you can expect big things from them specifically, or even a high rank at least, so great looks from them so far. Vital staying on the White Fox again. Zephyrins going back to the Vanguard Deadpool, which worked decently for them, but I like Shamfam being back on the Hulk. I feel like going off of the Hulk, they weren't as comfortable as they could have been, and some of the options that they went for wasn't the strongest. So the Doctor Strange, I felt like, was just too slow for their playstyle, especially because they weren't able to dive in with Vital and have that extra coverage from their own bubbles that they can use. So them as a duo going in towards the back line is a menace to deal with, and I feel like this Army team, they just got to figure out some sort of counter for it. And maybe that counter dive that we saw last time come out at the end of Central Park could be the answer if they can't get this first attack on their end.
Yeah, there was like one MVP mag performance that we saw out of Shamfam
Yeah.
on the Marines where he dropped like 11 final hits. But other than that, all of his great performances really feel like they have been on the Hulk. So I like going back to what has worked for you, especially on offense. Why not run the Hulk when you're playing on offense here, especially trying to drive things forward? Meanwhile, on defense, it looked like Army, I don't know if there was a pump fake or what, but at one point they showed them more. But it looks like they ended up jumping to the Phoenix and Elsa.
Yeah, I get it. I see what they were wanting to focus on here, the extra damage that they can do. I mean, it's the two best duelists that there are, aside from, you know, the Daredevil that wasn't available to Army specifically because of how good it is on this map. So we'll see what the options are for them. Marines, though, Zephyrins has their ultimate available to them. The Banhammer could come out onto the back line. They're actually positioning to do just that towards the Invisible Woman and seeing it so that she can be shut down and can't go for any heals. Trying desperately, though, actually on the Cloak and Dagger is the one that it hit. They couldn't even get the elimination is the only problem and have to go back for some upgrades and maybe do some more damage after that.
Zephyr's turning that side angle into a main way towards the front line of Army, and because of that, you see Marines able to move this cart over towards the ambulance and continue to do so. No eliminations just yet, but somehow Marines continue to find space, and as long as that cart is moving, Army are going to be in trouble. Army needs to find a way to create some kind of defensive effort, which is going to be tough to do when Hulk is hopping on your back line and making things as uncomfortable as possible. Monty on the mag going to continue to put down some damage, and Hulk is just hopping back and forward, and now the invisible boundary is used. Army needs to play through this.
Yeah, iSubly, that was a great, you know, defensive ultimate that we saw from them. I also like the tech coming out here, but unfortunately for Incertania, they didn't get anyone with their Feast of the Abyss. Great positioning from the Marines. There's a 360 Meteor M that does get countered out and destroyed before he can do anything with it just because of the damage. We also saw potential for an Enzong Inferno, but instead it is going to be Banana Bread getting into the skies just to stay alive. Then we'll use the Giganto right on the heads of their opponents. Only gets one from it though and gets taken out instead. So Marines, they will get that going forward, but there is going to be a portal right behind them that they have to be careful of.
The invisible boundary end up meeting the eternal bond there, and it was the I guess it's the eternal bond that ends up surviving, especially when Banana Bread drops the ultimate right through that invisible boundary and is able to find value almost immediately as they continue to fight over the mid-map. You start to see it is Marines that start to take a little bit of an advantage here. Army are the ones backing down. Marines are the ones ultimately taking space. A one-shot Invis can't find the escape, and that is 3 in a row that favor Marines.
Tamzam getting a couple of eliminations on their own, just on the back line, but also Vital going in, slicing and dicing with the Deadpool. This is some great looks from the Marines. Nobody can stop them for now, and the back line of Army has just been the victim of just all the oppression that Marines are putting towards them, and they have not been able to do anything about this. This is a great change up from that last map that we saw for the Marines on attack. And I like that they've opted for attack instead of defense this time as well.
Gee, Vital reminded me of almost a Chitwood type of player.
Yeah.
The way that they're able to take these high-risk, high-rewards and find the final hits are absolutely huge. And Zephyr dropping the bubble, denying a lot of heals, but also trying to isolate a fight. Also forces Monty to get involved and really start to peel for everybody while dropping haymakers. Allocation sitting over toward the back line, finding a bit of damage before importantly providing damage boost to everybody that's trying to put their way through the front line of Army and Marines. Incertania posting down just a bit as neutral game is being fought over, and Incertania and the crew holding them off.
Look at all the ultimates available to Army, though. They're waiting for anything to come out from the side of the Marines. They do a drop down with their Elsa, though. It's a tough spot to find themselves in, and there might be a Zephyrins Banhammer coming through in mere moments, but Strangling Prison with a combination. There's going to be a triple coming through. The Feast of the Abyss they won't even have to worry about because nobody's going to be there except Giganto chopping down the competition.
My gosh, so many times I see the more ults just get blank, but when you combo it together or if you even use them at the right time, right opportunity, you see game-changing plays just like that. that sends your opponents to respawn, that hits the mental, and that just forces them to have to march their way off of that spawn with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Namor, Banana Bread, a great combo.
This duelist lineup of Army cannot be understated, and it's been a great look from them so far. Franklin and Banana Bread doing what they can to stop the advancement of the Marines. But here's the Ensong Inferno in kind of a tough spot, but luckily doesn't clip its wings on the ceiling. Does get some good damage for Wonky Taco to make some movement towards the cart itself and that second checkpoint. So quickly they will try to make this go forward, but there's potential for a portal play to come out from the Army. I think they still have time for it, but nobody is swapping towards it, so they might just go for a straight up recontest if they can, but nobody's pushing the objective, so they're just giving them that second checkpoint for free.
Just when we started to compliment Army and the way they looked there, Marines able to come off the spawn and really just make their presence known almost immediately as our Vanguard pool continues to find some hits, just softening up the opponent. You're putting down some pressure, putting down some damage, but not able to find any finals just yet. As I say that though, all of this forward momentum that's going the way of Marines, just allowing that card to move forward, and now your damage boosted, and he recognizes, he said, I'm gonna get aggressive through this, runs into a bit of a trap, but still finds a one-shot Elsa who is just not getting healed over toward the off angle, and that is the pick that Marines want to see.
Yeah, the Zephyr's flanks have been a massive windfall for their team specifically, but also like this Kumio Unleashed that we're seeing from Chef Vital, creating some space for their team, also giving them the regeneration and CC immunity that they need to move on forward. Monty desperately trying to do what they can, but so much damage is being applied to them, just feeding into the ultimates of the Marines. The Banhammer onto iSubly. Yes, they can get the heals for themselves, and that's exactly what the Cloak and Dagger is trying to do to keep them up, but they need to use their ultimates here and now, and that's exactly what they do for the Struggling Prison, but it gets wasted as Groot immediately goes down.
Love the teamwork out of Subly and the Cloak and Dagger to try to stay alive for the Banhammer, but it simply is not enough. Marines, they give them an inch, they take a mile here. The movement looking too good, and ultimately Franklin says, I need to go down here. We are not trying to get staggered. Marines are just pressing forward.
Oh, the Galar trucks into the wall, barely missed the timing for it. Unfortunately, had the short activation at time and used the tech, but wasn't exactly where they needed to. So could have been a big play for them, but that's a bunch of ultimates for the Army team that did not go in their favor. Finally swapping back over to the Venom, immediately getting vanquished though by Vital. The damage boost is too strong for this team, and Ensong Inferno just waiting to go down against the competition. There's the Angela I was talking about before to try and go toe-to-toe with it. Does block the ultimate. Eternal Bond coming out last to Jeffer from Hazards, but there's a strategist still down. That's the Invisible Woman. You only have one available to keep you up, but at least these 11 seconds will be enough to stay on the objective.
Eternal Bond doing enough to provide heals over toward the Army, but also backing down Marines. That Eternal Bond was absolutely huge for slowing down Marines. We're looking for that third and final checkpoint. Venom already up close and personal. We actually heard it looks like we have a couple off being dropped, including the invisible boundary, but the cart's moving. The cart's moving.
It's a C9, a Charlie Niner from the Army, and it will be Marines taking that third checkpoint for free. 12 seconds extra time left available to them, but the Army are going to be wanting that one back.
That is unfortunate. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Might have thought somebody was holding on to cart, and it had to be Venom. I think it had to be Venom.
It's tough too because they had to swing in, swing out. We're hoping that they could recontest too, and unfortunately for them, there was nobody else in time to touch the cart, so they didn't have enough sustain to keep them on the objective. Had to back off from it, but it's a tough spot to be in. Marines forcing the issue, but a lot of time wasted towards the end there, right? So if it does go to OT, could bode well for Army. They look so strong on attack themselves in that last map, and were able to hold things down long enough before there was that comeback from the Marines last time. So we'll see what the change in shape is going to be for the Army this go around in terms of composition, especially since they're attacking instead of defending. Banana Bread, I like the change up over here to the Phoenix. Franklin on to the Punisher. I mean, even with having that Elsa available to them, it just felt like they haven't gotten as much value out of it as they would have liked.
Yeah, and one big thing that we're going to notice is, and you kind of already mentioned it, but Banana Bread switching to Phoenix, they're very comfortable with Namor on defense, but the moment they go to offense, I guess without that Hella team up, they're like, no, we're going to switch things up. We'll go Phoenix and double hit scan, a lot of damage potential coming out of this Army roster.
Well, they know the Marines are also going to be changing it up, right? They're not going to be playing full dive on defense. That'd be insanity. And we see that exactly they're not doing that. Shampam going back to the old faithful, which is the Emma Frost that has worked out so well before. We saw it in the previous series where they didn't go down a single time once they were playing it. And allocation sticking onto this Mantis. Monty, though, back on the Doctor Strange with the team up with the Invisible Woman. I like this because they have some CC abilities that they can use with the Maelstrom of Madness, but they could also make sure that they deal a lot of good damage with it too because of that ultimate boost that they have as well. Great focus here though from Banana Bread on the Zephyrins. We see Shampam go down as well from Insertania, and I'm really liking the Angela play, even though this map isn't typically favored for them.
I guess this is why you run the Angela alongside the Phoenix and the Punisher, because all of that damage that Franklin and Banana Bread are putting down, it looks like Angela was able to just activate through that, and Insertania just picks up the final hits.
Exactly.
That was beautifully played by Army.
That's what you want to see from Angela players out there. This is the way to play it. And we also see, you know, Franklin, POV, they're in a turret and they're just moving a mobile firing station, trying to see if they can at least take down Sham here, specifically on the Emma. That's exactly what they do. Shampam, unfortunately, can't stay on the point because they are just getting bursted by the Punisher. Speaking of, Final Judgment comes through here again. A couple of ultimates, though, to counter it out. And Song Inferno will not do enough damage through the invisible boundary, so it does get wasted by the Army. Marines still trying to hold things down in this first checkpoint. Good Assassin's Charge to take them off the objective, but Zephyrins in their own bubble are still holding it down. Wonky Taco with an Ensong Inferno. Can't get anyone from it. Kumiho Unleashed just to stall the point even longer. Wasting as much time as possible is the Marines. In comparison, Army just gave up so much space last time.
Man, what a big play coming out of Nine Tails. Fuck. Out of Army right there, immediately going for that back line and targeting the support players, ultimately the lifeline of Marines. And once that happens, it's just full-on control here. Marines trying to do everything they can to continue to move that objective, but it looks like we are stopped right here. Army on the restart.
This is a huge windfall for the Marines, specifically Army. They've been trying desperately to close out this series, get a 3-0 sweep. Last time, I mean, we talked to them, talked to the coach specifically, and they said, you know, job's not done, but we also wanted to get a cleaner victory last time that they played the Marines, and a 3-0 sweep would be exactly that. Heaven's Retribution comes in, though, from Insertania. Monty also has the Eye of Agamotto available to the Meteor M potential to counter things out for Shampam, but everyone goes down to the Marines. They even use none of their ultimates because they only have the one online, so that first checkpoint will be activated with an extra, a little less than a minute to spare, and that's plenty of time to get to the second objective, but all eyes on the Marines on how they're going to rally together. And I think the biggest thing here is, what can Wonky Taco do?
And look at how much space Army is taking right there.
Oh, yeah.
But look at where the objective is compared to where your frontline players are. Immediately not allowing Marines to take any space, at least not for free. Every inch is going to be earned by the Marines here. And finally, we start to see a bit of a fight go down. And it looks like Angela's trying to get involved.
That's what we like to see, you know, the Angela just baiting out some of the abilities, making it so that their strategists can heal them up and build up their own ultimates a little bit faster before they come in. And actually the Assassin's Charge on the Phoenix forcing out the Ensong Inferno. I think that's a bit of a waste here, but still going to come through on either end. Banana Bread using theirs just in kind. When one Phoenix ults, the other is not too far behind. And, well, Vital getting sniped from the back line, and they can't stay alive for the Marines. And that's happening a little bit too often in this series. Shotgun Punisher, though, from Franklin will take Zephyrins out of the equation, and they still have their Final Judgment available to them if they want to use it. Eye of Agamotto could be big, though, from Monty. Might come through here in a moment, but they're keeping this off angle, trying to zone them away from the second checkpoint.
It's crazy with how good Insertania's Angela is that the fact that we haven't seen it much in this tournament. That's because many people do not ban his Captain America, and they just keep playing Cap, but finally we see a Captain America ban, and we just end up seeing Insertania just dig in their bag of tricks, and look at what they do. Oh my goodness, the combination of Angela, the combination of Banana Bread on the Phoenix doing that damage, and of course, the judge, jury, and executioner himself just coming in, laying down the law. Was that a quad?
It was a quad itself, and typically throughout this competition, at least, we've been seeing these Punisher players get punished themselves, right? When they try to ult, they get targeted immediately. But the problem for the Marines was they were so far back from the objective, they didn't have the focus from the damage. They only have one duelist that they're playing with, and that's been the problem, I feel like, trying to focus too much around Wonky Taco and not anyone else being able to put as much damage numbers against their opponents as we've seen here.
Objective still moving here for Army. And what's going to still taking space. I see that. Looks like you finally end up catching the Angela. It is ultimately the Invis that pulls them back, not allowing an escape route. And once Angela falls, the entirety of Army ends up getting wiped, and Marines finally stop the objective. 2.5 minutes, just about, for Army to come back off a spawn. So plenty of time for anything to really happen here.
Yeah, we could still see a full hold here from the Marines. My only worry is that they don't have a single strategist ultimate to their name. On the other end, we have the Heaven's Retribution. We almost have the Endsong Inferno available. In mere moments, we'll probably have Final Judgment, because that's one of the fastest ult charges in the game for duelist players. And I think like a season ago, it got buffed with how fast you can get it. But Insertani actually in the backline getting chokeslammed to the wall, trying to shut them down completely. Endsong Inferno, though, does claim a victim of allocation, and so does the heals go down for the Marines and their chances of staying up.
Zephyrins is ultimately tired of being bullied here, and they're making some things happen. It's the Angela. The Angela is smart to bring out the Emma, but oh my gosh, Banana Bread finding a KO out of nowhere.
They need one last touch here. Wolverine, I believe, coming through here for one moment from allocation. We haven't seen it in some time. Just trying to see if they can at least deal enough damage, but here's the Judge, Jury, Executioner, the Final Judgment, and there's also some heals to keep them alive. Even if they're distracted, it doesn't matter. The Wolverine's not able to do enough against them. Tries to go for the kidnap, but the Feral Root's not enough to take them off the objective. Bagamoto from Monty's a bit too late. They only get 2 eliminations. Might not be enough, but the Marines are a little bit weaker. Can't do as much damage as they would like and have to get back to the fight as quickly as possible. Time ticking down, but they still have a little less than a minute.
I was gonna say, I love the combination. I love you bringing in the Emma to try to target the Angela, but was it too little too late? Army are just able to move the objective so quickly and close that one out.
It's tough for the Marines because both of their damage dealers got taken out towards the end there, and they couldn't do anything to vanquish the rest of the Army players. And because the invisible boundary, using that with the Final Judgment was such a 200 IQ play from Army, because they knew, hey, you can't get a KO on us through all of this heals from this AoE radius of just aura that we have from our invisible woman. We're just going to take you down a peg, and even if you get a kidnap onto one of our White Foxes, it doesn't matter. We still got this. And well, they proved it, case in point, that they were able to get to the end and have the advantage. Now playing on defense, 40 extra seconds compared to their opponents is a big one.
It really is, and we're going to see what happens here as Army going to start off on defense, and it looks like they actually are letting to keep the Angela here. So
it's working.
And I will say, I love the idea of Marines coming in with that Emma, because I feel like so many times we saw Angela get caught, but it was just so late that they brought that out, and now we're not seeing that coming into offense for them.
I'm really curious on if this is going to be enough for Marines. I feel like not having 2 damage dealers against all the damage that they are facing from Army is like their biggest weakness here, that they're playing too much triple strategist in this composition. It has not been working. They have not been able to get the eliminations against them. Yes, they have the sustain. Yes, they have the damage boost. But Wonky Taco has been kind of isolated and shut down, especially by Insertania, who's been going toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, Marines, you might want to switch it up just a little bit, especially on offense. 2 DPS might just be the play here, but I will say Wonky Taco's done a great job of changing direction, changing the target of the opponents here by continuously attacking the backline. And wow, what a KO. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a massive one there from the Psylocke, but we also saw well, I was going to say also other heroes get involved, but Wonky Taco is just on a tear themselves, forcing Hazards and the rest of their team to advance backwards. A lot of movement being made by Marines, and if they can get at least a checkpoint, it's going to be that much easier to full hold the Army squad. They did a good job of it, at least on the first checkpoint, so that's the win condition here for the Marines, and their last chance. The portal does come through. They need to get an elimination and fast. Insertania already getting an assassin charge on 2 members of the Marines. They tried desperately to keep them off the objective, get an elimination on to the Invisible Woman. That's going to be that much harder for the Marines to stay on this objective as overtime is here.
Some way, somehow, Shotgun Punisher is able to find 3.
Oh my gosh.
And Phoenix wipe out another 2, leaving 1 by themselves. And just like that, time just simply winding down. And man, when we talk about the combination of the DPS that somehow Phoenix and Punisher are able to create, that shotgun, that burst damage, man.
That's actually insane to see. Franklin and Banana Bread, that just shows the difference of having 1 really good duelist and 2 really good duelists, right? We saw the issue here for the Marines specifically. They do have 2 really good duelists. We saw Allocation doing a great job too, but their main has been banned every single time. So they're kind of off their comfort zone, and the Army team, they've realized that hey, they're gonna try and result to, damage boosting Wonky Taco and seeing if they can carry. And sometimes they can, but against this Army team who's, I feel like, leveled up since yesterday, after getting reverse swept by the Air Force, they took their time. They've been practicing and waiting for their moment in this series, and they had 2 series to wait for this matchup, so they've been ready and waiting for this one.
Yeah, Marines, I feel like, again, the moment they noticed that Army was still running the Angela, you notice that we went right back to the Emma almost immediately. And I kind of wish, I wonder what would happen if maybe they just started off on Emma and just didn't allow Angela to go off. But, I mean, honestly, I don't think Incertania really went off like we've seen him do all game. It really was the combination of Franklin and Banana Bread, just that pure damage, even in the neutral game.
Well, the big thing is, though, Incertania got that opening pick right onto Kanzan and made it so that they didn't have one of their strategists, the best one in terms of heals for the Invisible Woman. So not having that out the gate is such a tough spot to be in, even when you are playing the triple strategist, and it just didn't work out for them to turn things around. And as you see here, Incertania again going for this assassin charges. They already get a pick on its Zephyr, so they can't even keep their front line alive to contest these fights, and there's not much meterage that Army needs to move to get this full-on 3-0 win.
Champagne being backed down here, and you see where that objective has moved right in front of them.
Close.
There's not a lot of room. At some way, shape, or form, you have to find a way to grind your way forward. That's exactly what happens. Strain taking a whole lot of damage on the opposite side of things. You see Champagne wanting to take advantage of that, but somehow they survive. Somehow we see some ground being made up by Marines. And in fact, we even see a pick, but it's not going the way of Marines. It's actually a Wolverine player. Allocation goes down, and you give Army an advantage they really didn't need.
Subley's a really good counter to Wolverine in any dive, specifically because of force physics, and that's exactly where we see it be most effective. Visible Boundary already coming through, and Kanzan just doing a great job here for the Marines just to try and keep them in the fight. But the problem is they don't have enough room to work for. Nobody's touching the cart. They eventually get there with a portal to delay at the last second, and eventually Incertania gets another pick. Vital goes down immediately in the team fight. Hazard's using his own Kumiho form. They're also going to be damage boosting this Punisher and making sure that they can stay alive throughout this team fight. Somehow the Wolverine was still alive for Allocation, but it will be the Army taking this in stride with a 3-0 sweep.
My gosh, I'm pretty sure Franklin, if not hit a triple, definitely, I think actually it might have been a quad there where we just saw in order to end that one, and that's how you put an exclamation point on a series. You see the GGs going down, and they are who we thought they were. Army Esports, the real deal.
And Banana Bread specifically, that Phoenix player that we saw throughout the day so far, 43-9, great eliminations across the board. We also saw some great looks from Franklin too. Incertania, though, I would say is the player of this specific map. Just the way that they were able to facilitate this team and enable them to not have to worry about the counters from the back line of the Marine team cannot be understated. And Monty as well, doing a great job too on that front line that we saw. It's so unfortunate for the Marines because they had a lot of great things working for them, right, Tony? Like they had some good success in terms of composition. It felt like they figured out their mojo. They even got all the way to the third point. It just wasn't enough because they couldn't play well enough on defense both maps in a row.
And mind you, I will say, a lot of damage being created by the Marines. I'm actually taking a look at the scoreboard here. And you actually had to have a Subley and Hazard drop almost 100,000 heals. I'm not joking.
That's a lot.
50,500 out of Subley, and then almost 49,000 out of Hazards, who, by the way, also put a 14,000 damage. Like, let me tell you, Marines were finding damage, but the back line of Subley and Hazards we gotta give them some credit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even with Wonky Taco getting 18 final hits there, Zephyrant's got 10 on the Vanguard pool. Like, you would think those numbers would be enough for a victory, but no, we see 20 from Franklin, 17 from Banana Bread, and 12 from Monty even, and 8 from Incertania, who's another Vanguard. Like, having 20 final hits from just your Vanguard lineup is massive, and I think that was also a big difference maker here, but the big plays were another thing, right? We saw a triple from Incertania, we saw a quad from Franklin, we saw a hexa from Banana Bread, so being able to get those big fight wins is a whole different ball game in comparison to just having, individual battles that you do a lot of damage, you get some final hits here and there, but you're not necessarily winning the overall battles.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we definitely see some big plays being made. And actually, I wonder who we're gonna get out for an interview, because I think no matter who you get, I'm really interested in hearing just what Army have to say. I think as a team, they really are from top to bottom just extremely strong.
Oh, cool. Well, it sounds like we are getting an interview here from Monty specifically on their side. The Doctor Strange was pretty good towards the end, so Colin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Vodable. We got ourselves Monty here for the interview, and after a win to move into the finals, first team in the finals, I gotta talk to you about your day yesterday, especially towards the end of it, because obviously you got Air Force on the other side, might be able to get your run back and some revenge, still some time to kind of see who your opponent will be, but I want to hear about you guys and what you kind of learned going into today after your loss to the Air Force yesterday.
Yeah, got it. So with the actual thing to the actual, with the actual loss to the Air Force and stuff, I think we just had to have actual good target, actual target prio, and I think that is actually what is super good for us always, just to always actually be on them, be on theirs, and on their supports a lot is the actual thing with us.
Yeah, and even going into your matchup today, you guys had a little bit of a pushback from the Marines. Did you have any strategies to kind of execute that from your line?
We just had to target their actual supports good, and it just kind of all went actually good from there on. We just had to kill them, and then boom, that is it, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes that's just what it boils down to. As long as you can eliminate them first, just smooth sailing to close out on that line. But obviously, grand finals in it. I gotta ask from you, Monty. What would it mean to kind of walk away with a championship with the trophies here? What would that mean for you?
That would actually be so freaking cool. Yeah, it would be actually so cool to actually have that and to actually take this actually home with us. That would be such a great actual thing to do. Yeah, such a great win for us, and I'll be so happy about that.
I mean, it's gonna be awesome to see you guys play. Do you got anybody at home that you want to shout out?
Shout out my shout out my father and stuff. I would say that. Just my actual dad, yeah. Shout out.
I love that. Well, shout out to Monty's dad back at home. Shout out to everybody still tuning in for the stream. We got our second semifinal coming up very soon. We'll throw it to a break. We'll be back with the Air Force up next versus the Coast Guard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Forces Esports Championships, and underway into our second semifinals. We are very close to having our grand finals locked in place. Tony, you just got to see our first grand finalists in the Army make it all the way to their championship spots. Talk to me a little bit about that, because we even heard from Monty. We said it was pretty simple, and targeting those strategists, making sure that you were putting some pressure onto the back line as soon as it was. You knock them down, you win your fights, easy as could be for the Army.
Yeah, I mean, Vaudable also mentioned it literally just yesterday. They went to Game 5 with that very same team, but also gained a lot of knowledge from that team.
Yeah.
Knew, okay, well, Allocation loves to be on that Storm. Let's make sure we get that out of the equation. Not many people are banning Storm, but it felt like that was definitely a target for Army. Meanwhile, Coast Guard, a very, very different squad.
Yeah, the Coast Guard, I mean, hot off of 2 wins in a row now. End yesterday with a win versus the Navy, start today with a win versus the Space Force, and realistically, it's just because of the learning that's going on between a lot of these teams as the day progresses. We went into today talking about how their hero pool seemed to be a big issue for them, but versus the Space Force, it seemed like that was fixed.
Oh, yeah, and we got the chance to really talk to Lavender, and she really gave her team a lot of credit, and rightfully so. When you have a kid down south going off with that magic that's just creating so much havoc, it really creates a lot of issues for the back line of the opposition. Same thing with the likes of Swag Daddy on the White Fox. Swag Daddy and the White Fox is serious, but so are Air Force Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, for Air Force Gaming, coming in the 1 seed for today, getting that other bye, just like the Army did, after a hard-fought reverse sweep to close out the Army last night. Vaudable pulled me aside, and he's like, I didn't know V-Hill was top 32 MRC. Like, that is respectable coming through here. A player that, you know, in Air Force is just leading the charge for this squad in that strategist role. So it's great to see, you know, V-Hill alongside the rest of the Air Force coming into this one, staying as primed and as ready as ever. Definitely looking to the Coast Guard to see what they can do versus this Air Force team. But last time they met up against each other, it was a domination win for the Coast Guard. So I want to see what they're cooking up here and if the Air Force has any answers.
And we really see the Coast Guard up to their same tricks, you know, protecting the Hulk right off the rip after banning the Elsa. So prioritizing, making sure that the enemy team does not get Elsa, probably specifically Phoenix Reborn, and making sure that they have a Hulk. They get activated through the Hulk.
Yeah, it's a prediction on there. Ban out the Rogue. You can see that they've actually given up the Gambit, just like the Coast Guard normally do, to the Air Force for protection. In turn, it looks like the Air Force are actually going to ban out Magic away from this side. So a little bit of acknowledgement for the kid down south who is loving the Magic. But I think Vaudable even said to me after the game was done for the Coast Guard versus the Space Force that I think kid down south really, redeemed it away from just being a Magic player. His Star-Lord play was top-notch.
Yeah, we definitely seen some Star-Lord play. I think we've even seen some Moon Knight play out of them, but I will say it feels like he's so comfortable on the Magic, so I'm not mad at that ban whatsoever. Is that a Rogue ban I see over toward the mid? I haven't seen a Rogue ban in a minute, but I guess if you're going to allow Gambit, you can't allow Rogue, right?
Yeah, it's one or the other at that point. You don't want to let the Rogue go through. Loki ban and Ultron going to be banned out from the Coast Guard as well, so not allowing the Air Force to have any air superiority from that side. Moon Knight looking to be hovered in for a protection, which Unstapled was putting in work with the Moon Knight earlier on, so happy to see this one coming through for the Coast Guard, trying to look for ways around the Air Force here in the domination, knowing that the Air Force is going to bring out that thing, saying if you want to bring out thing, just know you are going to be a target for bringing out Moon Knight later on.
Well, I will say, though, I mean, prioritizing Thing, I think, works in 2 different ways. Vexor has shown to be a very competent Thing into almost any composition, but also you know and understand that Coast Guard are very comfortable within the dive. So what do you want to do? You want to have Thing there in order to pull back, in order to peel, in order to keep your back line alive. I think protecting that Thing is really just a 2-pronged attack, and both of them are very good against Coast Guard.
Well, teams loading in. I don't think I've actually seen this domination one yet this weekend. So we're going to Yggdrasil to open up for this domination for the Coast Guard. This has been their bread and butter all weekend long so far. The Air Force struggled a little bit yesterday, finally broke through against the Army on back-to-back domination maps to put away that reverse sweep. So chance to get their revenge against the Coast Guard now on a new day. First time we get to see them on this Saturday. First time on the championships weekend that we get to see the Air Force now looking for a way into the grand finals. The Coast Guard in their way, trying to upset them.
We saw Tokyo, and I remember them adding Tokyo back into ranked, but is this map in ranked? I'll be honest with you. I love this map because I love playing quick play. I love playing social when I'm playing when I'm streaming. I'll play with my viewers and whatnot. I'll play with a couple of buddies who we aren't within the same rank. I love playing quick play and social, but I don't think I've ever seen this in ranked or competitive.
I mean, I don't think so either, I'll be honest. At least not for a long time. Not for a couple of seasons. So happy to see it here for the Air Force, and so are they, as they're going to come out pretty strong in the initial attack, right deep into the enemy lines of the Coast Guard, who weather the storm with the quite literal storm on their side. Thor as well doing a great job at locking down, and as I said, not allowing the movement from Cyberpilot on this Venom to really excel. So Coast Guard going to battle their way back in and most likely get this first cap.
We've seen how much value allocation has been able to get with the Storm all yesterday, and even part of today as well when they're not getting target banned. So it seems like Coast Guard said, hey, it's working really good for them. We use Storm, and maybe isn't the more traditional pick in competitive, especially at this level of competition. But if you're able to find wins, you'll be just fine. And mind you, Phoenix Reborn showing you that they are still daggone good on the Spider-Man. Remember that from the first tournament, or the first game of the tournament.
Can't forget that. I mean, he is a web-slinging menace as Unstapled now, looking to lock down these skies from above alongside Xavier on this haul. Good 2 eliminations for the Coast Guard to hold strong on the point. Feast of the Abyss towards those strategists backline, and Phoenix Reborn on cleanup duty. However, missing a couple of these cooldowns, has to escape. Zone's going to be swinging back over to the Air Force, the Coast Guard, or sorry, for the Air Force. As soon as we see that, it's the Eternal Bond of Lavender actually rolling out the carpet to allow the Coast Guard back into this one. They still have the God of Thunder. They do have the Tornado from Unstapled, as well as Hulk form coming on back in the hand of Khonshu on Kit from the south. And right away, that hand of the Khonshu is going to look to shut down this initial dive. Phoenix Reborn pops the spectacular spin, and this should be the Air Force flipping it back their way. It's just a stall out from the Coast Guard.
You guys play it. The Coast Guard did a fantastic job of ultimately keeping Vexor Terror Cloaked and keeping them purple and taking extra damage. The problem is they weren't able to really do much from that. All Vexor did was back out of the fight, and the players around them were able to find those final hits that they were looking for. So great thought process there, but you still got to deal with the rest of the Air Force lineup.
Ravo on the Magic, haven't really been paying too much attention to the performance that we're getting out of it, but now with the Dark Child, just waiting for the right chance in the off angle. As soon as the pillar is going to go down, nobody's still looking for the Magic. Here's going to be the Dark Child all the way in deep. Invisible Boundary to keep you alive. The God of Thunder on top of it. See if you can shut this Dark Child down, and you will. It's going to be a lovely, lovely play from the Thor to shut down the ultimate. Although as soon as the Invisible Boundary's gone, it's still the Air Force walking away with majority of the elims. 4v4 on the point. World Breaker from Xavier. Can this swing things back over for the Coast Guard? And it will, just swinging around his arms and smoking the competition.
Yeah, man, Hulk is serious. And if they go untested, you're going to see just that. Just clapping his way over towards one final hit, just continue to be a nuisance. It's either he's bothering the backline and distracting them, or, again, if you're not able to check him, he's going to find final hits, and you're going to have some issues. You need to find a way to solve the Hulk problem.
Feast of the Abyss. That's going to be tough to deal with, but fade out from the cloak to see if he can just stay alive alongside this anti-heal. Eternal Bonds looking to most likely use this to re-engage to this point. The spectacular spin's going to beat you to it, and there's the wipe for the Air Force.
My gosh, and Spider-Man hasn't looked so good in competitive play until Phoenix Reborn comes in. That's a massive ult out of them to get them a triple. We've talked to Phoenix Reborn. I got to interview him one time, and he talked about how anybody who thinks Spider-Man is a throw pick, they just don't have the skill to play him.
And that's not a problem for Phoenix. We've seen it countless times. Eternal Bond, Hanaconchu, Tornado as well, and it looks like it's going to be Staple to kick things off behind the hand of the Conchu. See if that's going to be enough to rip through this backline of Strategist, and it will be. Hand of Conchu for the first initial elimination. A second from Unstable, and it's to be 3 down total for the Air Force off this initial grab. Looking to see if Unstable can do everything now on this storm. Locks down Phoenix Reborn on the Spider-Man. There's the flip back in. Portal back for the Air Force to get a contestant out, and they will have a chance to battle for it.
My gosh, a quad coming out of Storm, and everybody's showing how Storm is one of the strongest heroes that apparently nobody is playing right now. I'm going to add them into my lineup because they just simply farm their ult as fast as possible. Their ult can just drop triples by themselves, but it looks like there's some action going down.
And the Eternal Bond just a little bit late from keeping your Bruce Banner alive, so you're sitting duck right now on the point where the portal will come through. God of Thunder being worked on, and Staple's going to get the team on in, and Swag Daddy just about 15% away from getting this invisible boundary. I'm not sure if it's going to make there in time. God of Thunder won't have any impact onto this battle. You're still waiting to see what Swag Daddy can get done, but it won't build the ultimate fast enough. Feast of the Abyss from Cyberpilot should be able to close this and secure it for the Air Force to kick off this map #1 in style.
Air Force coming in and really showing the extreme versatility. Phoenix Reborn says, hey, we're going to play a social map. Well, I'm going to play a social hero in Spider-Man. And Spider-Man and Venom attacking you and making you uncomfortable. It is a dangerous, dangerous combination, especially when you talk about the rest of Air Force Gaming that do such a good job of staying alive while applying pressure at the exact same time.
30 seconds before you
Pressure's on now for the Coast Guard. On their performance, I mean, I got to put a lot of respect on them for the way that they played that first one. We can see just how good they are in domination still. So, into the second point, looking to progress this one to go all the way to 3. And the paths of Yggdrasil. Where are we going for the second point? So, as soon as it opens up, we will get to see it. And it is the library that we're going to be fighting through. So the Air Force, a chance to put this one away. Ravo's coming into it, still on the Doctor Strange. Not going to swap off because you do have this Eye of Agamotto. Should be really impactful, the opening. Xavier on the World Breaker, really the only difference that I'm looking at. Swag Daddy will get to the invisible boundary, but you don't want to get caught by this Eye of Agamotto before you're able to use your Invis ult.
Both teams understanding how important it is to fight for the high side first, fighting for that elevation, and man, an Eye of Agamotto, and that catches more than one, just like that. Everybody on Coast Guard getting removed from the map.
That's exactly what you're looking at for a telegraphed play out of Ravo, holding on to this Doctor Strange ult going into the second round. You know you're going to try to expend that ultimate right away because you want to swap back to a duelist hero. Right now, you're playing on house money for a Strange play. And Ravo doing everything that you can. It didn't give Swag Daddy a chance to use that invisible boundary. Xavier didn't burn that World Breaker either. So you're coming back into this with 2 key ultimates to try to flip this one back your way. 22% from the Air Force and working. Here comes the Tornado. Wrath of the Goddess out of Unstapled. Goes 1 for 1. It's going to be a strategist down on either end. And you can see finally Phoenix Reborn cleaned up from the onks of Kid down south. Still provided to be quite a nuisance on this Moon Knight, eliminating the Groot as well from the fight. Air Force, 42% finally. Coast Guard gonna flip it.
With how much space Xavier is able to cover on the Hulk, it must feel like a 6v7 when you're dealing with Coast Guard. Like from one point, from the height, he just jumps up, puts down damage, finds a final hit, and then immediately snaps onto another target, continues to put down damage. It's actually insane the value that Xavier is able to find on this hero.
Well, Air Force not going to be broke for all it's going into this fight. Here's the Raging Royal Flush. On the back of it is going to be the final judgment out of your Punisher. Is it going to be enough for Phoenix Reborn to rip through this Invis ultimate? A lot of damage, but the final judgment's going to go down, so you don't get that ultimate out of the hand of Conchu from above. Looks like the Coast Guard are doing a fantastic job at holding on to this one. You get grabbed by the World Breaker Hulk. You get exiled as well. The Venom alive for a little bit longer. A great peel from your Hulk to just continue to keep that backline alive, and there's not really much this Venom's getting done here. It's just waiting for Phoenix Reborn to get there in time for 3 the other way.
hold on. I thought Air Force were about to get absolutely deleted, and some way, somehow, Air Force are able to just turn the tides. I mean, it was Xavier again on the Hulk that was able to stop Punisher from ulting, turn that into, what, a double or almost a triple there, and somehow Air Force emerged from the chaos in the advantage.
Well, lead's going to change back over to the Air Force for the second point. No ultimates. You're 70% away from getting the Dark Child on Ravo. Maleb coming into it with the God of the Thunder. Missed a couple of them. Lavender close to the Eternal Bond, so hopefully that carpet's going to allow for Coast Guard to have some good foothold towards this point. They're getting a lot of progression, though, in the flip, so chance here maybe to build onto that Eternal Bond with the progress that you already have to flip this one your way. You just need Lavender get there in time as you wait to find a pick off of this God of the Thunder. Lavender's not going to get a chance to use that Eternal Bond. It's both strategists down, and the God of Thunder is a little too late.
But he finds a KO here. It's going to be enough. Just dragging everybody around, and although able to get the double, it looks like it's right back on him some way. Somehow Vexer is dropping haymakers and dropping bodies along with it. Air Force refused to go down easy. Here comes the portal.
Here it comes, and this is Lavender with the Eternal Bonds, giving yourself a chance back in for the Coast Guard, but they need some early eliminations, and that's a great start onto V-Hill. Secondary from Kit down south, as the swap to Star-Lord is providing to get some early value. You get the flip back in. It's last chance effort from the Coast Guard here in map number 1. Air Force, the ball is in their court to see what they can offer.
If you can play perfect Marvel Rivals, you can steal this round away, and more importantly, momentum so far in this series. It has been all Air Force all the time as we take a look at the scoreboard.
I mean, they just have no ultimate. Swagtat is going to be close to this Eye of Agamotto, but even still, it's behind the back of 3 Air Force, almost 4, maybe 5 with that spectacular spin, the latest one that you're going to be getting into it. So much to work with. The clobbering time's actually going to miss completely, and with Darkchild, now the Feast of the Abyss together, the combo's so good. It's just Air Force pounding down in the domination. A revive back in for Lavender. There's nothing the Cloak and Dagger can do anymore. Overtime for the Coast Guard. No portals. Air Force coming out strong in the domination.
Nerves of steel when in the spotlight is what describes Air Force. We talk about pressure creating diamonds or bursting pipes. Well, that time we saw diamonds being created by Air Force. It was a full setup that they had to break. They do so, they take the round, and more importantly, the game.
Yeah, that's a great start for the Air Force, especially considering the history between both of these two teams. You knowing that yesterday, domination was a little bit of a struggle for this Air Force team. Today, you go into a team that has been known for their domination. 2-0, that's going to be a good confidence boost on Air Force's side as they're trying to look for an easy avenue into that grand final. First map underway and closed. Cyberpilot, your MVP on Venom. 16 final hits on Phoenix Reborn Spider-Man. Not to mention, I mean, it's double digits final hits for all of your front line there between your Duelist and your Vanguard. So everybody getting a piece of the pie in that success from their side.
Well, that's really the thing about, you know, playing at a competitive level, especially at the top level. You have to be able to recognize where your strengths and where your weaknesses are and actually do it live. And I think actually you got the chance to talk to one of the players in the middle of an interview and said, hey, look, you know, domination has felt like an Achilles heel for you. Like, what are we going to do to adapt? And they responded, said, oh, no, we've been paying attention. We know we've been struggling on domination, but don't worry, I don't want to give too much to the audience.
Yeah.
But we're addressing it, and I think it's important. Obviously, not giving away the secrets, but recognizing that there is a problem and actively looking for the solution.
Yeah, it was great to hear from Baijin yesterday when he was talking about all of this, and I like to know that they still have some tricks up their sleeve that they're not quite expecting to use early on. He said that, you know, yesterday that match with the Army was a lot more difficult than they really anticipated, and, you know, rightfully so. I think that Game 5 domination was just the pinnacle of what's to offer here in the competition. Hope to see a matchup like that yet again. on the day, no matter who's going to bring that intensity to our stage. But for this one in the Air Force, they've definitely made some changes. Taking that map number 1 is going to be a statement against the Coast Guards. Now we look to the Coast Guard to kind of retaliate into this map 2. Where are they going to bring us? We're going to Araco for this map 2. And for the Coast Guard, Araco was great for them when we got to see them play it against the Space Force. So I like that they're heading here. It's their best opportunity to take down the Air Force in terms of convoy.
Yeah, it feels like the heroes they like to play definitely favor this map, and we're going to see if ultimately they continue to hold on to that Thor. A very interesting pick. We don't often see Thor at at the top level competition, but I will say Thor is definitely a good play into many tanks. Can we say the same for like a Thing though? With Vexor consistently protecting Thing, I don't know if Thor and Thing really want to just go against each other. It's a tough matchup for Thor.
It is, and just as the Thor is going to be trying to disrupt some of the movement from the Air Force, it's like the Thing's just shutting down the Thor in general. Like you don't even get a chance to put that lightning prison on anybody for the Air Force. So not really getting that value. You're right. Even the God of Thunder wasn't finding too much inside of those strategist ultimates. So wonder what the Coast Guard are going to cook up for this one. Let's get into the pick and bans. And just like we've been seeing for the Coast Guard all week long, it's going to be that Elsa Bloodstone ban. First and foremost, leaving the Gambit open. They protect the Hulk for Xavier in the second slot. And for the Air Force, you can really telegraph where this one's going next.
Yeah, Coast Guard have immediately tell everybody we do not want to deal with Elsa. We would even rather deal with Gambit than deal with Elsa all day long, and protecting the Hulk is definitely a good play for them. They're very comfortable on Hulk. They want to dive, and they want to do it with the beefy tanks. Meanwhile, is that a White Fox ban? Okay, so recognize that your opponent want to dive. Well, it's easier to do that when you have a White Fox and the way they heal.
Well, that's what we were kind of talking about earlier about this Coast Guard team, is that it really seems simple to target a lot of their hero pools. Swag Daddy and the White Fox, one of them, and now we've seen Lavender play that White Fox too. So really easy for the Air Force to kind of acknowledge that. You just take it away from it, and you can see, for the rest of it. Then we go for Kid Down South's Magic. Next, we're probably going to look to protect what should be the Groot or the Thing, like we've seen in the past. And for the Air Force, is kind of building onto what has been your success. And it's actually going to be a Venom Protect, which not that bad at all, considering Cyberpilot was the MVP back in map number 1 on this Venom pick. So Coast Guard really gonna have to lock in to figure out how they want to dissect this setup from the Air Force now for the rest of their ban picks.
Oftentimes we talk about resource management. Usually when we do, we talk about it in the way of ults and cooldowns. Well, because they banned Elsa, they have to burn even more resources in the ban screen. That includes banning Rogue. You didn't ban Gambit, and you can't allow Gambit and Rogue on the map at the same time. So because of your first ban, it causes you to ultimately ban another one on your third with the way things go. But that's the strategy that they've been employing all tournament long. I also see some more bans. I see Magic coming in. So again, showing respect for your opponents and what they're able to play within their map pool. Magic, not a normal ban, but do your homework.
Yeah, and although the Eternal Bond wasn't used as much back in that first map, it's still going to be a respectful ban there for Air Force to take the Cloak and Dagger away, just knowing how good the kit is for these fights. Air Force also going to be banned out on that Thing. So Vexor going to have to be settling for the Groot, which not a lot of people are going to complain about settling for Groot on a map like Araco. Plenty of areas to drop those walls and really disrupt the Coast Guard on their attacking side. Cyberpilot looking to walk out on the Strange for this defense as well, so not yet bringing that Venom into Araco, more so an attacking side pick, if I would take a guess on it. But Phoenix Reborn's walking on the Adam Warlock, so going for that triple strategist setup, triple Vanguard setup here on Araco. And again, I'm just such a big fan of this Warlock because Coast Guard's going to go for these dives, so this Soul Bond is going to be huge to keep your strategist live.
Oftentimes we talk about hero compositions and what these players and actual characters bring to the table. Well, if there's one thing I learned from Fast and the Furious, it's all about family. And I'm seeing in the Twitch chat, I'm seeing a bunch of family. I'm seeing a bunch of love being shown to Air Force Gaming. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's important. They're like the seventh member.
Seventh member is always family. It always has been, but Coast Guard coming out with some gusto off this attack. Yeah, Xavier's gonna lose that Hulk form, but 2 early eliminations. You've taken that high ground, and you've already gotten that Groot around the corner, so far so good on the Coast Guard side. Air Force not losing too many resources, so they should be able to re-engage this one in no time, only giving up minimal space to this attacking edge. And you can see as well, Groot just looking for a way into this one, and so is the Thing on the other end. He's going for that high ground yet again, smashes right down onto Bijan, and it's another 2 eliminations for the Coast Guard, soaring through this first zone.
You see why Coast Guard are so comfortable being on offense. The Pain Brothers, between Hulk and Thing, they just absolutely just walk forward, and it's so tough to slow them down. Coast Guard, if they do end up hitting this first point, it's behind on the backs of the Pain Brothers. And look, they continue to bring the pain.
And the Bash Brothers just sitting you in the penalty box. Not giving you any chance to fight for this one. It's 1-by-1 staggers out of the Air Force, something that you don't normally see out of them, and might be an issue going into the next point. Groot doing a great job at least stalling a little bit extra time, but it's still gonna be 4 minutes and 50 seconds. As soon as that finishes, unstapled with the late tornado out of this storm. Maybe not something you wanted to invest to that fight, but you will build it up pretty quickly. You still have 3 ultimates for the Coast Guard to fight with.
I'm gonna be honest, I went to drink my Gatorade. I kind of missed exactly what happened there. Like, was it a misclick?
Fight was done.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe it was a misclick there.
Just assurance, maybe.
Oh, maybe BM, maybe.
No, I don't think it's gonna be BM. Not here, not in this chance, but actually Unstable gonna be caught there by the Gru. It's wonderful plays, and Gru with just the auto clicks off the back of the Strangling Prison, and Ravel on this Moon Knight. They eviscerate the setup from the Coast Guard up top. It's gonna reclaim them some space on the point.
Yeah, but the way Coast Guard like to play this, they want to get rid of Elsa even more importantly than getting rid of Gambit. Well, you allow Gambit, and Gambit is the ultimate enabler of every single person on your team can really take advantage of having that almost unlimited heals, that extra movement, that extra damage. It does so much, and it combos so well with every character.
Well, here's the Eye of Agamotto mixed with the End Song Inferno, and right away, oh my, burns through the Coast Guard. Another wipe for the Air Force, as it seems like they've settled things down after losing that first point. Pretty good, already shaved off over a minute. And you gotta start thinking for the Coast Guard, it's just how do you work your way back into it? Already seen a couple swaps there with Unstapled now walking out on Wolverine. Hopefully looking to make Vexor and Cyber Pilot as these Vanguards their life a little bit miserable if you can kidnap them.
We saw Phoenix Reborn playing their namesake, and so many times players are not using their ults correctly with Phoenix, using them at non-opportune times. Well, that was perfectly timed for Phoenix Reborn.
There comes the Thing on in, and Conchu fighting inside of the invisible boundary. A lot of punches being thrown from Malo, but hasn't yet knocked down anybody from the Air Force. Instead, you lose your Wolverine. It is going to be a trade onto Vexor, so even 5-on-5 for this fight as you're building up to a couple of these ultimates. Banner of Xavier should be able to get this Hulk form back safe and sound, and looking to contest the point for the Air Force. Everybody's got to turn around for the Coast Guard, deal with things, and that stagger, yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for Air Force to recontest this one, but gives time for Vexor to actually set up for the Strangling Prison with a lot of time to contest this second point yet again, but I don't know if they're gonna want to contest this one. And Unstapled, he's gonna catch you a little bit early. Contest is gonna just barely get there with 0.5 meters left. And the Strangling Prison actually stops the Coast Guard from capping it.
We saw a Thing kind of going off a little bit for Coast Guard, and most Things players almost never use their primary fire. They always use that secondary fire, that Haymaker. We saw a good combo. Haymaker, primary, and then Haymaker again, and then also the combination of leaping onto your opponent, turning them purple, making them take extra damage. This is a very advanced Thing player that we're seeing on the likes of Coast Guard, which makes what Air Force doing even more impressive.
Yeah, it does, and you're building up to some ultimates yet again. Another swap from Wolverine now to Squirrel Girl, and Unstable actually gonna be the first one to fall in this fight. Cyber Pilot Again, synchronizing alongside Phoenix Reborn with this Eye of Agamotto. Gonna come in handy as we're dropping down to 1:10 left. This is gonna be a very lethal combo coming in from the Air Force that Coast Guard need to keep in the back of their minds.
Plenty of ults available here, and ult's going to be so important on this next fight. It really feels like it can be make or break. If Coast Guard are able to get that hand of Khonshu activated.
Nobody clears top. Cyber Pilot's going to be free up here to ultimate. Fortunately enough, they see him. Trying to find your way through. Here's going to be the Eye of Agamotto. Hasn't yet fully found up top. It's going to be Bijin going down. Will be a trade out onto Bijin himself. So 2 strategists going to fall. Phoenix Reborn still alive though. And with that end song Inferno, it's going to be enough to pair alongside Rava on that hand of Khonshu to wipe them one more time. 22 seconds. Should be able to get this portal.
The Eye of Agamotto, the value of just keeping your opponent still and getting free damage on them. It's so underrated. And one of the reasons why it's one of the strongest ults in the game if used properly. Well, one thing that's also strong is that portal.
5 seconds. Somebody's got to proc this overtime. Bijin down. Xavier already doing some work. You've traded on your Vanguard, but it's lack of heals now that the Air Force need to worry about. Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu. Ravo, how do you have it again? Invisible barrier for the Coast Guard is going to keep them nice and healthy on the zone. Should be able to weather through these ultimates and capture the second point. Thought for a second that that was again going to be highway robbery from the Air Force, but Coast Guard staying alive just barely.
Beautifully played here by Coast Guard. Second point has been gathered here. We're taking a look at some of the stats right now. And Kid down south, looking very good eliminations. And the same also for Maleb. Maleb leading all eliminations with 19 and also having a respectable amount of damage. Just over 13,000 coming out of a Doctor Strange player.
Yeah, that's what you look at between both the Thing and the Doctor Strange, just setting a precedent from that front line of the Coast Guard. Minute left though for the Coast Guard to lock in for this third point as Air Force are meeting you at the front gates. The contest so early is going to allow for the Air Force to have a couple of contests on this one while they build up to these ultimates for Ravo to use yet another hand of Khonshu, dropping it from the skies, just making it so hard for these strategists to live in this backline. Slowly, Coast Guard building up to a couple of ultimates, and the Brainiac bounce, one that you look to engage on for this objective. It's going to force out that Invisible Woman ultimate, the Invisible Boundary, keeping the Air Force nice and steady in the contest slot. As you got the Eye of Agamotto up for 3%, soon enough to Strangling Prison, but Vexor's gonna go down. Cyber Pilot not gonna be able to use that ultimate, and the Coast Guard finally breaking some ground.
Yeah, once the Coast Guard were able to go after the front line of Air Force, it felt like everybody else just fell around them. Without a front line, Air Force had nowhere to stand on, no legs to stand on. Meanwhile, Coast Guard continue to move the objective forward. It is overtime, and there's an opportunity for Air Force to end it right here, right now at 2 checkpoints.
This portal actually going to secure you probably 3 total team fights in. Invisible Boundary, and there's the fate of both worlds from Swag Daddy. Double support ults into the backline on top of the hand of the Khonshu, and Lavender finally takes down Cyber Pilot. Still that Eye of Agamotto, not going to find any value just yet. A full wipe onto the Air Force, and Rafa's going to get the swap to the Venom. Is he going to touch in time? He does not. A full capture from the Coast Guard after how hard they fought for that second point. You're going to be feeling good about that.
You definitely are. It felt like smooth sailing from that second point to the third. And again, gotta give a shout out to the Payne brothers, but that was on offense. And then now flipping sides here, are you still going to get the same value out of that composition, or would you like to change things up a little bit? It looks like I'm already starting to see some changes on the side of Coast Guard.
Yeah, I mean, Coast Guard swapping to the defense, you'd imagine some of these changes to really stick. Kid's gonna hold on to this Moon Knight, and Staples sticking with the Mr. Fantastic. I'm wondering for the Air Force, since they put a protection on the Venom, I'm really surprised to not see them hovering Venom on this attack. You do have that triple strategist setup between Phoenix Reborn playing onto the Mantis, as well as V-Hill on that Ultron, allowing for a little bit extra damage boost behind Bijin's Raging Royal Flush that you're going to be looking at from this Gambit. I mean, this is a very strong backline for the Air Force. Plenty enough to allow Ravo on this Punisher to have free reign to do so much damage, either the shotgun or the primary.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of right there with you. I think with the idea of you dropping a drone on Venom and also giving them damage boost, I think it's a great opportunity to use that Venom, which Cyberpilot's already shown they are excellent with it, but I guess you need a shield tank at all times. It's hard to play without having a shield tank.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against a Moon Knight.
Exactly.
V-Hill's going to get stunned up for a second off that Exile. So grounded is the Ultron for a moment. Coast Guard battling for this high ground, but nobody contesting this point means you have to eventually give it up to step on, not allow it to freely move around this corner. You can see that Mr. Fantastic of Unstable trying to dive into the backline. Elastic Form actually going to get burned out, trying to use that shield generation to maybe hold on to some space behind your brawlers, and it looks like the Mr. Fantastic will get away. Vexor in trouble, just getting beaten down by the Hulk. Finally, Maleb going to get rid of that Groot. You lose the Hulk form in the meantime.
Cyberpunk gonna have a tough time here, dealing with a a Mr. Fantastic and dealing with a Hulk. That is a lot of bruising that can be done by Coast Guard, but somehow it's still Air Force that are still somehow able to make up ground, moving the objective forward. Ultron catching some great damage.
Ultron's going to be a deal breaker, it seems, for the Air Force here on this triple strategist. Here's the Raging Royal Flush looking to get worked on as all strategist ults falling behind. The Hand of Khonshu is going to catch onto the backline of Phoenix Reborn, and soon enough it's going to be Cyberpilot to fall 2 down for the Air Force. Coast Guard standing strong behind the Fate of both worlds. Swag Daddy building you back into it, and look at that, the right clicks from the kid down south. 2 eliminations, another wipe. The Coast Guard are planting their feet on this first point.
Yeah, Coast Guard did a great job of wiping Air Force. I will say Air Force did force out at least one of those ults. The Fate of both worlds was activated by Luna. So that is a good thing, especially when Air Force are going to get reactivated on the map with 4 different ults.
What's going to be the difference maker? Here's the Raging Royal Flush to combo alongside that Final Judgment. Rage of Ultron as well to see if he can break through some of these strategists in the backline. Vexor helping out on this Groot, and that's going to be Swag Daddy down. Still the invisible barrier trying to contest this point for the Coast Guard a little bit longer. A minute 41 into the backline. Kid down south building up to yet another Hand of the Khonshu. No focus on the Moon Knight. It's free reign for him, and he won't even need to use it. Cyberpilot jumps on down. Coast Guard do it again. What a hold. They're just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, it feels like Moon Knight is just turning Groot into a giant Ankh. Just bouncing off all those primary fires and then just bouncing off to everybody. Like, Moon Knight is loving the fact that Air Force is playing Groot, and I think they're going to be a
oh my goodness. It's a shredder, and they're making mincemeat out of the Air Force. It's going to be the research back in from Phoenix Reborn off this Mantis ultimate. Try to get your team back onto that point to contest it. 60 seconds left. Vexor with the strangling prison, but the Vakamoto Maleb, and that's another full wipe.
That it is strange, and Moon Knight taking all the credit for that one. And once again, Air Force continuing to struggle here on the offensive side. Coast Guard's defense is absolutely stout. It is locked in at the moment.
Sorcerer Supreme standing up to the Air Force right now. Low on ultimates, high on charge for a couple of these players. Coast Guard, one last fight to full hold the Air Force here on Araco. Air Force trying to battle in. There's the strangling prison all the way to the back line. Good for first elimination. A second one goes down, but it's going to be an even 4-on-4 for the battle in. And the contest on the point, holding them back. Mr. Fantastic alongside the Hulk, going for your backline strategist. And you don't take down Invis just yet. Bijan's able to stay alive. Exiled will be the Groot. And it's long enough that the Fate of both worlds will activate on Swag Daddy. Brainiac bounce out of Unstapled, looking to pave way back in for the Coast Guard to close out this first map, but it's a portal in for the Air Force, looking to get work done. As you can see, the swap back over, Invisible Boundary, buying a little bit more time here for the Air Force. And there's the It's Jeff, looking to grab a few players with a shield from the Hulk, keeping them away from the Jeff ultimate. You still got time to portal back. Cyberpilot knows that. No need to rush. Plenty of time to waste.
Cyberpilot ends up going down on the Venom before ulting and ends up losing it and having to go to the Strange just to force the portal. Ultimately just to keep Air Force alive, but can they hold on? 3 immediately go down for the Coast Guard. Cyberpilot continuing to press forward here, and it's going to work. Air Force may be able to take this objective and hold on. There's a Magic on the battlefield who just dropped a triple.
Yeah, it's Ravo with the late swap to the Magic. Just try to get a little bit pep in your step back onto that point. Hey, Coast Guard, you had Maleb on the Strange, but no need to use that portal. There was no time to contest that. You're still holding on to that tool, still have it in your back pocket. And not just that, you nearly full held them on first point. There's no need to jump the gun and panic to stop them. You got so much time to still win this map too.
And Air Force have really gone into an older strategy here. Magic and Spider-Man, but where did the Eye of Agamotto come from?
Oh, he just came over the top. Nobody saw it coming, and that's going to build Coast Guard back into a solid setup on this defense. There's nothing the Air Force can do. They're going to have to respect that, go for a reset. And the bigger thing is for the Coast Guard that all 6 players stay alive in that play.
Absolutely here, Coast Guard holding on and making sure this objective is not moving any forward here. Still have a ult to work with. Mind you, also has an ult, but meanwhile, on the other side of things, Air Force have the Strangling Prism to work with here for our Groot, and also Spider-Man, Phoenix Reborn can go off with an ult at any given time. So Air Force definitely not backing down whatsoever. Vexor.
Oh, Xavier looking to break some hearts and break some worlds. His Hulk pick has just been forever in the hearts of the Coast Guard fans, and it's going to do it yet again. Double elimination towards the back line. So finally can end off on that, but you've done enough for the Air Force. You're not able to use that Strangling Prison. Another reset on their end. 48 seconds. Coast Guard going to set up yet again. You still got ults to work with. I mean, this is so doable. The Air Force needs some big plays coming out from your combos.
At this point, Air Force don't even have 2 full fights. You maybe have a fight and a half if you're Air Force. You have to find a way to find the pick. It starts right now.
And you're not going to have that portal either, so it's do or die in this fight. Invisible Boundary, are you going to get the Strangling Prison? Spectacular spin towards those strategists, and both will end up falling. Swag Daddy and Lavender, there's the rest to fall soon after. 4 clean eliminations, and should be able to clean up the Mr. Fantastic Unstapled, who does enough to stall out. That should buy time for the Coast Guard to have a pretty clean fight.
Good defense, even better offense come out of Air Force, and you don't waste a lot of ultimates in order to do so. You still have the Dark Child available, still have Strangling Prism, and Venom is waiting as well. That is a perfect fight, in my opinion, coming out of Air Force.
Welcome to the witching hours of a convoy map. This is where good becomes great and legends are born. And as soon as the fight kicks off, it's going to be a dump of ultimates from both sides, trying to stay alive inside that invisible boundary. But the strategists are going to fall, and the Coast Guards need to do this dry without the healing done. Looks like they can do it no problem. A wipe from the Coast Guard. That's going to be map 2, evening us up on the table.
With all of the ultimates that Air Force had to their disposal, that legitimately had to be textbook execution coming out of the Coast Guard right there. We had some questions, but let me tell you, they answered it real quick, and you gotta give a shout out to my man, Maleb. Is that 48 elimination? Are you kidding me?
I mean, that was fantastic from your Doctor Strange. I mean, just look at the final hits, too. 16 from Vexor, trying to battle against the 20 of Maleb. Like, going toe-to-toe with Kid Down South on this Moon Knight, just putting in work as a duelist. Just what a combo between the two of them. Every single time that we saw Maleb with that Eye of Agamotto, it hit. Every single time. I mean, it wasn't just like one, it was 3 players. They just couldn't handle and couldn't track down this Doctor Strange, which is such a big upgrade from yesterday, because that was one of the biggest hindrances from Maleb playing on this Doctor Strange, was the usage of that Eye of Agamotto and how many times you were just holding on to it in those crucial fights.
I promise you, if my tank's dropping 20 final hits, I ain't losing that game. Simple as that. If my tank's dropping 20 final hits and almost as much damage as many of the DPSs that were in the entire lobby, man, we ain't losing. That is excellent.
You know what? I'm
by
going to sit
Coast
there and
Guard.
I'm going to shake his hand and I'm going to say, hey, let me get your coat for you. You need some water. You need some water. You got to stay hydrated. Like whatever I could do for you, I got you. I'm your guy. That's what I would do.
Don't touch
if I
that doorknob. I don't want you to hurt your hand.
Yeah. Just watch out. Everything's on fire right now, but I got you. I'm going to hold you down. And I mean, it's great when we get to see teams like the Coast Guard leveling up the way that they are against the Air Force. They don't get it done in the domination like we saw yesterday, but they even us up through the convoy, tied up, guaranteeing us 4 maps in this series, seeing who is going to be our second grand finalist to take down the Army waiting on the other side. We got a quick break when we get set up for our map number 3. We'll be back with some more Armed Forces Championships. Welcome back, everybody, to the Armed Forces Esports Championships as we got ourselves a war in the semifinals between the Coast Guard and the Air Force. I mean, map number 1, we really hyped up the Coast Guard in terms of their domination potential, and the Air Force came out obviously doing their homework in the way that to take down the Coast Guard. But map number 2, we go to Morocco, and this is something that seemed very comfortable for the Coast Guard in their series versus the Space Force. History doesn't change; it's the same thing. Morocco just looks to be a good home for the Coast Guard on Convoy.
And yeah, that was trying to take some of the strengths that you've somehow been able to find on Morocco and carry over into other convoy or convergence maps. I feel like if you're able to find success on one map in this particular game mode, well, you can take that into different maps and really utilize that to maybe give Air Force some pressure. Air Force, your #1 seed coming into today, but by no means are they a perfect squad.
No, not at all. Not perfect one bit. And we see it right there. A couple of mistakes leave a door open that the Coast Guard are happy to grab that door up, open it up, walk right through. Tied up, we got Kunlun coming up next. Air Force are going to pick defense to kick things off as well, as they want to see if they can go for that initial first hold against the likes of the Coast Guard. But would be too surprised to see the Coast Guard give them a run for their money, because this is something we've seen the Coast Guard go to quite often for their own picks when they're behind. This is where they beat the Space Force in 4. You saw Kid down south on the Star-Lord constantly just finding value in terms of eliminations, whether it be with that Galactic Legend or just on his own. And that's without the Gambit pick as well. They haven't needed to have the Gambit for Kid down south to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how exactly they approach this. I feel like with Coast Guard Gaming, I don't think they mind being on offense, especially with how good they are with the Payne brothers. When they're running Thing and Hulk, I think they want to continue to press forward. But I'm looking at the picks right now, and they're making sure they actually protect Gambit. Okay.
Oh my God, they're going for a frame 1 Hulk ban. I mean, I guess Xavier's just been that guy, and we haven't been talking about it. But yeah, every single time that World Breaker is providing some issues for that back strategist line out of the Air Force. So you give up the Gambit protection to the Coast Guard, who aren't going to be able to play Hulk for Xavier, but that isn't the only hero that Xavier knows how to play. It's just his favorite, I guess.
Yeah, that is very surprising to see Hulk getting first ban, and I don't think we've seen that in competitive play, and not even in this tournament, but we do see a Loki protect, and I've been surprised with how little Lokis we've seen, even when they make it past the ban phase.
Well, there's the ban onto the Gambit from the Coast Guard, but Air Force making sure that Kid down south also doesn't get that Moon Knight pick in the second slot, which, I mean, I think for the Coast Guard, you're happy with the way that this is working, because necessarily you don't need the Hulk. You know Kid down south is going to most likely play the Star-Lord going into this map. It doesn't need to play Magic either. These target bans seem to be almost band-aids on the real issue in going into this map, to mention that you've given up the Gambit as well.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed right off the rip, once they protected the Loki, did Air Force, immediately Coast Guard respond by banning Gambit. They said, there's no way we're going to allow you to have 2 Gambit ults. Not today.
Well, there's the Thing Protect as well from the Air Force, so hopefully that's going to give them a little bit of an edge in this fight versus some of the dive that you're dealing with, that the Coast Guard are fighting against you. Wonder where this next ban is going to be, because you have Elsa Bloodstone gone, you have Gambit gone, you have Venom. Okay, Cloak and Dagger, not a bad pick towards it, but going into your last Protect, is this something where maybe you want to look to protect, I was going to say like the Thing maybe on your side, maybe you want to protect Invis, maybe you want to, yeah, it's going to be the Thing.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the times they do protect Invis in a situation like this, but I think they recognize that if you're losing out on Hulk, they want Thing. And they're a very good Thing squad. I'm not surprised at that whatsoever, but normally in this situation, they would actually protect Invis against any other team.
Oh my goodness, I think Air Force have a complete misread on this entire composition.
You'll need a top
That Coast Guard are bringing into it. You've kind of played into their hand here, because they know how dominant they've been on this Brawl composition. But what you haven't really read is that you've given up not just Cloak and Dagger, but you've also given up the Gambit to Swag Daddy for that protection. We've seen Lavender be happy to play the White Fox, which is still up. Kid down south has always been playing Star-Lord on this map mode combo, and then Staples still has that Mr. Fantastic. And we haven't even talked about Mayloop, who, although you have been kind of targeted on this Thing, you still have Doctor Strange and Magneto to play on this map. Like, in no way, shape, or form are you worried with this composition if the Coast Guard is getting to play it.
Well, I didn't mind the final ban because we definitely have seen where Lavender likes playing certain heroes, and I would say I think she'd rather not have Rocket in this situation, and she would actually rather have the Invis. I think Cloak and Dagger is decent, but I honestly think if they didn't ban Invis, Lavender would 100% would have been on the Invis, providing that extra heals and the amount of damage and utility that Invis brings to the equation.
But Cloak and Dagger is looking to do the same exact thing, especially with those terror capes. More or less. I see what you mean with the force physics too, making it hard to kind of stand on 2 feet. But Air Force going for the Vibrant Vitality team up between Vexor, Phoenix, and V-Hill. You got the Star-Lord of Kid Down South to kind of watch out for, who's immediately going to take that high ground away from the Strange. He's forced that Cloak of Levitation all the way at the top to contest that away from Kid Down South into the fight as you see the dive from Ravo trying to jump in towards the strategist. Down the other side is this complete rotation, slept, unstapled, so not going to be able to get this Mr. Fantastic fully into form right away, but it's okay because Lavender and Xavier are going to kick things off with some eliminations. 5 quick ones. Cyber Pilot already onto the Doctor Strange to get a portal going.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about the Mantis player in Phoenix Reborn for Air Force. I feel like they were being attacked by the Mr. Fantastic. They found a way to stay alive. I'm like, oh, Air Force are fine. Then suddenly Coast Guard still find a 3 down and force the portal play.
Yeah, no lamps there to kind of work with after the Air Force going in for the recontest, but you do get the proper swaps between Vexor and Cyber Pilot. Phoenix Reborn still sticking onto the Mantis, so you want to have that damage boost and a little extra healing from both V-Hill and Phoenix Reborn playing this Loki Mantis combo. So fighting back into it, Air Force will deny the initial cap there, but what a great start for the Coast Guard.
Loki and Mantis triple heals alongside the Invis and Strange with that very dangerous team of a very capable Air Force roster on full defense here, but Coast Guard will be tested.
Yeah, for sure, tested. A lot of damage coming through on that front line. Xavier goes low, will be fully healed back up. Okay, clobbering time for Vexor. That's going to land onto 3 members of the Coast Guard, all able to stay alive. You're coming up on the Eternal Bond. There's the Lamps burn from the Loki. So this might be a great opportunity to use these Strategist ults to get your way onto this point. Brainiac bounds all the way into the deep end. Here comes the Galactic Legend, still holding on to both support ults in the back line there. And the Eternal Bond going to be a little bit too late to keep Kid Down South alive. Ravo is actually going to be able to shut down that Star-Lord ultimate, and on top of it, you're also going to get the Mantis ultimate on top just to lair through the speed of the Dark Child. Ravo not going to find enough. Cyber Pilot breaks through that backline. The strategists are gone. It's a late Meteor M from Maleb to find absolutely nothing, down to 1:30.
Despite how long that Eternal Bond lasts for Coast Guard, I think Air Force did a fantastic job of just kiting the situation, waiting for the right opportunity, and then dropping the invisible boundary right away. If they use that invisible boundary too early, the Eternal Bond will actually overlap it. So I think it was a fantastic job of kiting and timing out of Air Force.
I think I would like to see the Eternal Bond get used with the Galactic Legend and not after the Galactic Legend too for the Kid Down South. I think that you're just putting a little bit too much on the Star-Lord to make that play. Here's the Ivagamoto from Cyber Pilot. How many gonna get caught by it? It's only gonna land on a Swag Daddy who will get some peeling from your thing. Maleb has swapped off this Doctor Strange, and back into it, it's gonna be the Raging Royal Flush to try to force the Coast Guard into a winnable fight here. Clobbering time from Vexor to interrupt this one, and Bravo takes full control on this Magic. Full 6 down yet again.
There was barely any damage being received by Air Force. A fantastic job by your healers to make sure that everybody is fully healed and just activating the rest of your team. As we do take a look at the scoreboard, Rava is 10-1. 10-1?
8 final hits as well. Oh, it's Strange gets so much help on the recontest there. As you swap to the Spidey, Phoenix Reborn was trying to get that deny on the portal, but one more chance for the Coast Guard here. Lamp's gonna be burned. Can the Coast Guard fight through this Loki and the triple strategist setup that you have? Eternal Bond not gonna be there as you're gonna be late on that ultimate, and you're late on the Mr. Fantastic Brainiac bounce. You haven't been able to have a chance to use any of your ults, and they're so behind right now, Coast Guard, in building these special tools to fight with. The portal's gonna run out, and so will this first round. Air Force off a recontest, almost losing it. battle back onto the point, make the proper swaps, full hold Coast Guard to 2 segments.
Air Force doing a very good job of just attacking the back line right there. Having your first pick be a strategist is what every team dreams of. It is so hard to properly fight when you are down a strategist, and we saw that the moment you take down one strategist at Air Force Gaming, the entire team just crumbled. Great target prioritization coming out of Air Force Gaming.
And now you're gonna have to get the fuller hold. Like, how many times do you actually see that in any hero shooter? A fuller hold on a first point like Kunlun, which allows so much for Phoenix Reborn, so much for Ravo to just have freedom to maneuver through from different angles, a lot of flank routes, a lot of high ground to play off of, and chances to kind of set up here for the Air Force. You got so much time to win this map and take a lead in the series yet again.
Air Force Gaming, and specifically Phoenix Reborn, going back to the Spider-Man here. That tells me that you continuously want to test the back line of Coast Guard. You continuously want to test the peels of how Coast Guard protect their back line. Air Force Gaming are going for the healers, and hopefully Coast Guard are able to respond.
I think it's going to be hard for Kid Down South to track this Spider-Man on Star-Lord. It's going to be important for him to play off of Maleb, trying to deny that movements from Spider-Man. Hopefully that Maleb can be on point with that for the peel. And yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy for the Spider-Man to dive into a Gambit, but it's not impossible, especially for a player like Phoenix Reborn. Baijian already going to TP towards that high ground. Go into the Fox form, slash some claws, do some early damage, and Phoenix Reborn takes down Swag Daddy in the meantime. Vexor not going to waste any time for the follow-up there. You lose out on Maleb and the thing, and Kid Down South now is eliminated. 3 going down. Means you need a swap towards the Strange. Maleb's going to do that. Did he get here in time with the portal?
I'll be honest with you, I was a bit worried for Air Force Gaming for a bit when you had Coast Guard coming out with the Groot. Nobody's shooting walls, but Air Force Gaming, they survived.
Can Coast Guard do what Air Force just did to you? Swag Daddy coming back off that spawn. You get the TP in from Maleb. 6-on-6 for the fight in, and Air Force gonna have a whole lot better positioning for this battle from different angles. So the Coast Guard fighting from a deficit, but they're fighting as good as they can. Maleb with that opening pick, an elimination to give you numbers, a follow-up right away from your Iron Fist as Kid Down South harboring in Kunlun to his playstyle. Now Coast Guard finds some foothold in the map.
And once again, we find out this time what Coast Guard can do when they're able to survive. Their backline is able to just have the peels come in and just watch them perfectly. When the heals are there, Coast Guard defense is tough. And where did Phoenix just come from? Where was he hiding?
Yeah, he's just been swinging around, doing whatever he pleases. Look at him going through here, 65% to that spectacular spin. Vexor with the Strangling Prison. Do you have any follow-up there from the Spider-Man? It's only good for the 1 kill onto Unstapled. Immediately, Ravo's going to get traded out, so it's going to be an equal fight. Eternal Bond now met by Bijan on that White Fox chemo form. V-Hill pops the invisible boundary. It's going to be met in with the God of Thunder, as well as the Eye of Agamotto, who both find no value from those Vanguard ultimates. And Staple's going to try to rush back with the last stand to see if he can turn this one fight. In the last stand, it's good to grab a few, but it finds no elimination for Coast Guard to hold this point. Air Force wipe the floor in map number 3, and they take their lead back in the semifinals.
Despite the fat, and I mean the fat eye of avocado coming out of Coast Guard right there, it is Air Force Gaming that are able to survive, able to hold on, and man, I honestly thought that Eye of Agamotto was gonna be it.
You see the Eye of Agamotto inside of the invisible boundary, and God of Thunder just going to be procced right after that. You imagine that combo would be enough to at least take one elimination down, but no, it's not. You do a great job there. If you're the Air Force, it's just sustaining through those Vanguard ultimates, and as soon as they go down, you just have to pay attention to where this Wolverine's coming from. You had no reason to really jump the gun at all, and the fact that, you know, Unstapled lands the last stand onto 3 players, pulls them away from that point, you didn't have to worry about it because you did the heavy lifting already. You had players on there to finish off that cap, and it was enough for the space or for the Air Force to just sit there, capture the rest, and happily take map 3.
You know, I'm looking at the stats right now, and the man that actually you got to talk to for a little bit, I believe it was Baijin, I believe is the name, over 14,000 heals, almost 9,000 damage, and 4 final hits. I mean, we're talking 19 eliminations. Your DPS that had the most eliminations on the roster had 20. Like, that is how strong a White Fox can be for a roster. If you have the skill, White Fox has the will.
And I think that's kind of one thing I want to touch on when I'm just looking at the scoreboard here is that assist column from the strategist, because just look at how involved V-Hill and Baijin are. 23 assists from V-Hill, 23 assists from Baijin. Lavender sitting at 12 on this Cloak and Dagger, and Swag Daddy playing with 5 assists on the Gambit. 7 deaths, just constantly, perpetually being out of that play. For your team. So that's kind of where the issues do lie for me, where you talk about not having that invisible woman on your side, which will be doing that consistent damage along with your team as you kind of heal through your team on that front line. V-Hill does a great job at being there for the entirety, just providing that extra little bit of damage to kind of break through those vanguards. And we haven't really seen Swag Daddy play on this Gambit because it's always banned out right away, but you almost felt obligated to because of that frame 1 Hulk ban that the Air Force went for. So you took a gamble on, well, Gambit, and it didn't really pay out the way I think you really expected it to.
I see what you did there. Took a gamble on Gambit. You're not going to sneak that one past me.
I wasn't trying to. I said it, I was like, no way that this is going to be what I'm saying here. It was unintentional.
But yeah, like I said, it really was a gamble, high risk, high reward a move, and maybe it just didn't work out exactly the way you wanted to. But now we hit the drawing board, and Air Force Gaming, it's still just looking so strong and so impressive. They're your #1 seeded team, and not even the fact that they're just kind of rolling over teams. We've seen so many times where they truly have been tested, and I always say, like, a team is not going to be judged by how they look rolling downhill. A team is going to be judged with how you face adversity when your backs are against the wall. And we've seen the likes of Coast Guard do that. We've seen the likes of Army Esports do that. Many have tested, and Air Force Gaming, they answer the call every single time.
And now we got to look to see how the response is going to look from the Coast Guard as we're going to domination for map number 4. Hell's Heaven is where we'll land. This is going to be exciting because, of course, we've seen plenty of times where this Coast Guard team has looked good on Hell's Heaven. I think that you'd rather go here than Yggdrasil Path, so a chance to go back into a domination for a map number 4, force that map number 5 for yet another domination is exactly kind of what you're hoping for here on the Coast Guard side. I think that this is still very doable for them. I mean, they have as much foot in the game as the Air Force does right now, especially with the way that they're playing, because, I mean, you think back, the only reason that was a full hold was a late contest from the Air Force on that first point. So you had them against the ropes. You're not able to put it away. Kunlun is going to fall short, but you go into map number 4, just goldfish brain, forget about what just happened. You're looking to push the distance now against the #1 seed in our tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I feel like we're going to find out more about Air Force Gaming. We already know that this has been an Achilles heel for this roster, and it looks like both teams elected to go a little bit different with the bans. You have Loki on one side and Hulk on the other. Where's the double Gambit?
The Gambit just hasn't really been the end-all, be-all, I think, for these matches. Air Force has lost with the Gambit. Coast Guard has lost with the Gambit.
No Elsa?
It doesn't. I mean, Elsa, yeah, for sure. But how many players? We see Phoenix Reborn has enough of a hero pool that I don't think the Elsa is going to be a main focus for him to play. So it's not a crutch. It's not a necessary first ban. But that Loki was an issue. Those lamps back on Kunlun were problematic, and constantly keeping the Air Force alive in a lot of those neutral fights is something you want to get rid of right away, especially considering, you know, it was a save from the Air Force in that Prio 1 Protect back on Kunlun. So you get rid of it, Loki's gone. You know, Air Force stick to their same first couple bans, Hulk and Moon Knight, to disrupt the initial composition for Coast Guard, and they're going to go for that Elsa Protect in spot 3.
And you can't really blame them. On one side, you see that Coast Guard, very simple strategy, get Kid down south on a comfort pick in Magic. So what ultimately do Air Force do? They say, well, if you get your comfort pick, we're going to get ours. If we put Phoenix Reborn on Elsa, we're going to have a huge chance of winning. So very simple strategy out of them. I'm very surprised that we've seen this many rogue bans, but I got to keep remembering that if you allow Gambit to go through, you can't allow Rogue.
Well, Gambit's not protected just yet. It's not banned, but it's not protected.
They're not banning him.
Phoenix Reborn not going to be able to play that Spidey. That is going to be a target ban from Coast Guard's side. Thing and White Fox both going to be banned out, even though White Fox wasn't even played in the last map, nor was it banned out on the Coast Guard side. So still putting some respect there into Swag Daddy and the performances that we've been having. Yeah, Coast Guard go for that last second Invisible Woman Protect. And the Air Force now going to close it out with a ban onto Mr. Fantastic. So it seems like Air Force are going for full target bans against this Coast Guard team.
That they are, and I'm not surprised at that Coast Guard pick to protect Invis. I said it last game. In that situation, 9 times out of 10, they protect Invis and they put Lavender on that Invis. Literally 9 times out of 10. Now they switched it up a little bit in that last game, but it looks like they want to get back to what they really know.
Yeah, it just didn't
Invis
work.
is strong.
You got Kid Down South back on the Magic.
Yeah.
That's something that we haven't seen in a couple games because that's also been a target ban from the Air Force, switching things up. Starting off on the Hydra base, we get Cyber Pilot playing this Venom. Such a key part to that first Yggdrasil Paths win with the Feast of the Abyss, constantly putting those strategists on the anti-heal. Now, you won't have that fade out if you're the Cloak and Dagger because it's banned out, but Lavender should be able to create a little bit of disruption with the force physics, with the shield, of this Invis, a little bit of self-heal there as well. And same thing with Swag Daddy on this Gambit. A little bit extra movement on Gambit that's going to be able to avoid a lot of this early dive from Air Force.
Yeah, Gambit's actually one of my go-tos when I know the enemy team's going to dive, just because I feel like it's so much value that they add. And then on top of that, it's hard to kill Gambit. Like with everything that Gambit does right on the as a hero, it's very surprising they have that level of mobility. But Coast Guard, they're getting everything. They got the Gambit. You also have the magic that they wanted. You even have Thing activated. It feels like Coast Guard almost have exactly what they want.
All initial kidnap there was on the Cyber Pilot, not really the target intended being the Venom. As the initial engage from the Coast Guard is going to be a full disengage on their side as Xavier is taking a heap load of damage on this Doctor Strange, already out of play and out of commission will be Lavender as well. 2 quick elims is going to be an even quicker capture for the Air Force to start off game number 4.
They plant their feet, they go toe-to-toe, they say, we don't need ults in order to win these fights, and a little bit of aura farming coming out of our Thing, and we're gonna get a close-up on the helmet, and look what Air Force do. We've seen them do this a lot. Take high ground, hunker up. How many times have we seen them do that yesterday?
Well, I mean, it's just the Coast Guard have been also known for going for these high rotations to take the high ground naturally away from you. And instead, you don't really have to meet them and take that poke damage. You can drop on down to contest this point and allow for the Coast Guard to waltz their way in. So fighting now against this one, it's going to be an early hook from Phoenix Reborn onto the Get Down South. Winter Soldier's going to be taken out of play, rezzed up, but will you get here in time to support the rest of them? Nice lockdown from Maleb. That's going to hold Vexor still. No movement from the Thing. Kraken Impact now going to be there from Phoenix Reborn, and that's going to be a quick 2 for the reset. Cyber Pilot helping out. Kid Down South gone. Here's the invisible boundary from the Coast Guard, met by Bijan. Air Force trying to keep them in it. The Clawdraw, I think, dropped them off the map. I've never seen that one.
Air Force Gaming doing a fantastic job of wiping Coast Guard, and despite the invisible boundary plays, despite the great ultimates that were used by Coast Guard, you were able to counter them perfectly, and now you go into this fight with a Venom ult, and you have the Gambit ult as well if you're Air Force.
82% and counting. Air Force climbing their way to a first-round victory. Coming up in the clobbering time, you have the Raging Royal Flush on V-Hill, as well as the Feast of the Abyss, and it's going to be that Raging Royal Flush to kick off this fight. Swag Daddy still holding on to theirs, but it's going to be an instant stun towards Lavender, losing out on that strategist. It will get rezzed up on Staples, going to make sure of that, but the Eye of Agamotto of Xavier, will it turn the fight? Kraken Impact for 3, Kraken Impact for 4, it's 5, a quad plus 1. From the Kid Down South, opening the doors back up for the Coast Guard.
Yeah, Kid Down South showing that he can't only play Magic, he plays a mean Winter Soldier again. Was that a quad we just saw?
It was.
Jeez.
Disgusting stuff. I think hit down south, breathing some life back into the Coast Guard here. Apex Predator soon going to be there for Ravo. Phoenix Reborn building up to this Ensong Inferno. Early amplifier from Unstapled going to be targeted from the Air Force, but as they look towards the amplifier, it's full damage from the Coast Guard, boosted up for another 5 down. Vexor has to back up and reset.
That's a beautiful hold by Coast Guard. Great answer back. And ultimately a must-win situation. That one-loss fight would have allowed Air Force to close things out, and Air Force would have took round number 1. Coast Guard lived to see another engagement.
Air Force, a little bit of crunch time here as Coast Guard going to get through that 50-yard mark. Revive's going to be back up too for Unstapled, so you do have that extra life in the back pocket if you do go down early. Sizing each other up. Vexor nearly going down. It's going to be a jump onto the point from the Cyber Pilot. In fact, that's actually going to cause Xavier to drop down and mirror this Venom. So onto the point for the contested battle going on 2 different fronts, and the Venom just going to go right back onto the high ground for the dive in. Maleb opens up with the first one. Ensong Inferno, well, you lose out on that Elsa Bloodstone, able to turn this fight for 2. You do get the res back up from Swag Daddy, coming in on that invisible boundary, will go down before the ultimate's able to be expended, and Baishin drops theirs down for the flip back out. Overtime proc, players dropping like flies, and the Air Force should be able to close this. No portals from the Coast Guard, no chance in round 1.
Just fantastic ult management coming out of Air Force, specifically out of Baishin. The moment they got overwhelmed by damage, and you could have seen any player go down at any given moment, invisible boundary is there. It's quick, it's on time. So many times, it's either make or break with how you use those invisible ults, and Baishin does a great job of perfectly timing that invisible boundary.
It's great. It's so unfortunate that Lavender's going to miss that timing on that invisible boundary, because what a good chance it would have been to keep that going for the Coast Guard. They did a great job at building their way back into round number 2, but what is this?
I just see Vexor serenading Phoenix Reborn with what I assume is a Hawaiian love song. What am I looking at here?
The ukulele, man. What can you say? And V-Hill's just standing there welcoming with open arms, with arms wide open. Maybe he's playing Creed.
My God, well, let me tell you, I will say bodies have been hitting the floor, so Drowning Pool would be very proud of this matchup, I assure you, as we do come back with the ultimates that we left off with, and I see on one side of things a Gambit ult, but on the other side, Thing and Invis for Coast Guard to use.
Well, first point in, couple of ultimates on both sides. Like to see this clobbering time from Maleb as you're actually going to meet them on the ramp towards that high ground. Maleb still holding on to this clobbering time as Air Force is going to happily sit up top. Raging Royal Flush from V-Hill as you can see the Air Force now pouring over onto that point. See if they can get a first initial setup and a first initial capture too. Nobody there. Feast of the Abyss going to proc a couple of anti-heals, and Ravo there to clean up. Xavier will revive, but the fight is over. And that is going to be a wasted ability from Unstapled, an early capture for Air Force to plant their feet here in round 2.
Well, Coast Guard at least didn't waste any ults, ultimately losing that fight, so not completely the end of the world, but oftentimes taking first strike, taking that first bit of momentum on a hill is extremely strong, and Air Force understand that. Right back to the height advantage they go, and knowledge is power. They know exactly where Coast Guard are pushing, and they're ready to counter.
Yeah, I mean, you can just drop on down to contest if you really want to. No strategy assaults for the Air Force. You're coming up on the Apex Predator. Here comes the Raging Royal Flux mixed in on that amplifier, so it's a lot of damage for Kid down south to feast alongside with this primary. No Kraken impact needed. No invisible boundary needed either. A quick one for the Coast Guard to flip it.
And that's exactly what you need. Barely wasting any ults whatsoever on that one. You still have Lavender with the invisible boundary and a Kraken impact ready for the Coast Guard. Love that wipe, and now the defense gets to hold on.
But I gotta see this invisible boundary used earlier than later. I mean, you want to be the engager off of this next fight for this Kraken impact. You don't want to die with this ultimate like we've seen it countless times here from the Coast Guard. So can you set each other up? Here comes the clobbering time. Vexor trying to disrupt. There's the invisible boundary met by the Ensong Inferno, still able to keep the team alive. Eye of Agamotto to the back line, and here's the Kraken impact from Kid down south. Yet again, draw you down under 6 feet to be exact. Coast Guard standing strong on point number 2. Another wipe that goes their way.
Kid down south ends up ulting right out of the invisible boundary. They didn't know where he was coming from, and immediately finds 2. And once that happens, Air Force just didn't have the reinforcements to stop the rest of Coast Guard from finding those final hits. Big plays by Coast Guard.
So you're coming up on that clobbering time for Malob. Bravo with that Apex Predator. Will it be enough for the Air Force to win this fight with a single ultimate? We've seen it a lot this weekend for the Apex Predator just being such an issue. First initial point there, though, is going to be an elimination onto Kit down south from Cyber Pilot, still holding on to the Feast of the Abyss. The Apex Predator is massive. 3 get picked up, and V-Kill's going to assist with that last elimination. Flip over for the Air Force at the halfway mark.
Just when you thought that last fight was the spark that Coast Guard needed, well, what happens? You immediately answer right back, does Rava with a beautiful Apex Predator, and now you're the ones daring Coast Guard to cross the 50, who don't have any ults to work with technically right now, and Air Force have a ton that are not only here, but also coming up.
Piece of the Abyss, right away, the dive back in. Oh my goodness, it's Phoenix Reborn playing on the Iron Man now, and it's death from above. All you need is the singular ultimate from Cyber Pilot now, 85%, and they're fighting for the portal. They want to end this here.
They do not want any portal, and it looks like up close and personal, somehow Thing is able to jump in and take a lot of that damage, but
It's
I think
done.
They stopped it.
Nobody can touch, and the Air Force are gonna move forward. They shut the Coast Guard down and punched their ticket to the grand final to take on the Army in a grudge match that we've been waiting for.
Man, talk about high risk, high reward plays to continue to take space after that huge wipe and go right in for the portal player and win it. It's just, I mean, it's huge, it's dynamic. I mean, come on now. Coast Guard even played that right. You had your Thing player immediately jump in front of Doctor Strange and absorb a lot of that damage. They tried to play it right, but dude, Air Force Gaming played it perfect.
I didn't even see the Iron Man swap towards the end for Phoenix Reborn until the Feast of the Abyss comes through, and then you see the splash damage coming out to just follow up on that initial dive, and it's not a lot of final hits coming through from the Air Force, but it's spread out evenly across, again, those top 4 players that you look at across the Vanguards, across the Duelists, everybody getting a piece of the pie there from Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard. Man, oh man, what a showing from them, especially Kid down south on that Winter Soldier, doing so much to keep the game alive. Such a hard-fought battle, such a respectable way to go out in this tournament, especially considering the turnaround that we saw from yesterday into today.
Yeah, I definitely think that Coast Guard Gaming showed us a lot in that matchup. I mean, a lot of fight against what is your #1 seed coming into day number 2. So, I mean, when they go down to that lower bracket, we could see Coast Guard make a serious run and really test the likes of anybody that ends up down in that lower bracket as Air Force Gaming, respectively, handshakes. They're coming back around here. We all see the smiles on their faces. They know that was a tough win, but ultimately a good win.
It was. I mean, it's a 3-1, but I think the 3-1 doesn't really tell the tale of what we just watched, because that was unbelievable from the Coast Guard on how they've kind of built themselves back up from yesterday into today. I mean, not only in terms of the way that they're mechanically playing the game, but the way that they approach the game with their compositions. They showed a lot of depth there with the Kid down south, not only, you know, playing the Star-Lord, playing the Magic, going into the Moon Knight at times, and even there playing the Winter Soldier there for that last domination map. I mean, just so many changes in that Duelist lineup for the Vanguard's Malob. Talk about that 20 final hit game that he had to take that Araco off. The strategist line really stepping up today in day number 2, showing a lot more of a difference here from the Coast Guard that I hope at some point I get to see these players again.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even more impressive of what Air Force Game were able to do, because if you actually watched and paid attention to that game, you watched Coast Guard Game, you said, they're not playing bad whatsoever. Air Force Gaming are simply playing better. They're playing better to their competition. And I feel like with Air Force Gaming now, we've heard, I got to interview Phoenix Reborn. We got to interview Baijan as well.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from one of the Vanguards on Air Force Gaming, because I feel like we haven't interviewed much of the tank players, and how do you press forward? How do you have any damage without a good front line?
I mean, they've been showing it so far. I think that Cyber Pilot, especially on that Venom, not just having a good first domination map, but a good fourth domination map as well to close out with this series. The Air Force, man, you're going into this grand final, you're feeling a little bit good that it's not just kind of a wash every single time that you walk in. You get tested, you get to change things up, you get to see what's not working and what is working for your composition. And I'm sure they're going to be feeling some confidence after that win going into the finals versus the Army. But we get to hear from him himself, and you want to hear from the Vanguards. We got Cyber Pilot and Vulnerable on the stage. Let's go hear from them.
Pilot and the boys at Air Force Gaming making it all the way to the grand finals for this amazing event. So we got some information from you guys headed into this. You've played in these events before, back in Overwatch in 2023, San Antonio. How does it feel being back on the big stage, playing in front of a big crowd, and also for this amazing prizing that we have as well?
Yeah, it's great. I'll just say it's great, unique experience to be back here with the team again, in person, right, fighting for that title. So it's awesome.
So you've been around in the armed forces for 12 years now, that we've been told. Got a really big title amongst yourselves that you've been able to provide great reconnaissance and expertise to the armed forces itself. How do you bring that into the actual game and helping coordinate with your team?
So somebody actually asked me this in an interview before, but it's it's small team tactics, so the same types of things. You got your experts on the team, right, and they know how to do their job. So you just got to do your job, and if everybody's doing their job correctly, it's the same in the Air Force, it's the same in the real world, and it's the same in the team. So everyone has their role. If we all execute perfectly, it's going to come together, and we're going to make something happen.
So we also heard that you guys played in high-level competition for Marvel Rivals. The Marvel Rivals Championship got the top 64 out of thousands of teams that were competing in that. What's the difference playing online and actually playing in person with your teammates now?
It's way different being in person. There's even delay in Discord too, when you hear the 1 second delay, and then you actually hear your teammates sometimes because they're screaming a name of a character that you're going on, right? You hear them right next to you before you hear them online, and it's just great to have the team all together to be at this event.
So talking specifically about this event now, we've gone about the history of you and your teammates and what you guys have accomplished up to this point. You're facing off against the Army team once again. You got a reverse sweep against them during the group stages to make it here, got the first seed, and dropped the map leading into this final where they got a sweep. How do you make sure you don't have to pull up a reverse sweep in these grand finals?
So I would say I think we got Army figured out. I think we got the bans down. I don't think we plan on dropping a map in this series. And, we're going to hit it hard. So we're not going to play around. We were playing around a little bit yesterday, trying to hide some things. I don't think we're going to be holding anything back this time.
I'm not going to ask you too much about your compositions. I'm sure you guys have that saved for the game. We could potentially talk to you guys afterwards. But I want to ask if you have any shout-outs, some folks at home that are watching you try and compete in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. My girlfriend, my loving girlfriend, Selena, back in Texas. Love you, babe. Baby. And I'll say my family back in Wasilla, Alaska. My home team back at the AMAC. You guys are awesome. And especially the team here that's here today. So that's all I got.
Awesome. Well, that was Cyber Pilot here with Air Force Gaming. We're going to be headed on over to a break. Then after this, we'll have the grand finals for the Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026. Don't go anywhere. Awesome. Thank you, man.
And the grand finals now underway. We had 6 branches showing up for the Armed Forces Esports Championship: Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, Marines, the Army, and the Navy. And now only 2 are looking to fight for the trophy. It's the Air Force versus the Army, looking for a grudge match, a revenge one for the Army after losing in a reverse sweep fashion last night for that first seed. This one is going to be exciting. My name is Seymour. With me is Vaudable, joined on the desk here to break down this grand final. I mean, it all comes down to this. It's been a long couple days of action, and I don't think there's any 2 teams that I'd rather see up here right now.
We saw it go down to the wire yesterday. All games in the first to 3. Well, we could have had more if draws did happen, but that doesn't matter. It was a reverse sweep the first time we saw it happen during the competition this weekend, and it was activated by Air Force Gaming. They didn't waste their time. They made it so that they got the victory at the end of it, and instead were able to go to sleep happy. But U.S. Army Esports have been back with a vengeance today. They did not go down a single map in their series earlier against the Marines, where they went to 5 and had to come back down 2-1 before in the group stages. So both these teams with a chip on their shoulder, one to prove that they're the best.
And, you know, for the Air Force, where yesterday we said they were going to be the top seed, the favorites in this tournament.
That's true.
Have had quite a rocky road and a lot of mistakes that we've been looking at across their series. So the Army are who we're looking at to see if they can disrupt that as we look towards the Army and Insertia, Hazard, Banana Bread, Trent Franklin, Full Monty, Jacket, and Subley taking the stage for these 6. What a ride it's been.
Yeah, I mean, Insertania, they've been like one of the most flexible players we've seen on this roster so far, and the way that we saw this U.S. Army Esports team really shock us, getting the first 2 maps out of any squad in the competition against this Air Force Gaming roster. So they've been doing a great job themselves. We saw Banana Bread do amazing on the duelist lineup. Them and Franklin as the 2 duelists just going ham every single time.
Franklin's been great to watch. I mean, he was fantastic too in that matchup versus the Marines, just continuously fighting value for the Army. But on the other side, for the Air Force, the #1 seed coming out of yesterday's brackets. For group stages, they topple the Army in a reverse sweep fashion. They get it done, and this team has been really nothing but perfect as much as we put them on a pedestal. They've had to work through their issues, and so far the battle has most likely tested them the most across this entire tournament out of all the teams that are here. But I'm excited to see what they've put together for this final.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to, Cyberpilot just before this, saying that, the experience that they have of being a part of the Air Force Information Network Mission Assurance Center, which handles all of the tactical command and control for Air Force cyber operations worldwide. Taking that experience and then condensing it into kind of knowing how to communicate with your team at the right time, being able to go for these specific engagements and focusing on these battles, and especially the bans and protects, and knowing how to strategize is a big thing that you can take from, real life activations into the actual game itself. And we've been able to see them be able to go with that throughout the series previously, and now we'll see if they can do it here.
Well, I want to give a big shout out to the Armed Forces Sports Council, the leadership across all 6 service branches for allowing the players and staff to attend the event, and local hosts for being such an awesome host and venue here in the city of brotherly love. It's been a fantastic 2 days, all down to 1 best of 7, kicking things off and burning T'Challa, our domination map between these 2 branches. Let's see what we got for our pick bands already. Just for a summary, it's the opening of the double Gambit band. Captain America banned out by the Air Force for the Army. They go for the Elsa Bloodstone Protect in slot 3, and the Army are going to make sure that they hold on to their Hulk.
I'm not too surprised that the Army are holding on to their Hulk player. I mean, we've seen the Hulk be so monumental of a menace, especially on domination. I mean, Monty themselves leading the charge for their team, banning the Groot though, so they don't have to worry about that and potential team-ups that could come out from that from the Air Force's side of things. I love this hover though from Air Force, seeing that the potential might come out with the Moon Knight depending on what they want to play, but instead they're opting for something different. It's going to be actually on the Army side going for the Loki, so they're trying to shut out that Vibrant Vitality team-up completely.
Yeah, they're just trying to shut things down and start off without having to worry about from that Air Force. I mean, we saw it on Kunlun too for that Vibrant Vitality. Didn't really work out for that initial defense. They had to swap off the Groot onto the thing, but the Mantis of Pro Reborn and V-Hill on that Loki still were very much an issue to deal with, especially with those lamps that Loki can have just for the neutral fight, just allowing you to have a little extra immortality, some healing for those vanguards, and copying your other ultimates from your strategists just to keep you alive throughout these team fights. You get the Magneto ban up next from the Army side. Air Force are going to protect the Doctor Strange. Make sure that you continue to hold it for Cyber Pilot, who's been fantastic with this hero. You get a Strange pick as well for the side of the Army. 2 protections on Strange, which you don't normally see too often, especially here.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to their series yesterday, right? Looking at those bans and protects, U.S. Army Esports got the final ban using it for the Doctor Strange against the Air Force and could have easily gotten the victory because of that. But we saw that in round 4 that they did get the ban and it worked out well enough. Unfortunately, the one-sided Doctor Strange that we saw on Domination for Celestial Husk, it was a tough journey for the Air Force to overcome that. So nice to see that Air Force have learned from the mistakes of their past transgressions against this Army Esports roster and know, hey, we got to lock into Doctor Strange because even if we don't need to use it, not having it is a bigger issue.
Yeah, just having the portal, having the Eye of Agamotto. If you do get that late swap, still such a handy ultimate that the Air Force used again and again back in their matchup versus the Coast Guard, but the teams are locking in their compositions. We're getting ready for the first round here on Burning T'Challa. We're heading in to the Armory for this first one. And the Army lining up on the other side. They got the Elsa Bloodstone. They have the Thing. The Star-Lord's coming out for Banana Bread. What are you looking at here in the team to be the biggest difference?
I mean, I would say for Army specifically, Banana Bread and Franklin, that was the dynamic duo that we saw in their earlier matchup against the Marines with the Star-Lord and the Elsa. The damage that we can expect from them will be massive, but I do like, so this is actually for the portal play, seeing if they can potentially get a kidnap or see if anyone's going to fall for their tricks here, jump into the portal as they put it through. And
oh my gosh!
2 down immediately, both of the duelists.
And it's the force physics that pulls them back into the mines as well from Baishin. You're going to get a swap back from Phoenix Reborn as soon as you realize the job is well done. That is the easiest first cap that we've had all weekend.
This is the pro strats that we're expecting here from the Air Force specifically. I talked about it on the stage with Cyber Pilot, you know, MRC, which is basically tier 2 competition for Marvel Rivals. They placed in the top 64 with most of this roster, so that can't be understated that they have experience in long-winded competitions and against the top competitors in the game. So Army, no strangers to facing adversity, but that's a tough one to lose 3 players immediately in that first fight.
Ravo gonna kick things off in this next fight with an elimination onto Trent Franklin. That's a big pickup on the opposing Elsa Bloodstone to open up. 6 on 5, Air Force holding on tight to the point, 30% already and counting. Trent Franklin gonna hurry to get back here, but you see that the Army are looking to sustain this one. I'm looking for the Air Force to use their numbers to try to work a fight win, try to stagger out the rest of them. Monty's going to get a recollect on this Hulk form, so back into it now for the Army, in on the invisible boundary, looking to be mirrored now from V-Hill on this Cloak and Dagger, Eternal Bond on the inside. It's going to be the clobber time to knock them up. Invisible boundary goes down, and so will Hazard. 2 eliminations, the Air Force holding strong.
That was a great one from the Sting player on Air Force. They were just holding the angle the entire time. Right click after right click after right click, just giving the haymakers the time of day and building up that clobbering time until it came to boot. Eventually they were able to get that perfect pop-off against the rest of the Army roster. And unfortunately, they could not turn things around in time because they were stunned and shunned. So we'll see what the Hulk can do. They have their ultimate available to them, and there's a lot in favor of Army, but only 1 resource, maybe 2 with V-Hill, were used for Air Force to take that fight.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Army were watching how much of an issue that Hulk was from Xavier back in that last matchup against the Coast Guard. The Army trying to find that with Monty, but the Apex Predator shuts down the final judgment from Trent Franklin. The Punisher gets caught in from the claw drop, so it's going to be an early, easy capture of the first segment for Burning T'Challa.
Getting that teleport play really set the tempo for Air Force Gaming on the Stellar Spaceport, and now Warrior Falls that we head on into. You think the Army are going to be predicting that there'll probably be another portal play if it worked so well before, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be the strategy this time, because they know that they know, right?
They know.
Like mind games, hopefully, but
if it works and it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it here for the side of the Air Force. I'm more thinking that the Army might try some portal plays of their own.
I mean, I'd hope to. I think that's one thing I always look at for domination. There's no reason not to use your portal opening, because a lot of people like to think like, yeah, but we want to recontest with our portal if we need to at the end of it to force that overtime. But if you use your portal out the gates, I mean, in a natural game of domination with the tug of war that usually happens back and forth, you should have a secondary portal for that late contest. So really, there genuinely is no reason not to use your portals to open this one.
Well, speaking of portals, we have one coming here through from Cyber Pilot, and you also saw Monty use their own to position. Now they're trying to have it from above and maybe find the best spot to just do some damage and rain down firepower against them. But no, the force physics came out at the wrong time. Cyber Pilot goes flying away, but still, we do see the Punisher get dropped down.
And it's going to be Trent Franklin to open this one up. An early trade, though, from Banana Bread. Ravo falls 5-on-5 with Bijan going to invest this invisible boundary for the final judgment of Phoenix Reborn now to take control of this opening point, forces the Army away, and by space alone, you get an early capture with a death of Monty. This should be a full reset from the Army.
It's so rough, too, for Army because they focus so much around their duelists, creating space for their team, getting those eliminations, the picks on the back line of their opponents. When they go down initially, it just feels like they don't have enough damage to push back their Air Force counterparts. So it's a tough spot to find themselves in, especially on this domination map where Air Force have struggled a lot on domination, but it seems they've improved tenfold since yesterday.
Well, it's nice to see the Army tested on Warrior Falls with a matchup that is pure for a champion. See who the king will be crowned, at least in the opening of this match. Final judgment from Trent Franklin. Here's the Eternal Bond, trying to get some space from V-Hill back onto the point, allow for the Air Force to have some foundation in this, and it's going to be the Eye of Agamotto from Monty to see if he can catch this Cloak and Dagger, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, you need somebody to invest the invisible boundary of your own. Feast of the Abyss now for Army, and it's 4 ultimates to take over this point. You finally get the flip, giving up 56% to the Air Force. A big investment from the Army.
It's a tough spot for the Air Force specifically because it felt like they had a good hold, but they didn't expect the pocketed Punisher ultimate from the high ground from Franklin. So that was a great look from them on the Army side. They didn't have to use too many of their ultimates. Yes, they used the Eternal Bond, but it was just to get that percentage so they could at least try and bounce back. But now, Ensong Inferno might be the difference maker.
Oh, it is, and they set up there for Banana Bread. Trent Franklin assists on that follow-up for Cyber Pilots. Army doing a good job at building their way back into this game, and that's all the ultimates used from the Army. So Air Force now should have an advantage coming out of the gates to break through this spawn. You have the Apex Predator as well as the Feast of the Abyss.
Well, speaking of the ultimates on the other side, though, we might have to see this invisible boundary come into play just to try and get towards the objective from Bijan. I need to see a little bit more from that strategist lineup of Air Force, just keeping their team up. They've been dropping like flies, especially like that. It's not how you want to see things go down from the other side.
No, the Tendrils just going to collect a few there. Good damage coming out. Feast of the Abyss. The Cyber Pilot's looking to turn this one, losing those early eliminations. You have no strategist to heal you back up, so ultimately Cyber Pilot's going to have to back up. You did see somebody go in there. I think that's Phoenix Reborn, yeah, on the Spider-Man. Just getting a touch there, 76% and counting. Air Force really need to start figuring this one out. Army, though, have a good hold on to this game. Another fight for the Air Force. Up top, 2 Venoms just going to trade some Tendrils back and forth, poking each other. Where is your opening? It's going to be the final judgment of Trent Franklin on the inside of the claw drops there. It's going to burn right through the final judgment of Trent Franklin. 2 early eliminations inside the invisible boundary of the Air Force should net them a flip in this percentage. Army trying to fit as much as they can out of this, though. Can you force some of these ultimates away from the Air Force?
They're trying to do just that, but the Air Force are holding things down. They know that they don't have to use as many of their resources, and that was the issue before, is that they used too many of them in the last team fight. So gave up 99% to Army, where they only had 50-something% themselves. So they have a long journey ahead to tie up this Warrior Falls submap, but it's a great look for the Army so far. Yes, they go down a little bit, but Monty has their ultimate. Banana Bread has theirs. So does iSubly, and they have the advantage, at least in terms of the
staying power for those ultimates. If they could stun most of the team and Sung Inferno them as well, it'd be a great combination, but it's got to come down to the neutral here. What a steal this would be for the Air Force in the way that this one kicked off on Warrior Falls. Here's the invisible boundary, looking to mirror V-Hill into it. It's going to be a big Eye of Agamotto and Sung Inferno as well. Should collect this point. 3 go down, and you're looking to see if you're Strange can get back in time for Phoenix Reborn to start that TP, but Ravo trying to make it happen. Overtime procs. Can you get here for a touch? It's going to be close.
This is exactly what they need to do, go through the portal immediately, but there's not much time remaining. They're taking too much time to set it up, and eventually they barely touch at the last moment.
Clobbery time from Vexor as he drops out, Feast of the Abyss. This one's going to be close. Look how small the overtime proc is. 3-on-3 for the point. You lose an elimination for both sides. It's the final judgment from Tren. Looking to force this one to go all the way to a round number 3. 2 go down. Tren cleans up, and the Army breaking through the Air Force. We go all the way to a 3rd round to open up our grand finals.
100% to 0, and then 0 to 100 is what we saw here from Warrior Falls. That was a great bounce back for the Army, and you know the Air Force are kicking themselves that they could have closed this down earlier on. But the swap onto the Punisher was the difference maker here. Seeing Isubly on the Invisible Woman trying to keep them alive as long as possible, and now Hazard's actually swapping to the Cloak and Dagger. They were both playing the opposite roles before this one, I believe. So now seeing in Sertania, the Venom play that we saw from them just being a nuisance on the back line of Air Force, forcing Air Force to actually reconsider their composition and go for a different style of approach on this one. The portal plays have worked decently, but now that the gimmick has been found out, Army have just been bunkering down and it's been working out well.
I mean, even still, Air Force won that first point off the portals, so I don't think that that's been an issue for Cyber Pilot. In fact, I think it's just been a better edge for themselves. Insurnatia going to take out the Penny now. Can the Mind do what the Air Force did to them? This is going to be a fun one. What do we see for the dropping into positioning for these portals? It's going to be enough, and it's show off the penny pick. It's going to take 2 eliminations. It's Phoenix getting caught on the sidelock. You lose a strategist too in the Army. A little taste of your own medicine. Why not?
Not falling for the tricks. Instead, they're the ones that are the tricksters this time. No Loki needed, but we still see the Army need to do a little bit more. Just getting the first point we saw from the last submap of Warrior Falls didn't prove to be enough, but the Institute of Science, this is going to be a tough one to re-engage on for the Air Force unless they directly portal into it. So they're going to just take their time, see if they can snuff out this Doctor Strange, get an elimination from this. Is some great support, though, from Isubly.
And it's enough for Subly to get to this invisible boundary, so enough to mirror Paishin if you do invest that. What a combo from Banana Bread. So much damage onto the front line, and Bishan's actually going to get caught there, so no Invisult for the Air Force to work with, and the Army just continue to rack up this percentage.
And you can see exactly why Army last time these two teams duked it out were able to get the first 2 maps in a row and snowball from then on out. But the problem for Air Force is, how do they change their fate? It seems like the compositions they're going for aren't quite working. They're just going straight directly into the Doctor Strange, allowing them to build up their strategist ultimates like we saw from Isubly. Hazards almost has theirs too, and this is just a win condition for Army.
Might be the case here. Who's going to rip one first? It's going to be the Feast of the Abyss, forcing out Baishin on that invisible boundary way earlier than you would have liked to see it. Ensong on the back of an Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to clean up the rest of the Monty's Maelstrom for 2, ending Air Force attempt at this fight. Everybody just trying to walk away unscathed, but Jamin Franklin won't let that happen.
Well, he's going to be getting those Benjamins later on if he continues to play like this, but Army is locked in and loaded. They have the final stand, or the final judgment. They have the Eternal Bond available to them. The portal play will come through finally at the last hour for Air Force, and it's going to be tough because they won't have one later on.
Eternal Bond, final judgment. Tren looking to call game yet again. Oh my goodness, it's all Tren at the end. And another quad feed, make it all 6 for the Army to knock them down. A statement in the grand finals. They're the first ones to make it this far, and they're the first ones to take a map.
Army were the team that took the issue against Air Force Gaming's dominance throughout the bracket during the group stage and say, hey, we're here to play and showcase our skill and
reap the rewards of our experience and patience throughout. And we saw that in 2 years past, they were able to come out on top in another title. They now want to add to their accolades on the Army side of things and will not let Air Force Gaming get one so easily as they did that first sub-map.
21 final eliminations from Tren on this Punisher. 12 for Incernatia, or Incertania on the Venom. 11 for Monty. And one heck of a way to open up this grand final for the U.S. Army over the Air Force. Hats off for the Air Force just in general, because, I mean, they came out swinging in that first point, especially with the portal plays that we saw. But, I mean, they picked up quickly on how to battle back and mirror those portal plays, too, especially with the penny on the kidnap in the last point there for the third points of Burden T'Challa. Great stuff out of the Army in this grand final. I think that you're looking at them to, again, pick up where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is just second verse, same as the first, as we saw last time. Domination has been a struggle for the Air Force, and we saw them, turn things around a little bit in their previous matchup, but it's the U.S. Army Esports that have showcased their wherewithal when it comes to, okay, bans and protects. They banned the Magneto. They should have, Air Force should have known that there was a Punisher play gonna be coming out from this, because that's typically what you see happen. That's the main counter for it. Yes, you don't get your ultimate as fast as a Punisher does, but it's the one way that you can have that you can at least absorb some of that damage. The other way is being able to flank behind them and take them out, and we've seen that happen a lot of times today. But we saw some great strategists, some great backline for the U.S. Army. Every time they were pocketing the Strange, getting their ultimate fast, and Strange just taking damage. He's like, yes, please shoot at me. I will take all the damage, and then just charge up my strategist ultimates the entire time. And it just worked to their favor.
Yeah.
Anytime they were done damage, it just made their ultimates charge even faster, so it didn't even matter that they were taking so much damage because they didn't get the eliminations against them.
And I think the difference is, in the past that we saw this Elsa Bloodstone do a great job at countering out the Punisher, especially with that Apex Predator. But, I mean, it was only a handful of times that Apex Predator truly finds some value there from Ravo.
Especially
I think
on this map,
in the neutral fight, you had
Yeah.
so many good picks from Ravo, but when it came down to using those ultimates and finding value, it was the final judgment every single time, finding the edge. And
gosh.
that's kind of where I was going to, because Warrior Falls, not a lot of room for that Apex Predator to really find a route.
There's not much cover either from the Punisher turret.
Not much. And then you go into point 3 there, and it's the same exact thing with exactly where you're taking those fights there for the Army. They're fighting in areas where Elsa doesn't have those long sight lines for the consistent damage.
Well, we are going to Yggdrasil Path, I believe, for our next map here. So that's going to be a fun one. We've seen that plenty of times in the past and expect some very intense fights around the cart itself. But composition-wise, Venom still probably going to be a nuisance here. Specifically, we've seen some decent dive from that. We saw the Hulk save, and I don't think it was needed specifically because we didn't see it at all really until the first, and then afterwards, we're yeah, we're not really going to play Hulk because we're just getting gunned down the entire time. So maybe just play gun character, and that'll be the way to victory for these teams.
Gun equals win for
there we go.
For this matchup against, I mean...
More gun equals win, specifically.
More gun equals win. I think that's it's definitely something to kind of look at, but it's also good to see that the Army, starting off with that domination, you have an idea of what you want to play going into this map, and then as soon as it doesn't work, with that Hulk finding no value, with the World Breaker just continuously getting bursted down by this Elsa Bloodstone, you go into the next point, you make those swaps, and it's even better than your strategy with that Hulk being your initial investment. So going into this map number 2, I imagine, just like you, that we will see some changes in our picks and bans between the Army and the Air Forces. Yeah, Yggdrasil Path is definitely a map where you don't want to give up this Elsa Bloodstone, I'll be honest.
No, not at all. I mean, thinking about the matchups that they had yesterday, specifically in terms of the maps as well. I mean, we went to Central Park that did pretty decent in favor of the side for Air Force Gaming. They could do that later on, and they're probably saving that in their back pocket specifically. But this Yggdrasil Path, I mean,
we didn't really have too many chances to take a look at this one for some of these teams. It was Museum of Contemplation these two played previously, and U.S. Army Esports were the ones who took that. So they're not going to the museum. They're changing it up and trying to see if this will throw a wrench in the plans of Army. And well, the wrench hasn't really changed. It's kind of the standard affair in terms of banning the group, protecting the Captain America. We've seen the Captain America banned multiple times, but they didn't even need it for Army. But this map may be a little bit
yeah,
more
your
so.
soul pass is going to be a little different. It's going to
Yeah.
give you some more ability to contest that point and just stay in the battle on the objective for the Army's sake. Especially if they're going to cater towards more of a dive composition. I think the Captain America has been great this weekend whenever we've seen it. Air Force go for a ban on the Moon Knights, picking up that Elsa Bloodstone for protection. I mean, Ravo probably looking to bring it into this one as well, and Apex Predator should be a great tool to have in it. Ultron going to be banned out from the Air Force. So yeah, really good focus there from the Air Force and taking away some of these key tools of the Army. Wonder what the Army is planning to protect now.
That is a good question. What are they going to be focusing on here? I mean, last map we saw them focus on the Doctor Strange, and they're going to do that again just to make sure. I'd say Strange is even more important on a convoy in comparison to like a domination, just because if you shut down the portal and you're trying to like stall for your team and hope that they can join you, if you don't have a portal and they're all the way back at the respawn at the beginning of like checkpoint.
Do you think it's going to be a ban focus though?
I don't know if they're necessarily going to ban it, but I feel like Air Force are so scared of them doing it again that they might protect it this time just to make sure they don't have to worry about it. But I do like that Punisher ban. They saw how effective it was there for Franklin, and they do not want to deal with it again, and are actually locking in the Thing. I don't think the Thing was going to get banned personally, but it is a good counter to
banned. And I generally don't think the Strange is going to get banned either for this last one for the Air Force, for the Army. I think that there's plenty of options to kind of go for it. And yeah, the Strange will be banned out from the Army side. Air Force gonna have to really lock in for these fights, because if you die in the last fight, there's gonna be no second chances.
Oh man, that's going to be a tough spot for Air Force. I feel like it would have been a better option regardless to go for the Strange ban. They were probably thinking the same thing you were, like, oh, it's not going to be a Strange ban again, but it's worked so often against them in that last series, so I see why you would do it. The one-sided Strange also just for like holding with the Invisible Woman too. Like maybe they could have protected that instead and hoped that they didn't do something else. I don't know. It's an interesting ban system here from the Army. We'll see if it pays off and if Portal will be the difference maker between these two teams. But we saw at the end of the day yesterday that it wasn't the difference maker, that Air Force were still able to come out on top in map 5, and it didn't matter at that point in time. So now going on to Yggdrasil Path, we do see the Mantis Vibrant Vitality team up with V-Hills Loki this go around, so that'll be a bit of a difference maker. And Rava also having the Magic. Oh, actually no, they're swapping over. Okay, I was like, we're seeing Magic instead of the Elsa Bloodstone. It's kind of crazy.
No. It's been too good for Ravo. And although the ultimates weren't as impactful on that domination for Burning T'Challa, you imagine that on Yggdrasil Path, it will have more consistent pressure, even in the neutral fight that you get on a convoy like this. So Vexor coming out on the Thing. Cyber Pilot again, gonna pull out the Venom. There we get Incertania on that early contest for the point. The Captain America just keep 1 foot on, keep 1 foot off. Just get that back and forth going to make sure that it takes a while for the Air Force to get around this corner.
You say that, but it hasn't taken them long at all to get around this corner. It feels like they've been giving
more
so
than
much room. Yeah, so it's been a tough spot to be in. Banana Bread trying to look for that one pick onto somebody, at least doing this chip damage, building up their ultimate, and then eventually going to use the Ensung Inferno to engage with. And I think that's the prerogative for Army. Build up those ults, use them as the set piece that they are for just shutting down this advancement for Air Force. And Air Force, one pick is all it took to send them back to their spawn for a bit. So getting that focus on the Vanguard line has been working so well.
Yeah, Banana Bread has just been continuously proccing passive off of this thing. It's impossible to stop when you don't have a shield against this Phoenix. Cyber Pilot will be able to open up this one with an elimination onto Monty there, or onto Tren, taking out that Winter Soldier. It's going to be subtly investing the Invisible Boundary, met by Baijin. Good contest is coming through for. It's going to be a 6-man grab on the Eye of Agamotto, and the Ensong Inferno is absolutely massive.
call it, Dante's Inferno, how it sent everyone into madness for Air Force Gaming there. It's a tough spot to find themselves in, and those are the set pieces that I was talking about from the Army. They were waiting to build up that alt charge. They're fine playing the neutral game until then, and unfortunately for Air Force, they have not had a contingency plan.
No, not yet, at least. V-Hill on the Loki. You saw the Air Force maybe thinking about coming out on the Mantis. Phoenix Reborn now on Spidey. 65% up to the spectacular spin. Aiming for the back line, and great peel coming through from Trent Franklin. Won't amount to an elimination. Instead, it's going to be a full engage from the rest of the Air Force to back Phoenix Reborn up. Should be a capture here with a late elim onto the Strange. No chance for that portal to come through, and no, it's going to be Incertania getting that swap off, so they recognize that, and the Army will get a chance.
Oh, that was a bit of a wasted ultimate from V-Hill, but I don't think they expected to have such a boon from that team fight. Portal comes through,
touch.
They have some sustain, and there is the touch as you mentioned, but here comes the Glartruck. Doesn't get exactly what they wanted, only one member and no elimination.
Well, even still, Subley's going to go down. Cyber Pilot's going to make sure of that. Trend not long to follow. It's going to be a trade out from Monty, but it's too little too late. 3 eliminations for the Air Force, make it 4. That's going to be the capture coming in very, very soon. Just one more to clean up, and that's the Hulk. Bruce Banner staggered, allowing the Air Force to get on with 3.5 minutes.
Even without having to go for the Hulk save, Army thought it would be enough to send them through the portal like it's endgame all over again and save the day for their squad, but unfortunately it's their Infinity War as they got Thanos snapped by the Air Force Gaming roster. Glartrox into submission, and then the rest of them fall like dominoes. Army need to find some way to put their foot down, because for now, they're just falling over.
I mean, it was good out the gates, and you still have Banana Bread coming back up to the End Song Inferno, but will it be enough? You're going to need something to engage for that Phoenix ultimate. Going low, there's the End Song forced out just to stay alive, just to get out of jail free card. Trent Franklin still going to fall to the elimination, and Eternal Bond to bring your team back onto that objective. Contest the point early, get yourself a little team fight before Air Force get a lot of weight inside this setup. Invisible boundary from Baijin. Here's the clobbering time, and as soon as that Eternal Bond goes down, Army's got nothing to stand on. Air Force do it again with that wipe, and Army has to back up and reset.
Air Force are on a forced march to their destination, and nobody's going to stop them in their way, but there is potential for Cyber Pilot to put their foot down. They have the Feast of the Abyss. They're doing some good damage to at least stall out for the rest of their team, but unfortunately, Army still are not able to put any pressure on them. They tried to see if they could at least have Incertania go in and do something, but not going to be baiting out that Feast of the Abyss. So Air Force continue their reign of terror. Army is still looking for an answer, and there's finally an invisible boundary.
Spectacular spin going to be interrupted by the invisible boundary. Subley keeping the team alive, and inside the health pool is going to be nice and steady for the Army to fight their way back in. And it's a great contest from the Army, and Incertania with that early Feast of the Abyss, making sure that that payload can't get around the corner for that tough fight out the gates there. And the Army now with the steady setup.
I like this positioning that we also see from Banana Bread. Has the high ground, able to get some of their passive proc to get their opponents. Massive damage, but still not enough. Actually, a trade going the opposite direction. Winter Soldier is vanquished.
Banana Bread in the back line. Everybody's going to be peeling for your Phoenix. How much damage can you get going? Here's the Apex Predator, able to avoid it. You have the End Song Inferno, and that's going to be again invested for just another get out of jail free card. Or no, you hold on to it, so it's not even necessary. The Apex Predator for the Air Force is just a little bit too good for the Army to deal with, and this time around, you don't get a chance to portal back into contest.
They try to see if the Venom can touch in time, but they are not going to be able to regroup with the rest of their team. Slow walking into Oblivion, but using that symbiotic regeneration just to stay up for now. Finally, the pick does come through onto Incertania. That is a long cooldown in the respawn room, and Army now forced back even further.
It's just another 10 seconds that you got to waste.
Air Force, they do have their ultimates in their favor as well. Feast of the Abyss did come out, but it only got 1 bite, and that does stop out the End Song Inferno. They have tracking the ultimates.
Minute 43, Air Force steadily pushing this progress forward. Insertania going to be coming out with the Feast of the Abyss. Banana Bread still holding on to this Endsong Inferno, and in the neutral, Monty ends up going down, so the Strange is gone. Here comes the Kraken Impact. Tren looking to trade this one, but Hazard with the Eternal Bond ends up falling, and the KOs just keep on coming. 3 down, 4 down. Air Force pushing in to close this one with time, and nobody is getting close to touch this one, not even the Angela.
Army need to put a hand up and say, please stop. We need some help. We need somebody to put this final break on the gas here of this cart.
Turtle Bond's gonna get this one going, and the Feast of the Abyss trying to chip away on this health pool, still holding on to the Endsong Inferno, and Banana Bread doesn't even get to use it yet again. That's 3 fights gone, no Phoenix ultimate seen, and the Air Force continue to push on. Phoenix Reborn with a knock up there. Venom trying his best to stay alive. Monty's here on the Angela yet again. Heaven's Restriction just 18% away, and you're not gonna get there. Endsong Inferno finally invested, but it won't get the touch.
Man.
Air Force collect all 3 points with 38 seconds in the bank.
Army started off so good. They waited till they built up their ultimates. They were able to get some pressure on to Air Force, force them back after getting the initial pick that we saw against the Thing, specifically Vexor. And unfortunately for them, it was just not enough for them to rally behind that. They got a good team fight win. You know, we had the Eye of Agamotto into the Endsong Inferno. That was the only Endsong Inferno that actually had value in the defending side here for Army. So Air Force, they were able to just rally behind their team, bunch up together, and go in. And unfortunately for Army, they had no answer. They swapped multiple different times. You could probably put it on a spinning wheel, and eventually it would land on whatever they played based off of all the heroes in game. But unfortunately for Army, they have a long way to go, and it's going to be an uphill battle from the start.
Very uphill battle for the Army. I mean, fortunately enough, you did take that map 1 on domination, so you do have a little bit in the bank if this doesn't go your way. Air Force got nothing to lose, because even they said themselves in the interview that we heard from Cyberpilot that they didn't want to let a single map fall to the Army.
Yeah.
That one's done. That storyline's gone.
Oh, man.
So now you're just kind of playing the way that you want to, as you got Banana Bread coming out on the Daredevil. This is going to be fun.
I like that. I like the change up to the Daredevil. We haven't seen it too much this weekend, specifically today. A lot of
a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of it yesterday, like at the beginning, and then it's been banned out since then when they saw teams were good with it. But afterwards, not too much. There's been a couple of focuses depending on who has been the best Daredevils out there. But it's really good for coordinating that dive, but also knowing exactly where the other team is coming from. And I think that's the big thing here for Army. They know where Air Force are coming into attack, but Phoenix Reborn, you talked about that Adam Warlock. You like to see it. We'll see if they can build up their resurrection ability as fast as they can.
They even got that Soul Bond still off cooldown, so it's a good focus there from the Army to get that key ability away from Phoenix Reborn, and already an elimination onto the Daredevil of Banana Bread. That's a trade out of her early pick onto V-Hill, still contesting for the objective. The Air Force trying to stop this one early, give themselves a tech and team fight if this doesn't go your way, but so far you've been great at denying the Venom away into the backline. Still, Phoenix Reborn does go down, will be able to resurrect this fight. Still a 5-on-6 as Banana Bread comes back into this one, and look at Monty's coming up on the Eye of Agamotto, and it's an early ultimate from Baishin to keep it there. Giganto, though, in the middle of the Agamotto, and it is huge from the Namor.
Only Cyberpilot remained, and now they are gone with the wind, and so is all of Air Force's forces onto the cart. They will touch the first checkpoint. The portal's not going to come in time, and they know it, so they're not even opting for it because they can't.
No, they can't. I like the swap up from Tren on the Namor, too. I mean, that's going to force Phoenix Reborn off of this Spider-Man. You can see it with the Winter Soldier grab. He's got so much damage on this Namor to that front line with these right clicks landing. Clobbering time's also going to be avoided there, so excellent usage of your abilities to just stay healthy. Gets back into the fight right away, takes down Vexor. The Eternal Bond was interrupted there, and you have to see the Kumi form for Subly. And so far, so good for the Air Force. I mean, this is just steady progression for them.
Yeah.
4 minutes in the bank.
I think that was like a triple, maybe even a quad from Subley, just walking down the objective. And this is where we've seen things go down to the wire between these two teams in the past, especially on that Central Park that we watched yesterday. So Army doing a great job to turn things around in their favor where they were struggling on defense. I feel like that's a lot of teams. They struggle defensively on Convoy and Convergence, but they do really well just snowballing and keeping that momentum going. Air Force with the high ground. We'll see what
Zertania. Oh, the Feast of the Abyss. That's massive. Any follow-up, though. Army not going to get there in time. Air Force able to shrug that one off. V-Hill for the copy. And what are we going to get off the back of it? Holding on tight, V-Hill now with the White Fox. Scooby Hill forearm going to force a fight forward. V-Hill looking to be the tip of the spear. Air Force fighting back against the Army, against the oppression that they've had so far. That's some good space for them as well, chipping away at the time.
Vexor trying desperately to see if this thing will be the combo with the Winter Soldier, just to ground them with the Yancey Street Charge and then go in with the Kraken Impact to stop them in their tracks. They did at least prevent the journey forward, but here's the Venom diving in as well. 3, 2, 1, tries to get the procs. There's 2 going down.
Again and again and again. Phoenix Reborn, you just cannot let him keep getting away with it on this Winter Soldier. 4 in the feed, that's a quad. The Air Force gonna reset the Army. Coming back into this, you do have Let the Devil Out for Banana Bread. Trent Franklin coming back with that Giganto. The Horn of Proteus has been good so far, and even on the back of this combo of the Strange, if it's another big Eye of Agamotto, that might just be enough to end this one. You're going for the peel, though, as you already have the tanks in your backline. It's full focus in. Let the Devil Rain on that point. You see Banana Bread trying his best to force a fight backline. Another big Eye of Agamotto. Monty again doing everything for the team. You gotta be kidding me.
Even more effective than the first time. Only having to use that one ultimate. Banana Bread used theirs to bait everyone in, made it so that they focus on them because you'll get blinded otherwise. And then they had to open their eyes as the Eye of Agamotto stunned them out of their socks.
It's not just any Monty, it's Sorcerer Supreme Monty. Kumio form, he's the Horn of Proteus on the other side. Apex Predator doesn't fight anything right away, but it will take down Insertania. Ravo fighting back, looking for the contest in. Air Force will touch. And they're gonna get Cyber Pilot in on the Captain America next to Vexor, steadily keeping this one in their hand. 1:30 left. A lot of ultimates gonna be burned in that fight, Vaudable, so Air Force will be happy about this.
Exactly. This is the best case scenario for them, especially because they almost have the Kraken Impact online again for Phoenix Reborn. V-Hill has the God of Mischief for the copy on the Invisible Woman, so they'll have an Invisible Boundary. We almost have a clobbering time online for the Air Force, so this is a must-win scenario for them, especially with time ticking down, only a minute remaining.
Bravo. We're gonna do some heavy lifting. Let's out the Bloodstone. Great follow-up from the damage of your Loki. Early pick on the Subley. That's gonna be a strategist out of the play. Forces the Feast of the Abyss to see if he can turn this one. The Army trying their best, and as best as you try, it's not good enough. Kraken Impact again from Phoenix Reborn. Won't hit its mark. There's gonna be no reset on that ultimate, but you don't need the reset because your natural abilities are gonna be good enough to win this one with last fight on the line for the Army.
Army were doing such a good job before. They had the great Eye of Agamottos. They had the combos of Banana Bread. Even with the Giganto from the Horn of Proteus, it just did not prove to be enough for them to push past that final checkpoint to get to checkpoint 3 with their eyes open wide. They just went a little bit too tunnel vision towards their objective.
One last touch, 8 seconds left. Gonna have to practice overtime. Clobbering time for Vexor inside of the invisible boundary, and it's a freedom charge from Cyberpilot as the Air Force are charging their way through, and nobody stops the point. You gotta remember there's an objective to this game.
Oh, the invisible boundary from Air Force slowed them down so much, and the grounding and stun effect of the clobbering time made it so that they could not escape. The portal was too close to the checkpoint and not the actual card itself, so instead, a massive blunder comes out here from the Army, and it will be a tied series here.
Oh my goodness, this is quite the matchup between these two. I mean, the Air Force yesterday in this match in the winners final, they went down 0-2 to this
true.
Army squad. Not going to let that happen this time around, fixing those mistakes from map number 1 right away, tying us up after Yggdrasil's path, and in a very emphatic fashion too, because we talked about how scary it might have been off of that Doctor Strange ban, not having a chance to get those contests in late game. You didn't really need to. I mean, they were pretty steady on their attack. You go the other way, and even with the portals, it's not good enough. You don't get the touch.
Oh, man. I mean, focusing too much on the Doctor Strange might be the symptom here that we're diagnosing for Army specifically. So maybe they could target some of the other strong suits that we saw.
Elsa?
I mean, yeah, frame 1 Elsa ban, that's what I'm saying, is probably a better strategy, and then you can kind of focus your ban around what Gambit's good at. A lot of these teams in this competition, they're good at Gambit, but they're not great at Gambit.
Yeah.
Elsa's a different story. If you have Elsa online, I mean, Rava is doing an amazing job with it, have not been stopped so far, so it's a tough spot for them to find themselves in, but we'll see what they can do in this next one.
Yeah, there's been a couple of issues. I mean, the Elsa, the Loki, I mean, where do we even start for this one? V-Hill 2 has just been so monumental on that backline strategist role, so it's great to see that the Air Force still have a leg in this race after losing on that domination.
So
they answer back on Yggdrasil's path. Remember, it's a best of 7, so we got a long way before we hand that trophy over to somebody. And before we get into this map number 3, we're going to step away for a quick little break here. You're watching the Armed Forces Esports Championships. We'll be back on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals here for the Armed Forces Esports Championships. We're tied 1 apiece, and this has been quite the ride between the Army and the Air Force. Yesterday, the Army came out swinging with a 2-0 start to that winner's final match, or well, I guess the end of the group stage. It's not a winner's final match.
It felt like a winner's final match.
And this time, the Air Force coming out, and they are not going to let that happen.
No,
That's
not at all.
the one thing that we've all learned is that when you're playing Doctor Strange and you're portaling back to point, maybe put it a little bit higher off the ground when there's a thing on the other side. That's what you really got to be paying attention to, Audible.
Yeah, we've seen some great performances. We have some updates on a third place match we'll probably get here in mere moments. That's been happening in the background. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. But even then, I'm just more curious to see what map we're going to. We've seen Central Park. It is third place going to map 3. It's a first to 2 specifically, so it's going to their final map that they have. So that's a really intense matchup that's happening off stream. We'll keep you guys updated as we can for it. That's Coast Guard versus Marine Corps, and those teams fighting tooth and nail to see who can get those medals.
Well, it looks like we're going to Central Park in this matchup too. So.
Wow.
This is
water is wet.
I know the water is wet. We've been seeing a lot of Central Park this weekend, and to no surprise, it's not a bad convergence
it's a great map
whatsoever. I think that is probably the more favorable convergence map just in general.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to be starting on the defense side, you have a full hold potential. If you start on the offensive side, and you're really comfortable with this map, a lot of teams really know how to break through that early initial setup for that first point. I wonder what we're going to be looking for the bands, because obviously, you look at Central Park to be a little bit different. You know that vibrant vitality is going to be a huge key factor on a map like this with how good Brute
really
is.
good.
We've already seen V-Hill play the Loki. We've seen Phoenix Reborn go towards the Mantis. So this might be something that the Army wants to put some focus on banning out.
Well, last time today, when we saw Army play off against Marine Corps, and it actually went on to Central Park in terms of bans, I mean, it was a bit more targeted. They targeted the Elsa, they targeted the Storm, and they targeted the Cloak and Dagger, but saved the Captain America and the Elsa. So we would probably see similar saves, but more target focus in terms of bans on their end.
Yeah, and you get that Elsa Bloodstone Protect again from the Air Force. I thought for sure that was going to be something to look at from the Army for maybe a first prio ban. You still put a lot of value into this
Gambit's
Gambit.
just that good, though.
He is so good, but you've been getting ripped apart by the Claw Drop so far. I mean, Ravo's been just unstoppable with this Elsa pick, especially on that convoy map. If you allow for Ravo to get into those positions again on Central Park, it's going to also be an issue.
Well, that's also why we see the Loki ban here specifically, so you don't have to worry about that Vibrant Vitality as we were mentioning, and the team-ups here. So it's a tough spot to be in if you are that Army roster. If you're not going to be facing off with your Moon Knight, we saw how good that's been in the past. I mean, that's been banned every single map so far by Air Force. So not exactly where they want to find themselves in this matchup, not having that Moon Knight available to them, but they haven't needed it 100%, I would say. It's just like a really good option if they want to pull it out. And the Punisher, continuing to ban that, I respect that, but also getting rid of the group. So even if they get the Mantis, the team-up's not there.
No, the team-up's not going to be there. Still an opportunity maybe for Mantis and an Ultron out of the Air Force, which is something that we know that they're great at piloting.
Do we ban the Strange again? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean,
but ban every time so
far. But
far.
It didn't matter. They didn't need the Strange. I feel like it was just a waste of a slot there, because you know that the contest is going to come through in some way, shape, or form.
I like this. I like the ban on the Daredevil here, specifically targeting Banana Bread. They saw how effective they were, even if they didn't, get the win that they wanted for Air Force specifically. Having to deal with that Daredevil, it was a tough job for them. Specifically seeing, the Devil being unleashed and then the combinations that came from that. So not having that on the table is huge. Getting that thing locked in again for their front line. They feel really confident with it, especially if any dive comes through, and the clobbering times have been pretty masterful from them. So.
I mean, Vexor literally won the game with that clobbering time, not needing to proc overtime on that last second point fight. So no shade at all for the thing to be protected, especially when you see the protection on the Captain America Cloak and Dagger ban against the Air Force. So they won't be able to bring that strategist into play. Turtle Bond has been super helpful for the Air Force so far, but instead, wonder what the Air Force are going to be using. Will it be a Jeff for this? I mean, not a terrible map for Jeff. For sure, especially at this first point.
Yeah, most of these bans are actually targeting V-Hill specifically, because they played the Loki last time, they played the Cloak and Dagger first time, so they're trying to just see, okay, let's make V-Hill just in an odd spot, but they're going to play Invisible Woman, which Invisible Woman's still one of the best strategies in the game.
Too.
And White Fox too, if they really want to play that, so a couple of different options that they can go for. And we're not playing the map that we thought we were. It's not Central Park, it's actually Heart of Heaven. Okay. We've got baited.
We got hard baited. This makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you go into Central Park, and yeah, you don't want to give up that Elsa Bloodstone for sure. I don't think Elsa is as much of an issue on Kunlun as it would be on a map like Central Park, for sure. But it makes more sense even in, you know, the banning aspect of not allowing the Punisher through, not allowing the Daredevil or the
Daredevil
Moon
could
Knight,
see through the
because
smoke and everything too.
yeah, you just get full rain across the map for that same factor. I think for the Air Force, it was like the bans on them really made sense for a Central Park ban side. We get Bishan back onto the White Fox. It will be Viho playing that Invisible Woman. Phoenix Reborn going to come out on the Spider-Man Cyber Pilot for the Venom. So see if this dive from the Spider, the Vexor, and the Cyber Pilot's going to be good enough. Is going to freeze onto that Venom. It's going to allow the strategist to stay alive. Nice peel coming through from the Penny. Webs them up, allows for the backline to just continue to be under fire from this Namor. Still, though, the Air Force going to sustain through this one. Bijan finally going to go down. You can see that this is hard to rip through the health line of both the Venom and the Thing, but eventually you're going to get it done.
I mean, the Penny got buffed recently, right? They're able to put down one more of their webs. Their health's kind of changed a little bit, but they can also use the primary fire even faster, so more damage is going to be dealt by them, and they have more of a bunker style, especially in this first temple. So tough spot to find this Air Force team in, and I like this. Not necessarily unorthodox composition, but one that we haven't seen in a while is more what it is. I mean, Penny Parker, this is the first time they're being played outside of a portal trick.
I almost forgot about the portal tricks. It feels like, you know, we're only in map 3.
I know, right? It's been a world away at that point.
Map number 2, that convoy on Idrisil Path took a very long time to get through, and it wasn't even a full cap from the Army. Just lots of contests coming through on both sides, fighting inside the smoke. That's where your minds are going to be. Phoenix Reborn flying across the entire map. You finally see Vexor trying to lock some of these members down, but it's going to be the Strange in the hand of Banana Bread to use that Maelstrom to break through that back line. Nice help from the Ice Art, and Vexor will fall. So good hold from Army. All 6 stay alive. You didn't even need to use an ult.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference we're witnessing here. Army, they've been practicing this just in the rec room, I guess, waiting for this one to start, and now they have a strategy that could potentially work against Air Force. This is the full hold we're talking about for Central Park, but this is a similar strategy you see here for Heart of Heaven.
And nothing that the Army has been dealt with or dealing with. It's really been threatening them. Kumiho form available for Baijin. Here's going to be the Psionic Seduction in with the Kumiho form to back this one up. No need for the Apex Predator right away, but you will have that in your arsenal if you do need it. It doesn't look like it. It's a full wipe onto the Army. Last one up is going to be Trent Franklin, and with him going down, you might have a chance to TP your way back, but Banana Bread was a little bit staggered off of this one. I don't think there's going to be time, and no, you got to give up that first point. Air Force have a lot of time still in the bank.
No portal play coming in, and as you mentioned, no time for it either. The spider time was also the wrong time of day. Unfortunately, that was not the time for Penny to just go in a circle, and instead they were taking a bit of a nap.
Yeah, a lot of time to talk about right there, but it's not spider time. It's not pizza time. I wish it was pizza time. I'm hungry.
We need that emote in game, by the way.
Pizza time?
Eventually we'll get it, I'm sure, but yeah, unfortunately.
It's got to be like a voice line.
It has to be, yeah. Just some sort of cameo. We need cameo voice lines. There you go, Netties. That's your next big thing.
Get Toby Maguire in Marvel Rivals right now.
If not just for that emote, that'd be glorious.
For that.
Well, Franklin, unfortunately for them, their squid is going to be vanquished, so they can't do too much, but they have a lot of ultimates in favor for Army. The big thing for them, though, is getting around this corner, trying to prevent Air Force being able to do that, as all the ultimates getting popped. Clobbering time and the Glartrox. It doesn't get the limbs, but Army, a couple of them do tumble.
Kraken impact. Oh, Fate of Both Worlds at just the right time. Keeps you alive. That is going to nullify the ultimate incompletion from Phoenix Reborn. Will just jump off the map. See you later.
Reset.
That's good from the Army, too. I mean, it's what I like to see from a team that's really focused in on the Venom and the Thing. It's just getting those early contests on this objective.
Army still held on to most of their ultimates. Horde of Proteus, though, and also the Invisible Boundary, unfortunately not able to get the eliminations because of the sustained healing from them.
Absolutely nothing on the back of this one. Cyber Pilot gonna have to turn around with his bubbles. Rappo finally finding an elimination, but it's immediately gonna be answered back by the Inferno. And that's going to be enough to break through. Monty alongside you. Banana Bread will end up falling. Numbers advantage for the moment for Air Force. It's going to be the Kumiho to battle your way back in. Off the back of your White Fox. Clobbering time from Monty. Catches onto not really anything from the Air Force. So all these ultimates getting burned. Barely getting any progress on the objective. And the Army just holding on to contest.
Using ultimates for the sake of using ultimates, it feels like at this rate, but not that one. Sonic Seduction is massive. Gets 2 members of Army, and they're forced to back off.
And Brett just looking to stay alive, but as soon as you peek for a moment, Raffo, what a shot from the Elsa Bloodstone.
Oh, not going to stay alive as long as they want to here. And I feel like Incertania has been holding on to this Feast of the Abyss for 10 years, but the big thing is they're trying to find the perfect time for a stall, for a hold on this point in some capacity so that they have that extra HP available to them once they hit on multiple members. Diamonds come through, but here's the Glartrox coming in instead.
Doesn't hit anybody. In fact, it's just going to be burnt down. So nothing out of the Elsa ultimate. Apex Predator is going to be shrugged off. Banana Bread instead opening up with an initial elimination onto Phoenix Reborn. Cyber Pilot's going to fall soon after from Hazard. Monty in the backline. V-Hill nowhere to go. And one by one, Army holding on. 45 seconds now for the Air Force. You got to be worried. Cyber Pilot now onto the Doctor Strange.
Okay, Incertania, I see your game and I respect it. Make it so that Air Force can't heal through all your ults and burn them down with the rest of your team in the neutral zone. So that's a massive win for them and still able to hold on to both the Strategist ultimates, but they do need to get something online like the Kraken Impact as you have the best impact in this next fight.
Here we go. Inside the invisible boundary, the Kraken Impact doesn't even get a chance to be used. Interrupted by Banana Bread, and you lose out on your key factor for this last fight. The Army looking to stop this defense in the second point. And with 8 seconds left, you gotta start making some hard decisions. Phoenix Reborn swaps over to the Spider-Man to get a touch.
Almost able to get one down, but unfortunately the Yancey Street Charge is gonna get in the way. The Venom's still remaining.
Venom's got that touch for a while. Clobbering time just in case everybody's gonna get here. Interrupting the Kumiho form. Stops it in its tracks, and that's gonna nullify the White Fox ultimate right away. Baijin goes down. Endsong Inferno with the fate of both worlds, and here we go, calling it in the overtime. Visible boundary's gonna run out, and there's nowhere for the Air Force to stand. Cyber Pilot building up to the Eye of Agamotto, only going to land onto Incertania, and as soon as it's done, that's going to be Cyber Pilot falling, and the overtime candle drops. That's going to be the game finishing on the defensive side there. A second point hold, and the Air Force stopped a lot sooner than they would have intended.
Air Force, after they got that first checkpoint, after being held for such a long time, felt like they had everything going for them, but unfortunately they slipped on a banana peel, and it's not going to be tasting as good as Banana Bread does.
I like a good Banana Bread.
Me too, me too. We got a good Banana Bread as a player here with the Phoenix. I mean, the snipes, the cancel of the Kraken Impact on the Bucky, I think they got the first hit off, but they could not get any of the eliminations afterwards because they immediately got sniped out of the sky. What an insane play. Incertania too, with the Feast of the Abyss that we saw from them, timed perfectly. I know I criticized them a little bit because they were holding on to it for so long, but it was down to that timing at the end that worked so well for their team. And the timing of the ults really just goes to show how important that is in these last moment team fights. If you have that edge with your Strategist ultimate, and even after seeing the Strategist ultimate coming in from Baijin, from the Air Force, it was off the point, so they couldn't even hold it down.
No way we get the power up between Ultron and Iron Man, right?
Ooh.
On his attack. Probably just having a little bit of fun in the spawn, let's be honest.
Maybe. But hey, you could change it up. Who knows?
You could.
Go for the high ground with the Iron Man. It works pretty decently. And the extra heal beam from Banana Bread here on the Ultron.
Yeah.
It's potential.
It is, and they're going to walk out on it. So we do get the Iron Man Ultron team up to open up this draw. Army on the attack. Only have to push it 158 meters. Through point 1 into point 2. And nearly a full capture there was got from the Air Force, but it's a huge stop from the Army to give them a chance at taking back this lead. Trent in the skies looking for the back line. A lot of poke there to deal with, and there's the Unibeam to try to burn through the Strange. Poking down onto V-Hill, this Rocket gonna have to use a little bit of footwork to get away from it, but the dive into the backline And V-Hill's in trouble there. You go down, 2 initial eliminations. It's Banana Bread to catch you there on the Ultron, and a full dive out of Monty on this Captain America to clean up the rest.
Nothing can be done by the Air Force on defense, but they're still going to try with one last-ditch effort. It's not enough. Iron Man is here to save the day once again. Reborn, as we see here for Franklin, using the team up with the Ultron. The Stark Protocol is here to activate exactly what it needs to get them to the next point. But here comes the portal.
Oh, they're going to get there just in time for the contest. Chance back at this one for the Air Force. Give them a little bit of an extra leg to stand on for this last fight. Charm's going to land right onto Cyber Pilot, and that's enough to be burnt down by Trent Franklin in the skies. Iron Man on one side, Ultron for the other one, trying to get this as much contested as you can. 2 minutes and 30 seconds still in the bank, and Vexor very slowly building into this clobbering time. Is he going to let it rip? He does not. He holds on. The capture will happen. 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
A sliver of health was available for Banana Bread there on the Ultron. Had to stay in the waterfall just to train up enough for their team to get them back to full. And now they have so much time in the bank to try and take down this Air Force Gaming roster. We do see Vexor with a loaded up clobbering time. We saw how effective that was at the stop before. But unfortunately, this go-around, they just don't have their Venom to back them up, go towards that backline. Freedom Charge comes through.
I mean, Trent Franklin just burning through with that Unify. He's got himself on the ultimate in case you just need a quick pick-me-up, or at least maybe a put-me-down. Rage of Ultron from Banana Bread. Hazard going to invest the invisible boundary inside the objective. You're trying to contest here for the Air Force, but not a lot of strat results to really build you back into this one. You get the amplifier, but it's too late. You've already lost on the majority of your team. Only 2 more there. You're going to die on the point of your Vexor. Vayhill there as well. Dies for the late contest. It is a little bit of time burned, but not enough. Just a minute there.
Any minute counts at this point. It is really hard to turn around this corner, especially on Heart of Heaven. So we'll see some contests come through, and already Franklin pushing a little bit too far on the Iron Man. Try to see if they could have the pulse burst go through, but it's not going to be enough this time. So they'll have to recuperate with the rest of their team, see if there's another option for them. But they did waste a lot of Air Force's resources.
Getting pressured out here by Monty on this Captain America. A lot of pressure onto Phoenix Reborn. The attention going to be back there. You do have the Goddess of Death. Here's the amplifier to bring you back to full HP. Meteor M available. V-Hill going to burst down on it suddenly. So you lose out on that White Fox. Monty's going to fall on this Captain America. Phoenix Reborn revived from the Rockets. So all 6 members of the Air Force still here on the defense. You haven't got this around the corner, and you still hold on to 2 ultimates there, slowly building back into this Vexor ultimate. You got Bijan on the way as well. Air Force not quite out of this just yet. You do see Trent Franklin swap to this soldier.
I like that swap up for Army. It's no more funny business here. Monty also on the thing, but Kumiho is going to be unleashed doing the tap dance, and see that'll be enough for the damage.
Clobbering time in. It's not really going to catch that initial CC on the opposing Monty. Back and forth trades there. 4-on-4 for the fight for the points. Insertania getting close to having this strangling prison. It's Bijan to invest the invisible boundary just to continue to contest this point. Building now, Cyber Pilot swaps over to the Doctor Strange. We'll have that Eye of Agamotto back into this fight. Clobbering time is actually going to be interrupted there, so you don't get that if you're Monty. Have to back up. Use that shift on the way out. Air Force just slowly breaking this one down to 2 minutes now.
Army struggling to go through the trenches and make their way up the staircase to the Heart of Heaven itself, and Air Force Gaming are doing everything possible to stop them in their tracks. Invisible boundaries to slow them down. They have a Meteor M just available in case any of the strat results come through, and the clobbering times have been very effective, whereas on Army's side, not so much.
Yeah, Agamotto, you have Phoenix now onto this Moon Knight here, the end song Inferno. Is this going to be enough to give yourself a chance at closing this one out? Slowly, the Kinets just continue to come out. Nice shot from Tren. And Air Force now needing to get a touch. No portal. Who's going to be the first one to proc this?
Air Force trying desperately to see any way forward to stop Army's recuperation from their win in the last map. It got so close down to the wire, and Yggdrasil Pass seemed to be the place where they were having their stomping grounds, but Cosmic Iron Amplifier is going to make a big difference here.
Amplifier in for the Meteor Ram. Inside of that, Hazard trying to stay alive, but 4 go down. It's a quick KO. Army swept away, and the Air Force have their way back in. 40 seconds.
What a combination. I haven't seen it used like that in a couple of seasons, but this is just the ingenuity that Air Force are able to pull out on the fly. Have the experience to boot from other comps, but they can't stop the portal play that will be coming through this time, so eventually they will get on the objective and only 20 seconds left.
4 ultimates available for the Air Force. You do have the Kumiho. It's going to be met in from the clobbering time. Hand of Conchu from above. And look at that damage from Phoenix Reborn rising up on the Moon Knight. You still got the Eye of Agamotto and a chance to close this one out with a full hold, only 3 seconds. Are you going to proc the overtime? Somebody's got to touch, but no. Nobody gets there again. Army losing barely out on the second point, just like Yggdrasil's path.
That 1 minute that we said might not matter did end up being the difference between these two teams, especially around the corner when you're trying to move the payload towards that second checkpoint on Heart of Heaven. Vexor, of course, the MVP here on the thing. Great clobbering times, and we saw some wasted on the other end from Monty, just panic that was settling in towards the end where they knew they could not touch at the end.
Oh, man, what a grand final this is.
Yeah, this is everything we wanted.
These two teams are making each other work for it. And you gotta say, I mean, the Army gave themselves such a good shot
they
at
even had so many more final hits. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, you look at even Monty's just projection there, 16 final hits. Banana Bread on that Phoenix for the majority of the time, 15 final hits. Just incredible plays, but just Air Force's system that they just continue to put in place is so simple to break you down on that defense. And like you said, I mean, Vexor just having so many shutdown plays on this thing. You couldn't ask for a better system out of the Air Force.
A better system, a better series. This is exactly what we've come to know for the Armed Forces Esports Championship this year, and it's still so far away from finishing up, right? It's only 2-1, it's a first of 4, so you need 2 more maps where that came from for Air Force Gaming. And if every map's gonna go down to the wire, we could easily be tossing a coin for the next ones of these, but not too surprised where we're going for our next map. It is going to be the other Heaven map that we have. It is Hell's Heaven that we go to this time for Domination. And again, Dom has been the difficult one for Air Force Gaming, so it makes sense that this will be the counter pick.
Yeah, you would imagine that this is exactly where you are hoping to tie things up yet again for the Army.
This time, maybe that'll help.
Maybe the same pick bands that we've been seeing in the past. If this one keeps going as close as it is towards the end, I'm going to need somebody to deliver me like hot water and lemon. Because this
have Tony give you like a shoulder massage or something like that.
Yeah, something. This is as close, as stressful as anybody could ask grand final to be in the Armed Esports Championships. So going into this map number 4 Domination, I think you really put the Army in the hot seat of what you can cook up in these pick bands to give yourself an edge on this play. And Tony, you're not going to give me that shoulder massage right now. Wait till we cut away from the cameras before we get that. But no, I mean, for the Army, what can they cook up right now?
I mean, let me look back at these bans and protects that we saw in this previous map, right, for the Army. So they focused in on the Captain America. Well, thank you. Actually, great job, production. We appreciate you. Captain America here specifically. We got to see, Monty only play that towards the end. But the problem is that I feel like it's been a bit of a crutch here for the Army. We've seen Incertania play it in the past, but then they flex over to a lot of different heroes as well. And I feel like there'd be better served saves for the Army specifically going into Domination. Although Captain America was really good on Dom, so I wouldn't fault them for that one. But I think the big thing here is that duelist lineup that we saw be so effective, Franklin and Banana Bread, the Punisher might be the difference maker. Maybe you frame one Punisher save, because that's been banned every single time. The Moon Knight's also been banned too, because they know how effective it is against them. Prioritizing that instead of necessarily your front line could be the difference here.
I see where you're kind of going for this strategy out of the Army, because it was great at a Trend, but I think Trend's been doing a fantastic job on the swaps. Like so many good plays. Banana Bread as well has been picking up where you haven't really had that impact without the Punisher. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency coming up from that front line on the Vanguards, because you think back to where you looked so good out of Monty is with the Eye of Agamotto's.
Yeah, with the
from the
Strange.
Doctor Strange. I mean, you swap over to the Captain America, you see Incertania playing the Venom for the majority of it, and although you see those final hits, and it was a lot, it was just all over the place, and you weren't getting a push on that payload. You want to kind of have your fights centered around the payloads that you just continue to push forward with the objective, rather than fighting around with those contests happening and leaving your strategists to kind of pick up when those contests from Vexor do come into play. I think that's what Army were struggling with, is that every single time you had Incertania and Monty go for a dive towards the strategists, Vexor was happy to set up shop on that objective, and there was nothing really to burn him down.
Vexor, I believe, a champion thing player, it looks like, as well. So that means they have too many hours in the character, and why we've been seeing the protects for the
Even
thing.
V-Hill was just dancing around the objective sometimes in the rocket.
Yeah,
It's hard to...
And the Cosmic Art Amplifier that we saw, too, that was so effective towards the end there with the Meteor M from Rava, that was insane. I mean, so many highlight plays that we can go back to. Shout out to production. We know that they're clipping them in the background, and we'll probably share on social at some point. But even then, Elsa save comes out again from the Air Force. What do we see from Army in terms of bans? It was the Loki last time, but they're focusing on the Groot this go around to make it so that the Air Force doesn't have as strong of a front line.
The group ban going into Hell's Heaven. What's going to be your option to protect here? You talked about maybe the Punisher is something you look at to protect for Monty. Moon Knight. Yeah, there's the Moon Knight as soon as you say so. And no trend. Black Cat doesn't get to be played. No Black Cat today.
Maybe just for fun in a side match. Speaking of side matches, I'm curious how our top 3 matches going currently.
Third place one.
They just finished it, and it seems like Marine Corps did get that 3rd place at victory over Coast Guard Gaming. Congratulations to them. We'll have the award ceremony after the matches have finished today, but still a hard-fought matchup there as well. Every series today has been a banger.
Yeah, every series has been a banger, and I'm happy to see the Coast Guard and what they have brought to today's action, especially after a couple of mishaps in day number 1. Marines, though, I'd say that's a rightful top 3 placing from them. I've been a big fan of Wonky Taco and allocation as that duelist duo on that team. It's good to see them get that top 3. They get themselves a bronze medal as well in this tournament, but talk to me a little bit there is the thing ban from the Army.
Exactly. That's where we've seen so much effectiveness from this Air Force Gaming roster, having the thing be available to Vexor so that he can just go in, clobber the competition, and they have nothing they can say about it. And there's the save of the Punisher that I was talking about as well. They are listening to us.
It's a late save, but it's a save nonetheless. Is that a Jeff ban?
It is a Jeff ban. They're trying to ban Dive specifically, but Army know that Dive hasn't been working as well against this Air Force roster, so they're changing their own fate here specifically, but Air Force are also going to make it a little bit more difficult by potentially banning the Daredevil, just in case they fall back on it. They don't want to have to worry about them having extra vision.
So closing up on these pick bans from both sides, it's looking to be a Magneto hover with that Punisher pick at the end. And yeah, this is exactly what you would imagine that the Air Force are going to pick up there for that Meteor M. Because if not, that would have been an easy ban for the Army to close out their phase here. Instead, Doctor Strange?
Could see it.
Loki?
I mean, Doctor Strange ban has worked before for this team. Loki, as you mentioned, would be a good one as well.
I don't think you need the Doctor Strange gone because the Magneto is going to be forced out. So.
Yeah, the Magneto is going to be played a ton here as well. The Cloak and Dagger ban, though, is even more effective. That way they can't use the Eternal Bond, so that it just covers the site, and you're just like, why am I here?
Because we sit here and we're just like, oh, yeah, you can ban this, you can pick this, and then they pick something, you're like, oh, totally forgot about that one. The Cloak and Dagger, 100%.
I mean, there's so many good things you could ban as the last one. So they had the pick of the litter on, what the comp they want to play into. And they're not too worried about the Loki and Mantis here specifically because we haven't really seen that from Air Force. They typically go more of a dive style. But I like these comps from both teams.
I mean, Monty is going to be at least hovering the Hulk for now. Incertania, the Angela. We saw that towards the end of Heart of Heaven on Kun 1. So maybe It's going to be a stick out there for Incertania. For Air Force, though, I mean, without the thing, what does Vexor go for? I mean, he's been fantastic on the Emma Frost, so yeah, that's probably where you look at him to sit. But Rafo's back on the Elsa.
Yep.
And Elsa's a lot better on Hell's Heaven than it is on Burning T'Challa.
Yeah, not as much space, but on the submap with the Eldritch Monument, excuse me, there is a lot of options. But speaking of options, there's always an option for a portal play from these teams. So we'll see something come out from either side. I believe they remember.
Have we forgot already?
We see a flank coming out from Army specifically, just in the background. So they're trying to position themselves towards the objective initially, spread out enough just in case the portal play comes through, but now it does go in.
And it seems like they forgot. Banana Bread's going to be caught this time as the Moon Knight going down very early in the KO. Air Force walking on in. See if they can get an early capture here. How long can the Army contest this one for? Monty's going to get caught, and they're subtly dropping as well. So all of the elims going the way of Air Force. Army going to take nothing down with them. Not even a late contest from the Venom to try to get away here. So you're just scrambling to get back to your team, and you won't even get back. Incertania's going to get caught there for a late stagger, slowing down the recollect of the Army.
That's a tough spot because they spread out just in case the portal play came through, so multiple of them didn't go down. But because they were so spread out, they couldn't recuperate once one of them did. So being down one of their main duelists, they could not figure out exactly the best way to take out this Air Force Gaming roster. And now they have the high ground and the percentage, and it's all up to Army to try and recontest.
High ground control, force physics to get a pull. Vexor off the heights, and not too long after, Cyber Pilot's going to follow this one up. Maybe looking to pull and disrupt a little bit of the setup here. Angela just poking at the top. There's the lamps going to be burned out, and Hazard really fighting their way through this one. Cyber Pilot first to fall for the Air Force. It is going to be a trade onto the Vanguards for Angela dropping on the Army side. Will get back a little bit quicker than Cyber Pilot will, and the Air Force just continue to keep a foot on this point. So trying to stall this one out as long as they can, as they're now up to 58%. It's just trades on both sides. If this isn't good enough for the Army, you got to look to finish this one, and you have the Eye of Agamotto. Will this be invested? Nearly takes down the Invis woman as soon as she pops that ultimate, but here it is. Eye of Agamotto. Will you be able to take this one down and flip the point? There's an elimination onto Baijin. You have the lamp still, keeping your Vanguards healthy on this point. The Psionic Seduction now from the Air Force, pushing you back. Copy into the Apex Predator, I think that was. Yeah, his Air Force looking to use that Apex Predator from the Loki this time to win this fight. It's actually the Eternal Bond.
Great ultimates coming through on this side of Air Force Gaming just to hold things down, the invisible boundary, making sure that they can keep the objective up while they wait for their duelists to respawn. And even though the trades came through, Army should have had the damage advantage, but because they couldn't even burst through the strategist ultimates, it was no chance. There is one final portal play coming through, though. Eye of Agamotto is going to pop out instead, and both Doctor Strange is trying to counter each other, but the Eternal Bond is going to cover the floor of this Eldritch Monument, as well as Franklin goes in with the Punisher ultimate.
Franklin looking to go brazy with these machine guns, but it doesn't take anything down. Cyber Pilot's going to burst him down with the Maelstrom. Here's the Apex Predator from Ravo. What can it find? Nothing. Army weathering through these ultimates, finally get themselves a flip in the last second overtime touch and get some progression off this first point in Hell's Heaven.
Gonna be looking out for that Horn of Proteus from Banana Bread, if it's gonna be crucial enough for them to shut down Air Force as they try to get back involved with the fight on the point themselves and use all of their ultimates. Only one of them about to be at 100%, and that is the Emma Frost. And we saw how limited effectiveness there was from it, especially because Monty was shutting down any access to their backline by using their shield specifically there. So Banana Bread, I'm expecting a big Giganto from them at some point, but they don't want to use it too haphazardly.
No, especially with Monty coming up on that Eye of Agamotto. We've seen this combo come in handy in the past. Will it be able to win yet another fight for the Army? Blobbering time too from Incertania, just in case that doesn't work. And Franklin bunkering down low with the turret going to be activated as soon as you drop on down. Hello, welcome to the Duelist Show. Good damage in, it's going to be followed up. Monty with the Maelstrom eliminates the Elsa Bloodstone. Here's the Psionic Seduction out of Vexor to see if he can turn this fight down, but 6 on 5, Army just continuing to sustain this one. Here's the invisible boundary from the Air Force, hit by the Eye of Agamotto and the Giganto together. Gets interrupted by the staircase, won't take him down. But the kills still follow through, and the eliminations keep the Air Force down.
Doesn't matter too much as long as it works, and that's the motto that we see here for the Army. Anything that they can throw at the wall, if it sticks, that's what they go with, and burn all of their ultimates. And I worry about them going into this next team fight, though, because we have VL who can get the copy either for the Eternal Bond and the Cloak and Dagger of the other team, or even for their own invisible boundary.
Late minute touch. We get the invisible boundary in for the copy, and the Loki had a little bit of extra time off the back of those lamps. Here's the Eternal Bond from Hazard on the other side. As soon as these strategist ults do run out, who's going to be the one to take the edge? Cyber Pilot for the jump into the back line with the Eye of Agamotto. Kraken impact from Phoenix Reborn again and again off the Loki clones, resetting this one. It's so much damage coming out from your Winter Soldier, and it's only going to be 2 players remaining for the Army to hold on to this first point. Air Force are going to get the flip. No portal this time from the Army to contest it. Supplely swaps to Spider-Man, and he might be able to get the touch, but no, he's forced away from the Invis. And the Air Force kicking off the start of Hell's Heaven.
Completely different script than we saw in the first domination map on Burn and T'Challa. This was the counter pick for the Army, where they've been trying to change the pace of play and the game in their favor. They targeted the front line specifically with the Groot and the Thing bans, but it just did not prove to be enough. And this Loki play that we're seeing from V-Hill is on another level, and why it was banned in the previous maps. And I feel like Loki cannot be understated on Hell's Heaven because there's so many spots that you can bunker up, especially on the Eldritch Monument there.
Trent Franklin still on this Punisher. I thought for a second that Punisher with the final judgment earlier on was going to be like a huge
just went down so quickly.
Like, it just continues to get bursted by Ravel and this Elsa Bloodstone. Such a big target, man. Could you imagine if it was like the solid like Punisher initial like player model, just with 2 bigger guns instead of just being bulky as he is?
That would be hilarious if we do see that. But we will have to see what the Army can do at this time. Franklin does have that ultimate available to them. Air Force just walking to the objective, but here's the potential kidnap, but it is on the entire team, so they're not going to be able to get an initial pick off of it.
And this time around, you can't beat them at their own game. Since the portal can be wasted early, you might be looking to flip this map around, and you want to make sure that everybody gets through it before the portal does expire. Here's the final judgment, and lamps are going to be invested to back you guys up off of this point. You did get an early capture from Air Force, so a little bit of progress on this one, and the invisible boundary on the Apex Predator to try to pull this one back into your favor. You at least have some space, but you lose out on your Elsa Bloodstone. Raphael goes down. Here's the Psionic Seduction to try to finish this one off, and a massive Monty Maelstrom taking down 2. Spider run back on in. Should be a flip back in for the Army.
What a burst of energy from Army. We saw the teleport play come through. It wasn't really working out as well as they would have liked it to, but they still flipped the script. That was a huge ult shutdown on to their opponents, and now able to get the percentage here. But there's the Armed Dangerous Kraken impact comes through.
Phoenix already looking for that back line. There's the reset. Can you do it again? Inside of the invisible boundary. What an Eye of Agamotto. It's Monty again looking to be the difference maker. Runs out still. Finishing off 2 with that Maelstrom. Evens things up in the fight on the inside. And Ravo trying to draw this one out alongside Phoenix Reborn. A couple more eliminations for the Air Force. Will flip it back over to their end. 2 early switch ups on either side. What a game we are getting.
Exactly what we wanted to see from both these squads. Fighting tooth and nail. Was so close last go around on domination, but Air Force looking to change their destiny, prove that they are only 1 step away from greatness in this competition for the Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026, and they're only a couple percentage away from being on championship point.
62%. Here's the Eye of Agamotto from Cyber Pilot. Only a couple of members are going to be caught there. Lamps on the front line heals you back up, but Cyber Pilot's still going to fall. 6 on 5. Eternal Bond from Hazard, looking to at least lay out the red carpet for the rest of the team to find some space back on the point. Into it will be Hazard. And he's on the other side, forces away the invisible boundary. Kraken impact from Phoenix Reborn, still holding things on for the Psionic Seduction to keep you still, while Phoenix Reborn cleans up the rest, will end up going down. Doesn't matter, 82% and counting, you're still in control.
Incertania did everything that they could to try and target the back line of Air Force, but it was not enough. They did build up their ult, of course, but there was nobody remaining on the objective for them to contest with, so had to go for the reset. Franklin early on going for the portal play and then using the final judgment to shoot through it, but it's not getting a single elimination.
No, inside the invisible boundary instead, the final judgment, almost a little bit of target on the inside. Apex Predator drags you away on the outside, and there's nowhere to go when you're trapped in a corner with an Elsa Bloodstone. The only way is down. So we see the army falling yet again. The Air Force shredding through Hell's Heaven. 2 clean objectives, and it takes them to a 3-1 standing.
One step away from potential greatness here, trying to see if the Air Force can keep this momentum going. Very dominant performance there on the last one. It seemed like Army was bouncing back for a second, but then they put their foot on the gas and went full send themselves. Vexor, it doesn't matter if the thing is banned, they're still gonna get the MVP.
Yeah, Vexor, what a switch up there. Gets the thing banned out, goes to the Emma Frost, and has just as much impact as you've seen on that thing play. 5 final eliminations, but it's just the disruption from those Psionic Seductions. Phoenix Reborn there, 15 of the final eliminations is going to be off the back of that Kraken impact. A quad feed for you, quad feed for Ravo at sometimes, a couple of Eye of Agamottos and Cyber Pilot as well that really sets things up for your team. But the place that I am really kind of looking at, like, the differences is between V-Hill on this Loki, man. Those lamps are so well timed from V-Hill just to keep you up in the neutral fight.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see.
I hope, at least in the Army's sake, that we do see a ban on the Loki next time. So we'll see if they can go for that instead, prioritizing that in comparison to the thing. I feel like the thing was a great ban, but we already saw that Vexor, it didn't matter who they played, they still dominated.
They did. They dominated, and so far they are ahead by 2 now, with the Air Force now on series point for the grand finals. Just one more to hoist that trophy. We're going to cut to a break while we get set up for map number 4 around the corner. Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals for the Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026. My name is Seymour, with me, Vaudable, and between the Army, between the Air Force, it's been the Air Force slowly climbing their way into a championship position, but it hasn't been without some troubles. I mean, this has been a hotly contested final, one where we get to see the best from both sides. I'm excited to see the gigantic finale that's on the way.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly which map they end up going for on this one. And it seems we're going back-to-back dominations. They said, hey, it didn't work the last time. We're going to domination again. It does not matter. We're going to play it as many times as we can to force the issue against Air Force Gaming. I respect it. It's also a faster map, and if Air Force wins, that means faster to hoisting that trophy for them.
Okay, yeah, I thought when we saw Clintar that we were going to converge it for a second.
I thought so, too.
I was
That's
like,
why I was
oh
like,
my
are we
God.
sure it's this map?
We could totally see like some Venom Cubs come
Yeah.
through. We can maybe even see some Black Widow shenanigans coming through on a map like that. But no. We get ourselves the domination for map number 5 here between the U.S. Army and the Air Force Gaming Squad. Air Force on series point. Army looking to progress this one further. Let's get into Celestial Husk and let's look at these pick bands. Gambit, it's not even a character at this point.
No, never able to be played. Maybe once or twice that we saw today specifically. And usually those teams didn't do as well as they could have with it. But the potential that we have seen from Gambit, if they do have the Starload available, cannot be understated. So going to Celestial Husk, we saw US Army Esports. I keep talking about this because it's happened every time. This is their map. This is their counter pick.
Yeah.
It worked so well yesterday, specifically against Marines, where they turned it around to force a map 5. And it worked well against them again because they got the map victory there that time too. So we'll see if this will be another win on the tick for them to try and prolong this first to 4 / best of 7. But I'm liking the focus on the Captain America. It felt like that's what was missing from this team on domination last time.
I think I'm there as well. So you get the protection on the cap. I wonder if that's going to force maybe a late protect on the Thing from the Air Force, because that's kind of been Vexor's answer to the Captain America right away, especially the peel, the shutdown in the movement, everything that we've been seeing. But instead, it is going to be the ban onto the Punisher.
Crowd is excited for that Punisher ban.
They are very excited for the Punisher ban. We don't want to see Tren play the Punisher, because even with the Punisher, it's like it didn't have the impact that one would expect it to have, like what we got from map 1.
I think a lot of that has to do just based on the close quarters nature that we saw the Frozen Airfield be in that second sub-map. So it's a tough spot for them to find themselves. Visible Woman's always a good bet for your backline. iSubly has been just a master on that one. But Air Force Gaming, never going to let them play Daredevil. Our lawyer is absent and we need help.
Definitely. Whether it be like through law or whether it be through order.
Yeah.
Exactly. Justice. He's big on that one. Maybe right now they're dealing with the anti-vigilante task force and they need Daredevil to deal with it.
Could be. But unfortunately, they will not have Daredevil here to save the day at this time. He's locked up in jail, so he's going to have to break out. Maybe in the future, if they do win Celestial Husk domination, and save him as a priority instead. But they're going for the Doctor Strange ban. Here we go again, baby.
It's just, if it doesn't work, try again. And the issue hasn't been the Strange of the Air Force. The issue sometimes has been the Strange for the Army, because Monty's like a hit and a hit and a hit when it comes down to those Eye of Akamotos. But we got to talk about these portals, man, because sometimes these portals on the recontest are just not it.
Not what we want to see.
Whether it's just kind of like setting you up into the psionic seduction or the clobbering time, you just got to learn that like Air Force want you to TP onto them.
I feel like that's also why we have seen some teams during this competition, instead of portaling directly onto the site, portal a little bit above it, so they drop down into it and they don't get just stuck together like that. And it's worked out decently for the teams who have opted for that, but you don't have the extra escape or cover from the portal if you do it that way. So gotta be cognizant of what the ultimates are available for your opponents. We see the Guts post from Insertania flexing all of their cosmetics that they have available to them, and they need some guts if they want to try and take down Air Force. Down 3-1, championship point for the Air Force. This is do or die.
Just a big fan of Captain America.
Yeah.
Big fan of freedom.
Exactly.
Big fan of America.
We are here for the U.S. Army or the Armed Forces Gaming Championship, which is all the U.S. branches, so you can basically call it that. Either way, though, they will try to spread that freedom.
Right now. As we load into map number 5 in the Celestial Husk, let's go and dance. Air Force looking to kick things off as they have the edge in the series. Coming back out on the Venom yet again. Phoenix Reborn going to be caught in the rotation. A little bit of a stun there. Banana Bread first to fall early, though, for the eliminations. The Air Force coming out with a little gusto off of this break. Couple more go down. That's full 4. And the KO feed should be a capture right away for the Air Force.
Too much damage coming out from Air Force specifically. We see Vexor again using their ability to make their opponents vulnerable, but also B-Hill having the Terror Capes so that everyone's just going to be taking the maximum amount of damage that they can. They don't even need the damage boost because they're already making you vulnerable to the damage that they are doing. This is a deadly composition to face off against.
All 15% already into 20%. Fades away from the early dive into the contest down on the point. That's the hard part about this area of Celestial Husk. It's just trying to play from the high ground and then drop on down. It's exactly what the Air Force want you to do. Monty still going to find an elimination there onto Bijan. So you lose out on one of the strategists. It's putting a lot of pressure on the V-Hill to perform here, but that's okay because Air Force just continuously find these wins.
Yeah, Air Force looking solid. They even have Cyber Pilot, who typically dives in and dives out, just going down main, trying to stick it to the competition and waiting for them to fall for their trap. Prepared for the next engagement from the Army. Already so much percentage given up to the Air Force, and this is not how they wanted to start it out. Their own counter pick.
Yeah. I mean, you got Kraken Impact coming up.
Anyone willing to help?
Phoenix Reborn looking to crack this egg
I like the change
wide
here from
open.
Monty.
I like it as well. I mean, onto the Hulk. Let's see if he can kind of harness a little bit of Xavier into this matchup to see what he can do. Good exile onto the opposing side. Thing going to be stuck for a second. Drops on down, trying to hold on strong to his life here as the Hulk form. Worldbreaker available, and here's the invisible boundary along with the Eternal Bond. The double strategist hold. That's going to proc the Worldbreaker just to see if he can change things up in the direction of the Army. Dance with the butterflies on top of the backline for the supports. You can see the strategists going extremely low for the Air Force, but they won't bend, they won't break, they stand tall, and the Air Force just continue to keep a foot on the point.
Jeff trying to stay alive on the objective as well, just so that it can keep the contest going. We see the Freedom Charge used because they have to burst it out here and now just to stall, but there's so much damage against them. The Elsa from Rava will be the one to take them down, but it does buy them enough time for the portal.
Portal's going to be in. One more chance for the Army coming out with the Rage of the Ultron. You have all 3 strategists. All it's available is Hazard even going to invest this into Jeff because you might swallow up your team alongside you, and there's not a lot of time to spit them back out. Here comes the invisible boundary, allowing the Army to recollect themselves, get back into this point. Air Force still here, and you have the Apex Predator for when Ravo wants to unleash it. Couple of eliminations for the Army. They're going to be able to flip this one and hold on.
Great hold for the Army, but so many resources burned to be able to do just that. And looking on the other end of things, they're staring down the barrel of a Kraken Impact that'll be online in moments notice, and an Apex Predator that's available. But I do like this damage boosted Insertania Captain America because they've been such a nuisance to that backline, able to just keep them at bay for now. But the vulnerability from the Terror Cape is so much, and yes, Rava goes down. It's a huge pick, but there's also still the Kraken Impact to worry about.
Well, how about an Apex Predator into a Kraken Impact?
Oh yeah, that'd be even worse. I would not want that. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies unless they are throwers in ranked. That is the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially my Spider-Man teammates. That's always what I wish the worst things on in my competitive ladder games, but here we go, looking to see if that Kraken Impact can finish this one off for the Air Force. Army looking to hold on as you have the Jeff coming up on the end song Inferno. It's Jeff right away going to be used, and inside of it there's the invisible boundary. How much can you swallow up? A couple players going to be grabbed there, and the Apex Predator right around to skip you back up, right back down to the Kraken Impact of Phoenix Reborn. It's a collective effort from the Air Force to fight your way back. Overtime now. You have the Ultron, but he's not going to last long enough. No TP, no portal, no chance for the Army.
Jeff swallowed up his team, got taken down, spit him out straight into their death because we saw the Apex Predator afterwards just taking, it's like one fish eating the bait and then another fish eats that fish. That's what we saw happen there. Oh my God.
I mean, like, you'd think about, like, worst case scenario for a Jeff ultimate.
Yeah, that was it.
That's one of them right there.
Yeah, it's not, like if you use your ultimate and it doesn't get anyone, there's less of a drawback now because they reduce the time between your animation and being able to just recover. But because you got your team, you had to spit them out. You couldn't escape. And yes, you get them the bonus health and the extra healing from the AoE of it. But the problem was they're in the path of destruction and no one could escape their demise there.
Big head thing with the helmet on.
I like it. I like it.
Air Force having
Big
a little
head
bit
plays.
of fun here.
Big brain plays.
Big brain plays from Vexor for sure. Army gonna have to come out swinging for the second point of the Celestial Husk. Eye of Agamotto and Song Inferno. Can this be what kicks you off?
It could be. We'll have to see, though. I think the big thing here for the Army is how do we turn things around? This was our map pick, right? We've gone to domination a couple times against them. We have not gotten a single win on it just yet. I mean, we looked pretty decent at the start of it, but Air Force have turned things around since then. So Army trying to lock things down. They have that Ensong Inferno. I would love if they combo it with Monty.
Well, Air Force holding on. Here's the Feast of the Abyss to open up this fight. It's the backline Freedom Charge. Insertania going to be caught there and immobilized. No chance to help the backline with your Freedom Charge at all. And Cyber's Pilot is just going to completely evaporate your backline. Strategist and Trent Franklin going to be the first initial eliminations. It's going to proc still a fight of the Army off the Eye of Agamotto and Song Inferno trying to turn this your way, but it is only just outlasting and stalling at this point. Air Force will eventually capture it.
The combination, the bread and butter, unfortunately got burnt during the oven time that it was supposed to cook for their team. And Army have to go back to the kitchen and get some new ingredients if they want to take down Air Force Gaming, because whatever they threw at them, unfortunately they devoured it whole and want some more. And they are not going to be full until they get that championship. And right now, building up to that Feast of the Abyss, Cyber Pilot, they are doing everything necessary just to be a thorn in the side of Army, not give them the time of day. And even with the Eye of Agamotto, the force physics is too much of an issue to deal with when you try to go for it.
Well, here we go. Invisible Boundary going to be met on both sides. Kraken Impact of Phoenix Reborn is already going to take out a couple of them. And with that reset, look at the damage coming down from above, even within the Invisible Boundary. There's just nothing you can do about the sheer force from this assassin out of the Air Force.
Again, and again, the bell tolls for the Army here in the Grand Finals. Air Force Gaming cannot be stopped for now, but still there is time and a chance and a dream if Franklin can lead them to victory with their own Kraken Impact. But they need to be the biggest impact that there's been in the world that we've seen earthquakes go through, and unfortunately they haven't made much of motion towards the objective yet. They're just being held off for now.
Building up to these ultimates on both sides. Kraken Impact for Trent Franklin. He's been holding on to this for a while. When is he going to unleash it? And there it is. A couple of eliminations for the Army trying to fight their way through. You lose. You're invisible on the way, and so your Clank and Dagger falls not long after. It's a couple of big picks there from the Air Force to at least stall out a little bit more progress. The Army get the flip that they want. Now is their chance to hold on.
Oh, we saw a last contest too. I think it was from Phoenix Reborn on the Spider-Man for Air Force, but unfortunately they couldn't do it at that moment to stop the capture from Army. So they will get some percentage, and Air Force unfortunately aren't going to be able to get the 99 that they need for an overtime scenario. So a tough spot to be in, but they have the ultimates in their favor. Eye of Agamotto is coming online soon though.
But this might be they're dreadful for the Army if they get flipped mid-fight.
True.
And Monty goes down late. You need your Strange to portal back for a last-second contest, and you're going to try to have to fight on this one. Dance of the Butterflies to kick it off. Here's the Eternal Bond on both sides to mirror each other. Is it going to be enough from Banana Bread to turn this one, or at least engage on a couple of these eliminations, trying to focus those strategists? Now for the Freedom Charge into the deep end. It's going to be Insertania, and there goes your Invis. Bijan's gone, and you're tracking down the Elsa Bloodstone, trying to separate them from the fight.
It's a good counter to the Elsa Bloodstone, but in the background you do see Franklin going for the Kraken Impact, getting one, getting two, and Air Force members are dropping like flies.
But at this point for the Air Force, you're just trying to reset. You don't want to give up these ultimates anymore. You're coming up on 3 of them, and you still have a chance here if you're the Army for sure, but a couple more steps you need to take.
One thing to note, though, no strange teleport available to Air Force. If they lose this next team fight, they could lose the sub-map in the vault and go all the way to the Codex to end things off on this map and try and claim their victory, but still have a couple ultimates in the bank to work with for this next team fight.
That's where you're looking towards, both the Jeff as well as the Eye of Agamotto to open it up. Going for the backline. Phoenix Reborn's going to be caught, but it doesn't go down. Invisible boundary for the Air Force, and the Jeff now on the inside swallows them up. Is it going to be enough to pull them out of it? Air Force not going to be able to have that ultimate to keep them alive, and now out of it, the Army trying to finish this one off. Overtime's getting procced up, but you've lost a couple of eliminations.
Monty wasn't there because he got swallowed by his own Jeff and didn't spit him out because he wanted to escape instead, so they try to recontest here. Ultimate percentage is building up, but it's not enough to stay on the point. Air Force Gaming are holding it down, but they still need a couple more percentage.
Well, Monty goes down, but the flip's going to happen, so you will get a chance to portal this one. Is anybody going to be able to at least stop it? No, but look at what you're walking into. It's Vexor again with the clobbering time. As overtime's going to proc, you get the touch. And as they turn around, it's clobbering time. Cyberpilot holding onto the Feast of the Abyss. And the Army find 2 eliminations. Is it going to be enough? Elsa on the outside ripping through your pool. And the Air Force climbing high to take this one down. Just a few more in your way. Locking down the eliminations. Locking down the strategists. And the heavy hitters of your Vanguard continue to carry the weight of the team.
Is it the weight of the world that will lead them to victory, though? There is an Eternal Bond to come through at the last moment for the Air Force. This is do or die for them to capture this and claim their title.
Eternal Bonds from both sides. Dance of the Butterfly. Is it going to last, though, with the Eternal Bond running out on the side of the Air Force? The Dance of the Butterfly is going to find absolutely nothing. And here come the Air Force soaring their way through. A late Eye of Agamotto, but to no avail out of Monty's side. The overtime candle's so low. Just one more player to deal with. An Eternal Bond from Hazard. Will anybody get there? I'm not sure. It's just the Cloak and Dagger trying your best, but the Air Force fly a little higher, and they get off to crown your champions for the Esports Armed Forces Championships of 2026. It's Air Force Gaming.
The dark teleportation at the last second, Seymour, made it so that they weren't touching the point to contest for the overtime. It's so unfortunate as it got down to the wire, but it will be the Air Force claiming the ultimate victory. They proved that domination was no longer their crutch. It was their domain, and they came out swinging.
I can't believe it. What a grand final between both sides. Shout out to the Army. I mean, as much as they pushed back towards the Air Force, there was always an answer. And your champions on the back of what is just an exceptional, exceptional weekend from Phoenix Reborn, getting himself yet another MVP, finishing it off on this Spider-Man Vexor. We got to talk about the thing. 13 final hits, always involved. He is just so good at this hero.
Maybe need to ban that again instead of the Groot that we saw come out, because they were able to save it for their last pick, and that seemed to be the difference maker here for the Air Force side. Vexor could have easily had MVP if Phoenix Reborn didn't pop off the way that they did. Very similar eliminations, but we saw the quad with that Glartrox as well. The Apex Predator on that first submap, Celestial Hand, was pristine.
It was pristine. It was so good. And I mean, what a deserved win from the Air Force in the weekend that they played. A very resilient weekend from their end. It wasn't easy at all.
No.
I mean, the Army yesterday took them to a 2-0 lead. They had to reverse sweep to get the #1 seed.
Man.
And going into day 2, when you talked to Baijin yesterday to close it out, they had so many tricks up their sleeves, and they weren't lying. I mean, tested for sure, but there was always an answer from the Air Force. You could always bet on them to recuperate.
Yeah, I mean, even talking to Cyberpilot before this series as well, we heard the insight that they are prepared and ready to show the world that no more mistakes are coming out, and we didn't see a single one here.
And with that, I mean, there's only one more thing that we need to do here on stream, and that is crown our champions. So let's look over to the stage as we look to hand them their trophies and congratulate our winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for your champions. All right, so I'm gonna go down the list real quick. Do me a favor, just shout out your gamer tag, let everybody know at home who you are, and I'm gonna ask you just a few quick questions, all right? How do you feel after that crazy series, especially after matching up multiple times with Army.
I'm Papa Brisk. I'm the coach. It feels unreal, right? We put in a lot of work, a lot of late nights, and coming in, as soon as this place opened. So it's good to see our work paying off. Shout out to Army. They really gave us a run for our money.
They really did. It was a great matchup. You guys come out on top. And, of course, I got to ask, is Spider-Man still a throw pick?
Against the Army, he might have been. But no, I don't think so.
And mind you, we've seen a lot of DPS characters in your hero pool and whatnot. Who right now are you most comfortable with outside of the Spidey?
Probably Bucky. You saw me play a lot of Bucky during this tournament. I've played a lot of him, so probably just the most comfortable around the Bucky plays.
And I know you're not going to shout yourself out. You're all humble, but you know what? How about you shout wifey at home? Again, you met her while gaming. Shout her out real quick.
I love you, Dana.
First, let everybody know who you are, gamer tag and everything. How you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great. I'm Staff Sergeant Tristan Bees. I'm Baijin in the game, but I'm feeling good.
Love that. Now, people at home, they keep trying to tell us that us strategists, we the weakest on the team. They tell us we can't aim. They tell us we can't play any other roles. How do you feel about the people that come at the strategists, especially with you putting as much numbers as you do?
Low-key, they're kind of right. But no, I mean, it always puts a fire under me because people always think it's brain dead, it's easy. It is sometimes easier, but also you have to think a lot more. That's why I like playing White Fox though too. I can stress more of my mechanics than just sit there and press left click the whole game.
Speaking of White Fox, we saw a few games where, and you might have dropped 30,000 heals, but then on top of that, 16,000 damage, having a crazy amount of final hits. Would you say you have the most fun on White Fox right now?
Yeah, when I started playing this game, I was kind of in Invis and C&D jail, and I was kind of just falling out of it. It just wasn't as fun because I was sitting there just heal botting. White Fox came out, it made me have fun again. It's so fun to play. It wasn't even that good when it first came out. They buffed it, it's even better, and now it's so fun. I don't even care if it's a bad pick, it's so fun.
I can actually see the excitement when you talk about White Fox. I see the life coming back. I love that. Do me a favor, shout out your gamer tag real quick for the people at home.
All right, I'm V-Hill. I'm a strategist, man.
I was saying the kind of same question. People keep clowning on the strategist players and whatnot. What makes a strategist so special that every team needs one?
I think having versatility in the strategist role, especially because a lot of teams try to ban out those roles, and you can tell if someone plays a support or not, and you couldn't outban us, so.
Hey, we keep adapting. We keep figuring out a way. That's all I'm saying. Shout out your gamer tag real quick.
Yeah, my gamer tag is Cyberpilot. I'm Major Chad Spirit. Go by Cyberpilot in game, playing tank.
Love that. You were on the front lines doing your thing. And I'm going to ask you a little bit more of a strategic question. Like, you guys came out with certain compositions. We loved what we've seen from you all tournament long, all weekend long. Now, how much of the tournament was more about the preparation that you came in or adapting on the fly? Did you come in with specific strategies, or did once in a while you had to tweak it up a little bit?
Yeah, we had strategies the whole time. Coming into this well before, we were scouting teams, we were looking at who plays what, we were figuring out what we want to pick, what we want to ban, and what we want to play. And we couldn't do that if we didn't have the flexibility in each role on this team to be able to swap to what we needed to make it happen.
That is a great answer. Unselfish. I love that. I love that in my tank players. Shout out to gamer tag.
I'm Vexor.
Did I see you playing Groot a little bit? Did I see you locking things down on the Groot? In fact, I want to say most of the MVP performance I saw out of you, you were really locking things down with Groot. Is that the best tank right now, or is there somebody else you have in mind?
Everyone calls me the tree for a reason.
Absolutely love that. Now, if you don't mind me asking, what makes Groot such a nuisance on the map? I feel like in my ranked games, always getting banned. What makes Groot so special?
His CC immunity, he's able to wall off supports. He causes a lot of disturbances just to the battlefield in general, but I mean, he has a giant HP pool. Could also want to shout out my wife for always feeding me delicious food.
Absolutely love that. Got to shout out wifey. And finally, one last time, shout out your gamer tag real quick.
Hey, I'm Ravu. I play Vanguard and Duelist.
Love that. So a little bit of a flex.
A little bit of a flex, yes.
Absolutely. And I guess for the last question here, what does this win mean for you and the entire squad here?
For me, this is a first time. I actually joined this team 2 months ago with Phoenix Reborn over there, and this was a really good experience to be with this team here, come out, play, meet all the other teams, but this was really good, really big for all of us.
Well, I will say you guys were absolutely fantastic. Can we give it to them one more time? You're champions. Air Force Gaming is in the house. Why don't we send it back to the desk for our final analysis of the tournament?
Clapping for them too. I was so excited for the champions. I was along with you, Tony. And no, it's a great interview across the line. And of course, I mean, just breaking down the roles for the teams, just how the system came to be for this side. I mean, we got to talk about the story of this Air Force squad because it doesn't even stop here. It transcends just playing in a tournament like this, because this has been a squad that has excelled not just in Marvel Rivals, in Overwatch as well, inside of Ignite, MRC. I mean, you name it, they've been there. They are competitors through and through, and it's great to see how much they're synchronized in terms of a team.
Yeah, I mean, even Ravu, who said that he came onto the roster like 2 months ago, saw that, this was a great experience for them. It meant a lot to the team, and even not having that synergy out the gate because the rest of them have been playing together for so long, you couldn't tell based on the way that they were coordinating with their team, diving together when they needed to, playing on the Elsa Bloodstone was insane. I mean, this entire team did everything that you would want the championship team to be able to do. And it didn't seem like it was a case of, mistakes from the other squad. It was more this team stepping up and showcasing that they had that championship grit throughout the tournament.
Like, I know that every single person that I know who is like a tall person in real life, I'm just gonna stick them on group from now on. Just call them the tree. I think that is
the tree.
That is low key like the way to go here. But no, it's great.
Could
to
be
see.
known as the Rock too, though, because we saw how good they were with the thing there specifically as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you got to be a little bouldery to be like referenced as like the Rock. In that same sense, he's quite a beefy, beefy guy to kind of talk about. But no, what a win for the Air Force coming through. I think as a team, we've kind of talked about them in unison, just kind of playing together, making sure that they have so much coordination to kind of figure it out. We can look back at their run through the bracket as well to kind of break things down on kind of what they went through for today and how we got here for sure. Because I mean, you had a tough day in day number one. We saw them lose the dominations quite early on. They struggled at getting those dominations going. And after a while, I think that with that, you kind of saw the players get everything together, in terms of like locking it down to make that run after it. I think it wasn't until later that we saw them against the Army kind of figure out how to win those dominations.
Yeah, we'll have to see, how things are progressing from here on out for these competitions in the future. But we'll see if we get the standings here or if we don't. I think they're just going to be doing the award ceremony instead. So we're just going to throw it to the end. Thank you all for tuning in. And actually, never mind.
There's the bracket.
Okay,
we got a bracket for the run on how everything's kind of being handled here. I mean, we saw it right away that the Air Force kind of against the Coast Guard there, taking them down in a 3-1 fashion. They lost the convoy on Araco, and that was the only one they dropped against the Coast Guard instead of the domination. You go into that grand finals, Air Force versus the Army. They only lose one map. They said they weren't going to drop any. I don't want to say they were a little bit of liars there, but they kind of fibbed a bit.
Yeah, they did a little bit, but hey, it's you take one loss on a map to just turn things around afterwards, and that's exactly what they were able to do. They adapted from then on out. Even after dropping all those domination maps yesterday, they learned from those mistakes and figured out what they had to adapt into. And we saw so many domination maps that the Army team tried to take Air Force Gaming into for this last series, but it didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all, and they rise to the occasion. They climb on top, and they're going to be your 2026 Armed Forces Esports Champions for Marvel Rivals. Big shout out to the Air Force for getting it done. A big shout out to all of the branches, all the players who came through and competed. It was a lovely weekend here on Marvel Rivals. From us on the desk, Vaudable, any final thoughts?
No final thoughts here. Thank you all for tuning in, and make sure you sign up for the next one if you are a part of the Armed Forces themselves. It's been a great time here for the Armed Forces Esports Championship 2026, and I couldn't have asked for a better trio to work with.
Yeah, big shout out to Tony, too. He's waving over there. He did fantastic this weekend, and shout out to all of you back home for tuning in with us along the way. We can't wait to see you guys next time on Air Force Gaming, but until then, we'll see you later. Have a great night.